November, 1806. Captain Zebulon Montgomery Pike first viewed the mountain that would bear his name. He attempted to reach the top of the highest peak, as he called it. But with winter closing in, he was forced to abandon his attempt. In the years and centuries to follow, the desire to reach the summit of Pikes Peak has stirred in the hearts of all those who have laid eyes on America's mountain. Pikes Peak, located on the eastern edge of the Rocky Mountains, rises to 14,115 feet above sea level. A carriage road had been built to the summit in the late 1880s to service an Army signal station, and shortly after, a cog line was constructed by mattress baron Zalman Simmons. Thousands of people now made the journey up the mountain. One such adventurer was a visiting professor at Colorado College, Catherine Lee Bates. Inspired by the view from the top, Bates penned the words to America the Beautiful, further expanding the mountain's growing fame. "86 years after Captain Zebulon Pike's attempt to summit Pikes Peak, Spencer Penrose stepped off the train in Colorado Springs.
Spencer Penrose, when he came here, he flourished, and he fell in love with the region.
His ability to not only be successful as an engineer in mining, but his vision for this community and for the people of this community is really unparalleled.
Penrose, now wealthy from his success in the mining industry, had a well-earned reputation for being a drinker and a rowdy fellow. This changed when he married Julie Villiers Lewis McMillan in 1906.
Different people, different personalities, but the ability to work together. And I would say, just as in a car, you sometimes have a governor, Mrs. Penrose served that role in his behavior throughout the years.
Together, they would now direct his considerable fortune towards turning Colorado Springs and its mountain into a world-renowned destination for culture and tourism.
He was just such a remarkable promoter of the area, and he did everything with gusto and spared no expense whatsoever.
Penrose leased the old carriage road from the National Forest Service and proposed building a toll road to the top of Pikes Peak. This highway would fit perfectly with his, and for that matter, America's growing infatuation with the motor car.
He was fascinated by cars and their ability to go fast. And the fact is, he would carry forward with that ability to go fast to the Pikes Peak hill climb.
Penrose needed a blockbuster event to showcase his new road, and decided there was no grander spectacle than an auto race to the top of Pikes Peak. The race would feature the finest drivers in the world, competing for the richest prize in racing. August 10th, 1916, cars would race up the craggy face for the first time. The first Pikes Peak National Hill Climbing Contest spanned 3 days, and Penrose had spared no expense on his spectacle of auto racing. He had spent $300,000 building the world's highest auto highway and intended to draw worldwide attention to it.
I think Spencer Penrose, in anything he did, he spared no expense.
At stake was a $2,000 first prize and the Penrose Trophy, a gleaming silver monument.
The trophy is so iconic in the promotion not only of the event, but of the mountain itself. At the time it was made in 1916, it was probably the most valuable trophy ever, if not the United States, the world.
The race would take place on a course stretching just over 12 miles. 156 curves and steep cliffs would challenge each driver's ability to reach maximum speed. Thin air at the over 14,000-foot summit sucked power from engines as they approached the finish line. Sections of the highway soon earned names such as Devil's Playground and Bottomless Pit. Penrose invited the biggest names in racing. Included were famed aviator and race car driver Eddie Rickenbacker and the cigar-smoking Barney Oldfield of Indianapolis 500 fame. As the green flag dropped, the motorcycles were the first to race to the summit. Floyd Clymer rode an Excelsior to victory, beating a field that also included bikes from Harley-Davidson, Indian, and Thor. The next 2 days set the stage for the automobiles. Out in force were the auto manufacturers, including Cadillac, Stutz, Buick, and Studebaker. To the astonishment of all, the race was won by an unknown driver from Spokane, Washington, named Ray Lentz. He beat the big names in his homemade Romano Demon Racer, powered by a Curtiss airplane engine, finishing in a time of 20 minutes, 55 seconds. As Lentz was collecting the $2,000 first prize, he was heard telling a local newsman, "Mister, I just had to win. I was broke." With America entering the Great War, the race would not run in the following years. However, Penrose did not sit idly by. He expanded his scenic empire, building the opulent Broadmoor Hotel. And by 1920, his interest in drawing tourists to the region had grown. The roar of the 20s echoed through the valleys of Pikes Peak as the race was resumed. Manufacturers returned to the mountain with the intent of bringing the Penrose Trophy home. They brought renowned drivers such as Ott Loesch and King Riley, who reached an unprecedented 66 miles per hour at Devil's Playground. With the race running again, Penrose was eager to continue attracting visitors to the region and his new world-class hotel, the Broadmoor. As a man with an extensive automobile collection, it was clear he should sponsor a car in the race. Penrose chauffeur, Harry McMillan, persuaded him to convert one of his Pierce Arrow touring cars into the Broadmoor Special Yellow Devil.
The car, while very, very advanced for its time in terms of its design and its the way it was built, is a very, very crude and scary car. And to think that guys were driving that car on those tires and wooden wheels up to 90 miles an hour with no seatbelt, sitting on a hard bench of plywood, they were incredibly brave people.
While manufacturers had dominated the first 2 years of the 1920s, 1922 saw an upset that would change the race.
Noel Bullock is my great-grandfather. He built this race car out of an unwanted frame that weighed 95 pounds. He found some of the parts in a junkyard and pieced together this race car. He drove it here from Madrid, Nebraska, about 300 miles away, to Colorado Springs. When he pulled up to the starting line, the starter indicated to him that he could not run because he didn't have a number. So he dug in his toolbox and he found a can of black enamel. And because he was racing in the 24 slot, he put number 24 on the side of the race car. He came in 19 and a half minutes and was the champion of Pikes Peak. He revolutionized how Pikes Peak was run because the following year they added weight restrictions and other restrictions for the cars that were running on Pikes Peak.
As the decade closed, stock cars were added, marking the first addition to the race of a new division. Premier hill climb driver Glenn Schultz won the stock car division in 1929 in his Studebaker President 8. With his earlier open wheel wins, he made history as the first driver to win multiple divisions. The calendar rolled into the 1930s, and the Great Depression crippled the nation. Nonetheless, Glenn Schultz would charge forward and win 3 more times before 1933. His 8 victories were more than any other driver to date. Schultz had become King of the Mountain, a title that has been used ever since to refer to the overall winner of the race. Schultz would soon pass the torch to another driver, whose legendary run of success on Pikes Peak would stretch 40 years. Louis Unser, who had started racing Pikes Peak in 1926 with his brothers Joe and Jerry, would win 5 times across the 30s. Not only did Louis Unser win, but he was fast and would be the first driver to beat 16 minutes to the summit.
Oh, Uncle Louis was it. He was, number one, he was our hero. He was more than being an uncle. Uncle Louis was the one that won Pikes Peak all the time.
While the times may have been dropping, the decade wasn't without its speed bumps. 1935 saw the end of Spencer Penrose's involvement with the race, and the toll of the Great Depression limited participation from drivers and manufacturers. Due to a lack of interest, the stock car division was scrapped. Without its founder's guidance and with the economy in shambles, the race faced an uncertain future. Despite the war raging in Europe, the race pressed on. 1941 saw French drivers René Lebec and Jean Trevaux race 2 Talbot Specials, marking the first international participation. Later that year, America would enter the conflict, and the race was put on hold through 1945. As Americans celebrated the end of World War II, local organizers, including Robert Donner Sr., turned their attention to reviving the race.
Everyone put Pikes Peak in the little category of one of the great events of the world, and my grandfather became involved with the hill climb. He worked with Fair Tut to get the race going, and they reached out to business people all over the world and did whatever it took to sort of get people to come to the event.
With the race back on track, Louis Unser found himself challenged by Al Rogers, and a rivalry was born.
And Al Rogers, who was Uncle Louis's biggest competitor in those days, both of them, one or the other, usually win the race.
The 2 drivers dominated the decade and traded wins. No other driver would take the title in all of the 1940s. The biggest challenge to Rogers and Unser's dominance came from Denver Chevy dealer Johnny Morrow. In the sensational 1949 race, the auto dealer from Denver crashed 15 feet from the finish. Narrowly avoiding the same fate, Louis Unser spun out and barely made it across the finish line while driving in reverse. This action-packed race was a fitting end to the decade and set the stage for big things to come. As a wave of post-war optimism swept the nation in the 1950s, the race would experience unprecedented growth. Race organizers shortened the name to the Pikes Peak Auto Hill Climb. A sports car division was added in 1953. Racing pioneer Ack Miller took first 7 times in sports cars.
Ack Miller was one of the best drivers down there in sports cars and stock cars. He won the stock car class a couple times too.
He was a big, tall guy, and he always called Frank Big Frank. That was always kind of neat. He'd come up and say, "Hey, Big Frank."
The sports car division also featured Bob Donner II, who would drive his Porsche to victory in 3 of 4 races.
He just sort of had this idea, well, this is a rear-engine car. It probably has better traction. It's very much like an Indianapolis car. I mean, it was actually before they were running rear-engine in Indianapolis. I think it caught everyone by surprise because the car was so quick, everyone was just sort of caught off guard. You know, how could a stock car be beat by this little 4-cylinder Porsche?
The legend of Pikes Peak would grow even larger as the second generation of Unsers arrived on the mountain. Fast in the tire tracks of the elder Unsers came Jerry Jr., Louie, Bobby, and Al.
When I was probably 7 or 8 years old, Pikes Peak is all I ever dreamed of. And of course, my dad and his 2 brothers, Uncle Louie and Uncle Joe, all ran Pikes Peak. And that was a big deal to us kids.
It was something I think all of us kids wanted to do, and it meant a lot to us to run up there and be successful.
Making their entrance in 1955, the Unsers quickly adopted the winning ways of Uncle Louie. Twin brothers Jerry and Louie J. Unser would each win the stock car division twice.
Young Jerry Unser's driving in the best traditions of his famous family. After all time records are checked, Jerry Unser Jr. is declared the winner, setting a new record of 16 minutes and 8 seconds.
Bobby Unser notched 3 open-wheel wins, launching a career that would see the Unser name become one of the most recognized in all of auto racing.
Number 58 represents a name famous in this race. It's entered by Jerry Unser and driven by his son, Bobby.
Who was my biggest challenger? And that was Bobby Unser. He was the man that I had to beat. Even though he's my brother, I had to beat him. He was the competition. If you beat Bobby Unser, you won the race.
And Bobby Unser beats out Bob Finney for first place, setting a new record of 14 minutes and 27 seconds.
Keeping pace with the auto industry, technological developments were rampant in the race. Computerized timing was introduced in 1950, and the first use of a supercharger upset the stock car division in '57, to such a degree that they were banned in following years. Finally, Bobby Unser blew everyone away with his own brand of home-brewed innovation.
Between Firestone, who put a lot of money into the race, they tried to make it to where everybody had to run the Firestone tires. Well, to be honest with you, we didn't have enough money to buy the Firestone tires. So recaps were legal to run. So Daddy and I just went downtown, found a recap place. They crushed walnut shells, mix it in the rubber, and try it. And that was better than a standard tire. Next morning when I'm testing that, right away I could see a big difference in the handling of the car. And so next morning we had walnut shells on the rear, and we'd made some for the front also. Well, that thing just went so fast you just couldn't believe it, and it became our biggest secret.
Bobby Unser, with fast qualifying time, leads off. Unser demonstrates the driving technique that has made him a champion.
With his nerves of steel and walnut tires, Bobby Unser broke the 14-minute barrier and set a new course record. This was an indication of how technology would continue to change the race in the coming decade.
Come on, good Lord put me on this earth to win Pikes Peak. So it was my job to figure out how to do it, and that's what I did.
They will climb 12.5 perilous miles over roads leading up from here in the annual Pikes Peak.
Hello, everybody, and welcome along to Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil One. A little taster there of the Pikes Peak documentary. That was about a third of that fantastic program that charts the more than 100-year history of this fabled event on America's mountain. This year, 2020, the 98th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. And in our Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil One, today we'll bring you all of the action. The Acura TLX safety car on the start line now at a mere 9,390 feet above sea level. It will climb 12.42 miles to the summit, and that will give us an idea and the first chance to see what the conditions are like at the top. Just coming up just after 7 o'clock in the morning, local time, wherever you are around the world. It's fantastic to have you. In addition to the live coverage, and hopefully we'll see all 44 of the entrants that we're expecting. Here, joining me in the Mobil One Global Broadcast booth, as we are spread to the wide winds because of COVID, of course, and there are no fans on the mountain, by the way, a variety of superstar guests, and we'll get to our first one of those at a moment or two. If you're listening and watching now, I want you very quickly, because you're not going to miss anything, to go to www.pikespeakgiveaway.com. Giveaway without an S, pikespeakgiveaway.com. There's some fantastic goodies to have, particularly if you're a Porsche owner, but you will need your VIN number from your Porsche. Get onto that. They're all strictly limited, so if you're an early bird, you might well catch the giveaway goodie worm, as it were. All right, still waiting for the TLX to head up the hill. Let's bring in our first guest here at Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil One, and it's a good friend of mine, David Surasaki, ExxonMobil Global Motorsports Technology Advisor. Actually, we should shorten your title, David, to just Head of Cool Stuff for Mobil Exxon, because that's what you do. Formula One, WEC, IMSA, it's all about the great stuff that Mobil is doing in the wide worlds of motorsports. And Pikes Peak, a particular, if you like, mobile laboratory for all the competitors that head up the hill for Mobil One.
Yeah, John, thanks for inviting me to the broadcast. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. I wish we were in person doing this. I missed our Le Mans time together. That's always a special weekend, but it's nice to be here with you, at least virtually.
Tell me a little bit about motorsport and why a company like ExxonMobil and Mobil One as a brand. Why motorsport? What does it do for you, for the technology, and ultimately, I've got to say, for us, the consumers at the end of the day?
Yeah, it's a great question, and you kind of touched on it a little bit. It is our laboratory. It's a way for us to test and develop new technologies. And what's unique about motorsports is we're not restricted by guidelines by the industry or by an OEM. We can actually go specifically to the team. They want something developed for their car and their engine, and we can do it in a very short order. So in a couple of months, we could develop a new product and then go out and test it on the track. And that's what makes it really exciting to do new and different things all the time.
you know, because we've spoken before at Le Mans and at IMSA events, you know I'm a big Porsche fan, so I'm very excited to see the Cayman Club Sport class today. Very excited to see Jeff Svart with the Mobil 1 livery, the classic Mobil 1 Pegasus livery in that 935 recreation going up the hill as well, heading up the mountain. I was checking through the specs of those club sports. They appear to be using exactly the same Mobil 1 FS0W40 that I put in my 911-993, my 968 Club Sport from 1995, and indeed Eve, the responsible adult, and my considerably better half's 981 Boxster. There was a typo there, David. Surely they can't all be using standard road oil for a challenge like this.
No, and that's actually what makes the relationship with Porsche so unique, because they want us to develop products not only for racing applications, but they want their consumers, their drivers like you, to be able to use the best possible product in their car, push it to the limits, drive it hard, not be concerned about taking it up a hill if they wanted to and pushing it to the limits a little bit. Maybe they're not doing Pikes Peak, but you know as well as I do, sometimes you get out on the street and you don't see anybody around, you may hit the pedal, and you can feel confident that the Mobil 1 product's going to protect your car. Not you, I know. Maybe
no,
someone
of course
else.
Not. Absolutely not. We got the green flag now. Nick Robinson's just taking off in the official pace car. The TLX now heading up the hill, so we'll keep an eye on that as it goes up. The relationship with Porsche has been a long one with Mobil 1. How many Porsche cars and therefore engines do you think have come out of Germany first filled with Mobil 1 then down through the years?
Yeah, I don't know if I could quote a number, but I know since 1996, every Porsche car coming out of the factory has the engine has been filled with Mobil 1, and it's a great testament of the quality of our products and the confidence that the Porsche engineers have in putting our products, and we evolve with them as they evolve engine technologies and we update products. They have a lot of confidence in us to do the right thing as it develops a product, or as we develop the products for their cars.
I'm told, I've just heard in my ear, it's over 1 million Porsche engines since that date. It's an extraordinary number. The other thing that hits me, and I see this, and I know that there'll be people who won't believe this, but the Mobil 1 fully synthetic, the world's leading fully synthetic brand of fully synthetic motor oil, designed to run for 250,000 miles. Again, that as someone, I was taught very young before I got into synthetic oils in cars, I was changing my oil every 5, 6, possibly 10,000 miles. 250,000 miles, David, really?
Yeah, well, the product technology has been there for many years, and I think we had to let the engine technology and the air filters and everything kind of catch up, because the product itself, if run and operated properly, has a long life in an engine, and has for many years, even back in the 1970s when we developed the product. But the engine technology and everything, and maybe more so the consumers, weren't quite ready for that, for long oil drain intervals. But to get your car to last 250,000 miles, we've got testaments of people all over the world telling us they're well past 250. Personally, I've had 2 or 3 cars go past 250,000 miles, and it's a great testament to the product.
And I presume, David, that the Mobil 1 that we have now, like that FS0W40 that I buy and use, and I make that choice, and David will tell you he's never even comped me 1 litre of oil. I do actually buy it. I make the choice, and I say that deliberately because there'll be people saying, "Oh yeah, Hindhoff, you're saying that because you've been looked after," but that is not exactly the same as it would have been 10, 15, 20 years ago. The engineering, the molecular engineering in Mobil 1 fully synthetic, David, that'll have changed down through the years because of the development of engine technology too?
Yeah, and that it's changing all the time. And going back to your earlier question about being in motorsports we get to test new technologies, and maybe innovative new chemicals or new additives, new base oils. And because of the fact it's quite expensive to do prototype products, um, we could test some of those products in motorsports to see how they work, and they may evolve into the future product technologies that you would buy for your car. And you need scale for that to happen. You need volumes that make sense for the consumer pricing. But we get a chance to work on it on a smaller scale in motorsports, and then we can evolve those products into the next generation consumer products. And they do evolve all the time. We always talk about being at different generations of our products, and I think we're in seventh or eighth generation of Mobile One. So it's obviously changed many times over the years.
And looking forward, because if we look back to history, and particularly to this event, as we're here at Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One and Pegasus has a fantastic history here. Louis Unser's first victory here was on what was then Mobile oil, not synthetic back in those days, of course. Jeff Svart, a couple of years ago, his last class win, an overall win, in fact, was also here on Mobile One, fully synthetic. The motor industry is changing. The internal combustion engine, as we've said, has changed. But there's other things, are there, as we look forward, even to electrification? Will Mobile still be involved in the automotive industry?
Well, we're going to be involved. Well, first of all, I was watching the history video, and I was enjoying the Pegasus logos on the old cars and the old pumps that were there back in the day. So that was kind of fun to watch. But it's a product technology that's always evolving and changing, and we have to adapt to the new engines. But one of the things that's going on today is electrification, and we're working with the Porsche Formula E team right now, and we've developed a gearbox oil for them to maximize efficiency on the gearbox at some of the highest levels we've ever seen, or both of us between the Porsche engineers and ourselves have ever seen on efficiencies of a gearbox using a very, very unique product that we've never used anywhere else except with the Porsche Formula E program. And we're currently working on a grease for the electric motors. So normally you just want to protect the electric motors, make them efficient, and make sure the bearings last. But in this case, we're kind of pushing the envelope as far as we can, and we want the ultimate efficiency, and we want protection and efficiency that we can measure and look at. So together with SKF, Porsche, and us, we think we found a next generation grease for the Porsche Formula E program, and we'll be discussing it with them in the very near future.
Amazing. David, you and I have been at a number of motorsport events through the world in the last few years. I know that you are a great enthusiast for motorsport. We're here this weekend watching Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One, and doing it in this Mobile One Global Broadcast Centre, bringing everybody together.
I wish I was there, though.
Well, I'm looking at some. See, you're looking at my memorabilia, and I'm looking at some of yours. Going, I quite like the DHL Penske Porsche Spider that you've got behind you on the wall, and all that. But we have to acknowledge that the sport for a little while is going to be changed. We can't always have the spectators there. Great to see Pikes Peak has got the event on, and initiatives like this. Thank you to Mobile One for bringing the spectators effectively to the mountain when they couldn't get there in person. Why is that important, David, to get these great events still running? And why did Mobile One, I mean, you have got a great history with this event, but why did you want to get involved in this global broadcast?
Well, I think we want to make sure the fans get a chance to see, and you want them to be able to be at the events, but because of what's going on right now, without the fans being able to be there live, which is it's very hard. It's hard for me. It's hard for you and everyone else to not be at some of these events. But I think at least we can bring the events to the consumers and to the fans, and they get a chance to participate and see what's going on, and have a good live feed of what's going on at the track there. So in any of the motorsports, everyone needs a diversion, I think, and it's nice to have live sports, even if you can't be there in person. It's nice to be able to watch it. And I know as soon as I jump off this call, I'm going to flip on the F1 race, and we'll be right at least watching what's going on today.
At Spa-Francorchamps, of course, longest circuit on the F1 calendar. It's just over 7 kilometres, 4 and a bit miles around Spa. A different sort of challenge, as Le Mans in September this year will be a different sort of challenge for GM Chevy Corvette Racing, for Toyota, for Porsche, all of who you have partnerships with Mobile One. A little bit colder, a lot more darkness at Le Mans this year than we would have had at its standard time in June. Has that caused you any additional challenges, and your engineers any additional challenges with your partner teams for the 24 Hours of Le Mans coming up?
No, I don't think so. That will be interesting though, not for it to be at a different time, and we're already seeing what's happening with races that are on adjusted schedules, and the temperatures are much higher or colder in some tracks than they're used to. But the fact that Mobile One can manage cold temperature applications, especially your example that we're looking at Pikes Peak, where it can get quite cold. We're not concerned about that. I think the teams have very limited concerns about the oil conditions at cold temperatures. In road racing, just like here in Pikes Peak, we're using 0W technology oils, so you're getting very good cold temperature performance, fast flowing oils, even at startup.
Well, you've asked the question, and I've got some data screens just over to my right here. At the start line at the moment, it's 8 degrees Celsius, which is 46.4 Fahrenheit. At the finish, 1.4 degrees Celsius, which I reckon is about 29.5 Fahrenheit. That's a huge spread for anything to take it within the change of seasons, never mind within the space of 12, 14 minutes on one run up a mountainside, David.
Yeah, absolutely, and it shows the extremes that we have to deal with, and the fact that you have an engine that's going to start in one condition and finish in a different condition. Just like an airplane takes off and it could be hot on the ground and it's up in the air and it's well below zero. So it's a good testament of a product that can manage a wide temperature range and still protect all of the moving components of the car. These guys are pushing the limits to the car all the way up that hill. By the time they get to the top, they're on oxygen and the engine's gasping for air, right? So everything is being pushed to the limits, and the fact that you've got Mobile One in there to protect the engine, I think, makes it easier for the drivers and the teams to feel comfortable. They've got good engine protection.
And does that altitude change the way the oil reacts as well, or is that more enclosed in the engine?
No, I don't think it has an effect at all. So it may be more on the air quality coming into the engine, or the amount of air coming into the engine, and temperatures may rise because of that. So you may get a push on the temperatures, operating temperatures, and obviously puts a lot of stress on the driver.
What are we going to see then in the next few years from Mobile, and particularly with Mobile One, in terms of all of that technology, all of that data that you're taking in from your partner teams, whether it be in Formula One, World Endurance Championship, Le Mans, Pikes Peak, International Hill Climb, IMSA, wherever that is. And we should say as well that quite a lot of that, including Porsche and Corvette, they're running with what are essentially based on road car, street car engines. Where are we going to see the advances on the auto parts shelves? And I know for at the moment, by the way, that there's a great offer if you're in the US from O'Reilly for double O'Reilly rewards points on every purchase of Mobile One. What are we going to see then as the end user? Where do we get the benefit, and what will those advances be? Will we see it, or do we just have to take the knowledge and I suppose the confidence that all of that knowledge is going into every can or bottle that we buy?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and it's a question we talk about, at least within our motorsports team, on a daily basis. Where's technology going? I think for one, you're going to continue to see performance improvements and efficiency improvements in internal combustion engines. They're not going away. They're still going to be here, but you're going to see a continued push for efficiency and fuel economy no matter what brand of engine or where it's coming from. So I think that puts pressure on us. I think also the fact that you're going to try to minimize waste oil. So one of the things that we push for many, many years is extended engine oil life. And I think you'll continue to see the envelope pushed around the globe. It's much longer drain intervals in Europe than it is in the U.S. And I think you're going to see more and more of that. So you're not having waste oil. It's good for the environment. And then one of the things our team is working on is we're testing renewable and biodegradable base oils that can be used in performance applications, which means it could be used in a road car.
Wow. And the knock-on effects, of course, we talk, and when we've talked in the past, we talk about oil and Mobil 1 fully synthetic in terms of what we get as the benefit as an end user, as the road car driver, the street car driver. As those street cars become more and more complex and the search for those efficiencies goes on, we see now in some road cars active aero with slats that open and close behind the grills of cars. Now there is a bit of a spin-off if you can use the right oil and the kind of data that you guys have compiled over the years with your race team partners, that you can bring down the operating temperature of the engine. I never think of that particularly on a current road car. I think of it a lot on my 993 because although Luftgekühlt, air-cooled, it's actually oil-cooled and air-cooled. So I think about it for that, but I keep forgetting about that with the more up-to-date cars, the more modern cars. But those type of savings, David, that's an extra performance premium, if you like, that you get from using Mobil 1 fully synthetic.
Yeah, and that's a good point because if everyone were to use the most efficient oil for their car and the right products for their car, they could get a little bit more better gas mileage on a daily basis. And you multiply that by all the cars out there, we can have a bigger impact on fuel economy around the globe overnight, and not initially just talk about hybrids or electrification. We could do a lot with the internal combustion engine today, and I think the OEMs are looking at that. I think they're going to continue to push for that.
We're about 6-7 minutes away from seeing Scott Birdsall on the line with the first runner to go up the 2020 Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. You with Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil 1. David Sirasaki, a guest with me, John Hindhoff here from the Mobil 1 Global Broadcast area. What are you looking forward to seeing today in these 44 vehicles that's going up? It's a challenge for everybody. They'll all have slightly different goals to achieve, a bit like the 24 hours of Le Mans, actually. Sometimes just getting to the end is enough for people, and that's quite similar here. What are you looking forward to today, David?
Well, first of all, I want all the drivers and the teams to be safe and to have minimize any accidents. I know it's a very dangerous place, and it's exciting to see that. But I really hope all the drivers and everyone are safe there. But to me, the Pikes Peak is just a great fan type thing for me. It's not something I've been involved with, and not necessarily actively involved with any particular team at a race or at an event. So for me, this is a great fan interest to just watch the teams and watch the cars go up the hill, and just the extreme level of on the edge driving. That is so fun to watch, and to think they're almost out of control, but they've got right on the edge of the control of the car. That's pretty fun.
Literally right on the edge here as well, with no guardrails. I don't know if you've ever been right at the top, David. I have, a couple of years ago when I was there reporting for Mobil 1 on their what became a record run for a street stock SUV, the Bentley Bentayga, and once was enough for me.
Yeah.
These people like Jeff Swart who go back year after year. I went up at walking pace in my hire car, and actually I think coming down was probably just as scary, if not. It takes a special sort of person to want to come here, David, and challenge the mountain.
I think so. I think the skill level is just amazing. I mean, these guys are really, really good, and obviously they're a little bit on edge, or they've got a couple of rocks shifted in their head, maybe. But the skill level is just tremendous.
I like to say differently wired, or that I think that's the way. And thank goodness for that, because
Yes.
we need one thing about what I see at Pikes Peak, and I know you as an enthusiast. Well, I think you'll see this the same. I hope you'll see this the same way. I like to see motorsport nowadays where you look at it and say, nah, I couldn't do that. There is a lot of motorsport, even for us who are involved in it, and you particularly with Formula One, there will be people who look at Formula One and the onboards and say, for, Lewis Hamilton or Max Verstappen, who you've been involved with clearly with Red Bull Aston Martin Racing, and you see the flappy paddles and you see the way the cars barely move around and think, I'm sure there's people who think themselves, with a bit of practice, I could get close to that. I watch MotoGP, and even though I ride a bike, I think I could never do that. I watch this and think, never in the million years. And I think that's good for motorsport, that things look difficult, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And the average person like myself and we watch road racing and we think, okay, just give me that car and I could do the same thing, or at least get some decent lap times in. And the fact you get in a go-kart and you can run around the track and you can have a great time and you feel like a race car driver. But this event here, this Pikes Peak event, is something else. You mentioned the Batavia last year, a couple of years ago. I went out to some practice sessions with them out in California, and just watching them out there, even on a small course like that, it was something else. And I think you're right. I think it's nice to be able to watch something from a fan interest to say, boy, that is just extreme. That is something else. And I think the Pikes Peak event is a true testament of skill and the vehicles themselves to be able to do what they do.
Well, the sun beginning to put a little bit of heat onto the pavement. All paved, of course, since 2012 in a project that started back in 2002. It's dropped down to 1.3 degrees Celsius. That's still just 29 degrees Fahrenheit at the top. And that looks to me as if they've got the scrapers out up the top there. It looks like there might be a little bit of either heavy overnight frost, or they might even have had a little bit of hail up at the top end there. That looks perhaps a little whiter than just a little bit of morning air frost and ground frost up there. This is going to be a real challenge, David, and just take you back a couple of years to that Bentley Bentayga, again running on Mobile One. That was a street stock car with effectively the back seats taken out and a lot of safety equipment put into that. What kind of challenge was that for Mobile One, or did that again okay, this is what we do?
Yeah, it wasn't a challenge per se. I mean, they did do some modifications to the body of the car and things like that. But as far as the performance of the engine and the performance of the Mobile One oil that went into it, that was just a pure testament, just like we're doing here today in Pikes Peak, of taking our consumer products that people can use in their cars and showing it how it can perform and perform at really extreme applications.
David, thanks for joining us, and enjoy the rest of your motorsport weekend. I know you'll be keeping a very close eye on what's going on at the moment. When do you think you'll be back at a motorsport event, or is it just one of those things? Oh, and by the way, I must say, I should have said -1 up at the top, -1.3 degrees Celsius, which is why my calculations at 29 Fahrenheit was about right. And that's why we're seeing the white up at the top there. Is it just too fluid at the moment, David, to know when you'll next be at a track, or have you made some tentative plans to see some motor racing in person?
At this point, I don't have any plans to physically attend a race. I was actually going to go to an NHRA race in Minnesota not too long ago because I could drive to it, but it got canceled. And a couple of events that one or two members of my team were going to try to attend, but they also got canceled. The only thing actively with the team is our two embedded team members for the F1 program that are traveling within the bubble for F1, and they're monitoring fuel and oil for the two respective Formula One teams. But yeah, at this point, I've got to be watching it on TV just like everyone else, and try to be a fan from my couch, and it's the best we could do. But and using Zoom and using video conferencing, that's what we're going to have to live with for a little bit. But hopefully by next year things will change.
I've got the F1 on DVR. Obviously, I'll be watching that later on and catching him on a bit of the IndyCar as well from Gateway on a busy weekend. Just before I let you go, is it true that you guys in Formula One, when you're doing your analysis of the oil that comes out the engine, you can give the teams, and I presume this is the same at Le Mans, you can give the teams an idea of what might be going wrong by what molecular molecules of metals you can find in, and I mean molecules of metals that you find in the oil that's coming out?
That's absolutely correct. So what we're doing in the Formula One garage, which is a little bit unique in some of our racing applications, to have a laboratory inside the garage. But you're right, we can actually test used oil coming out of the gearbox, coming out of the hydraulic system, the engine oil, and we're testing it almost every time they start the engine, or every other time they start the engine, and after every practice, every qualifying session, and the race itself. But we can give them an indication if they're getting specific wear metals down to the parts per million, so very, very small amounts, and we're tracking and measuring this against previous data results. So we can see if the trend is changing. We can follow it by engine. So yeah, we can give good information back to the engineers to say there may be a problem here, there may be a bearing, because those guys can tell what metal comes off first, and they know it's a bearing material that's starting to wear through. It's pretty amazing. But this is Formula One, and Formula One is watching every little piece, and we try to do our part to help them.
I'm shaking my head here because that sounds like science fiction to me, David. If I didn't know you well enough, I would think you were just making that up as you were going along there. David, thanks for joining us. I know your time's busy, and I know you'll be interacting with all your engineers around the world for Mobil One. But thanks for joining us in the Mobil One Global Broadcast Centre. Have a good weekend, and hopefully see you at a track soon.
Thanks, John. It's good to be with you. I hope to see you again in person soon.
Yeah, make that two of us. David Sirasaki, the ExxonMobil Global Motorsport Technology Advisor, joining us here on Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil One. As you will have seen by the pictures, we're on a slight hold at the moment. A little bit of track work going on up at the top end of the mountain, where the temperature was sitting underneath freezing point, which is why you saw the grader out there. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us using the hashtag #PikesPeakLive, hashtag #PikesPeakLive. Thank you to Carol Brink in Monterey, California, and to our normal pit lane reporter, Shea Adam, who's tuned in, and she's just said to me, and I wasn't going to read this out, but I am now, because this echoes my own experience of being up on America's mountain. Shea says, as somebody who currently lives at sea level, seeing the pictures from Pikes Peak makes my stomach slightly uncomfortable. That's high. Shea, I'm telling you, even when I'm looking at the feed now, my toes are curling up just a little bit, as if I'm grabbing terra firma just a little bit more. Don't forget, pikespeakgiveaway.com, pikespeakgiveaway.com. Lots of goodies to get rid of, but when they're gone, they're gone. So the earlier you get into that, the better. And if you're a Porsche owner, go and dig out your VIN number, because there's some special Jeff Swart swag that we've got for you. We've also got loads of guests for you as well, involved in the sport, involved in the life automotive. And my next guest is an absolute superstar, and I'm delighted to welcome Magnus Walker to the Mobil One Global Broadcast booth. Magnus, thank you very much indeed for joining us. And first of all,
top of the morning, John.
And to you, sir. How are you doing in this lockdown period? Has it affected you, or have you been not so badly hit in your part of the world?
Well, I'm in California. It's barely daylight here. It's 6:30 a.m. in the morning. I'm waking up early on Sunday to be with you guys, so I appreciate the opportunity. I've been getting out and about and driving a lot. I've got accessibility to some nice cars and some really awesome roads. So I like to get out and about, drive on my own, and be at one with the car in the moment. So thanks for asking. And looks like the light is slightly coming through. So I got my coffee. I'm waking up, and I'm happy to be here.
Now, in California, but eagle-eared listeners would realise that that is not a US accent. Originating from Sheffield, am I right, Magnus?
Yeah, you are. Steel City. I came out to LA 1986 as a 19-year-old. So I've actually been in LA 34 years, spent 19 years of my life in LA. I practice my accent every day. Last year, I actually became a US citizen after having been in the country for 33 years. So dual citizenship, Anglo-American, kept my British passport, and proud to be in America, proud to be in LA.
You're an inextricable part of the Porsche automotive scene, described on the caption there as outlaw Porsche builder stroke fashion designer. It was the fashion design that got you started, though, Magnus, to be fair, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was sex, drugs, rock and roll. I'd always been a car guy growing up. With my dad, I used to watch a lot of motorsport, went to racetracks like Donington and Mallory Park and Alton Park in England, and my uncle David had a Lotus. So we grew up working class, but I was always sort of around cars, or at least visually around cars, and always liked music, always sort of liked fashion. And when I moved to LA, that was sort of the perfect combination of all of those key ingredients. So my background was rock and roll fashion design. But I describe myself as a man with a beard. I'm a car enthusiast. Porsche is my drug of choice. But hey, I just bought an E-Type Jag. I had one back in the 90s, and I just acquired another one. So I think the connection with all true car guys is you like the thrill of the chase, the drive, the speed. And what better place to sort of be watching that than Pikes Peak, even though I'm watching it remotely. So, yeah, I'm a man with a beard, a fashion guy, a car guy, and like I say, happy to be with you.
I'm told now your collection, if we can call it that, is somewhere over 20, 25 Porsches. When people ask me, you know, how many Porsches do you need? My stock answer is just one more. But how did you get started with Porsche?
Well, the dream started really, I got to go back to 1977. I'm a 10-year-old. My dad takes me to the London Old Court Motor Show. I have the Porsche poster on the wall. When I think of Porsche, I think of the Turbo. But I never owned a car when I lived in England, never really saw Porsches in Sheffield. Wasn't until I came to America in 86 that I started seeing more Porsches. But I always had a dream. The long answer to your question is I always had a dream. I wrote a letter to Porsche when I was 10 saying I wanted to design for them. They wrote me a nice letter back saying, hey, call us when you're older. And then after being in LA a couple of years, by the time I turned 25, I acquired my first Porsche, which was a 1974 slant nose 911 conversion that I bought at the wonderful Pomona swap meet for $7,500. And that represented to me a dream come true. It represented a sense of personal achievement. And it also represented my first taste of freedom at speed. So that was way back in 92, 28 years ago. And I've owned quite a few of them since. You know, I call myself an enthusiast, a collector with an out of control hobby. You know, and I'm more passionate about Porsche than I've ever been. So to me, you know, I love everything about them. You know, the way they look, they smell, they sound, they drive, they're engaging. You know, it's more than a way from getting to A to B. And then, of course, there's the Porsche people, which is a global community of like-minded individuals that all share stories and occasionally rides behind the wheel of their cars. So that's a sort of long answer to your question on how I became a Porsche guy.
Did you mean to have more than 25 cars, Magnus, or is it just one of those things where you bought cars and then didn't sell them? That's how I've ended up with 3 Porsches sitting around between my wife and I. And I would have another one if the right one comes along tomorrow, and I would not be able to sell any of the 3 that I've got because I have a real emotional tie to them, which is not something I can say for a lot of other cars that I've owned.
Well, you hit the nail on the head there. You're obviously a Porsche person. We all speak Porsche. I mean, for me, I love everything about the Porsche. I hate selling them. So seldom do I sell. I've been collecting for well over 25 years. So when I started acquiring them, they were affordable cars. So it wasn't like I was buying at the top of the market. But I always bought what I personally liked at the time, whether it was a slant nose, a short wheelbase car, early 3-liter turbos. But for me, when it comes to Porsche, the goal from a collecting point of view is one of everything Porsche's ever made. So it's front engine, mid-engine, rear engine, air and water cooled. So it's not just 911. It's all the water cooled, lifted cooled cars, the 924, 928, 944, 968. It's the unloved ones. It's the 914, and eventually it will be a 356. You know, my generation growing up in the 70s, the poster you probably had on the wall was one of these three. It was a Porsche 930 Turbo, Lamborghini Countach, or probably Ferrari 512 Boxer. But for me, it was always Porsche. So to answer your question, I'm fortunate in the sense that I have a lot of space to actually store these cars, drive these cars. And I got into them when they were really affordable, because 10, 15 years ago, Porsches, and especially 911s, were really undervalued and they were super affordable. Once you get into, let's call them, you know, the non-911s, the 914s and 924s and things like that, they're still affordable to this day. But even to this day, there's a Porsche for every price point, every entry level. You know, less than $5,000 gets you behind the seat of a Boxster, which is a really awesome Porsche driving experience. So to me, Porsche is not just 911. 911 is obviously the pinnacle, but you know, anything with a Porsche badge on it, I'm interested in it. It's all about variety.
Well, and I agree with that. I've got a front-engined 968 Sport, we've got a 911, and we've got a Boxster, so front, middle, and rear engine car. And the 968 is my daily driver, and it sits outside for its pains, but it's meant to be driven. And every time I drive it, I have a smile on my face. I suspect this would be like asking somebody to pick between their children. But do you have a favourite of the cars that you have stashed away?
Yeah, I do. It's interesting you mentioned the 968. I have two of them. I actually had one in New York City for quite some time, which I parked on the street in the East Village. Perhaps my average daily driver is a 78 928, which is one of my favorites of all the front engine cars, just because it's got enough torque and comfort to be a great GT cruiser, but it's nimble enough to be fun in the twisty canyons. But to answer your specific question, my favorite Porsche that I own is the car that I refer to as number 277. My 1971 911T, the red, white, and blue car, the car you can get in a little Hot Wheels form. I also bought that car at the Pomona Swap Meet back in 1999, so I've owned that car 21 years. That was a street car, which I evolved into a streetable track car. The sum of its parts was nothing really special, you know, but it was a car you could drive to the track, do track days in, and drive it back home. So if I had to keep one, it's my 1971 911T, known as 277, currently running a 2.8 liter twin plug motor. So
nice.
That is the one if I only have to keep one.
We're just on a bit of a delay at the moment. Magnus Walker with us here in the Mobile One Global broadcast area for our Pikes Peak live coverage. So having bought those Porsches, Magnus, and had to effectively keep them running yourself, is that where it all developed? And your style is very well known, that outlaw style. And is that where it all evolved from, that you wanted something that you could look after yourself, that you could put your own stamp on it, and having been involved in fashion and doing a bit of design and not being worried to pick up a pair of scissors or a sewing machine to make something you wanted, you were prepared to do that with the cars as well?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, sewing machines get a little bit heavy, so you can't necessarily pick them up that easy. But I do hear what you're saying. No, I mean, truth be told, with these early Porsches, at least for the first 30 years of 911 production, they were easy to modify. So I was never afraid about modifying them. And, you know, obviously people have been modifying Porsches since 1948. You know, James Dean was probably the first outlaw with his little bastard. So what I've been doing is nothing new. I'm just adding my own personality to the builds, a little bit of Americana, a little bit of rock and roll in the sense of probably fabric combinations. But ultimately it started with, just like everyone else, trying to make the cars maybe a little bit more tuned to my own personality. The great thing with Porsches is everyone's modified them to make them go faster, stop better, and handle better. So that's where it begins, obviously. We all have a need for speed. You know, you can put a 3.6 liter motor in your 1964 911 if you chose to do so. And remember, that original 64 911 was only a 2 liter. But that platform, the 911 platform, it's easy to modify. So it began there. Then I started doing some track days. And so, of course, you know, I wanted the car to stop better. So I started with a stickier tire, slightly wider wheels, stickier brake pads, and then obviously suspension. And then ultimately a slightly more powerful motor. But I was always one of those guys that less is more. I like the idea that I could drive the car to the track. I didn't have to trailer it. That way, it wasn't a full-blown track car where you couldn't drive it on your spirited mountain canyon roads whenever you wanted. So that was the great thing about Porsche, and it still is, especially these air-cooled 911s. You got to remember 20 years ago, super affordable, easy to modify, really fun to drive, handle great, and then you can add your own style to them. And for me, my inspiration was always the late 60s, early 70s, Porsche's golden era of motorsports. I started with Vic Elford. I often talk about the Vic Elford Special, Monte Carlo Rally, reads into Porsche's first overall victory at Le Mans in 1970. So from a visual point of view, that was my sort of color combo graphic scheme, mixed in with a little bit of Americana, my love affair with all-American movies such as Starsky and Hutch and Rockford Files and Dukes of Hazzard, and then throw a little bit of punk rock in it, put it in a blender, and what came out or comes out is my own personal style. And I like to modify things anyway. So that was it. That was how I got started. And that's sort of the story as to what I build. I'm an enthusiast. It's not a business. I don't build customer cars, but I just have fun with them. And I also have fun with what I call OPP, other people's Porsches, which occasionally I get to drive. So that's the story on the style of the cars that I build. But ultimately, it's all about, in the end, the drive. And I like to drive.
Now, of course, you have a global reputation. I see you almost as an ambassador, if you like, for Porsche. I suspect that when it all first started, Magnus, there was one or two people in the Porsche mark area, not necessarily from the factory, but certainly Porsche enthusiasts might have looked slightly askew at you of turning, what is he doing with our lovely cars? But they're the same sort of people that every new Porsche comes out and says, well, that's not a real Porsche. That's not a real Porsche. Did you have to fight against that a little bit, or did you frankly just not care?
Well, those guys have been around, since 1965. Let's not forget when the iconic 911 replaced the 356. The 356 guys weren't in love with the 911. But as we know, the 911's been around for, 56 years. So for me, I never really worried about what other people thought, whether these guys were telling me that's the wrong shade of CAD plating. I never worried about that. To me, it was always like, I own the car. I can do whatever I want with the car. And the car always determined whether it got modified or not. And what I mean by that is I owned a 64 911. Obviously, I wasn't going to modify that. I owned some very early turbos, which are numbers matching cars. Obviously, I wasn't going to hot rod those. But because, a lot of these cars, when I got into them, had already been abused, motors had been changed. It didn't really matter to me. And I never sought out other people's approval on the cars that I was building. I have a theory, a motto, it's a mantra more like I always go with my gut feeling. And if something feels right to me, I just do it. And I've never been one of those guys, whatever I've done, whether it's modifying Porsches or buying buildings in downtown LA when people thought I was stupid 20 years before it became the place to be. I've never sort of sought out people's advice and praise before I do something. I have a feeling inside that says this is what I want to do, and I don't get sidetracked by that. And that's kind of been my MO since I was a teenager. You got to remember, I grew up in Sheffield listening to heavy metal music. That was sort of the beginning of what you may call my outlaw or outcast or slightly rebellious nature of not towing the line. But obviously looking the way I do, I'm not your typical Porsche looking person in reference to, kind of what it is you're saying. Not that there is a typical looking Porsche person, but the majority or the stereotype of the Porsche owner was not necessarily somebody that looked like myself. It might have been a slightly older doctor, lawyer type of guy. So, obviously people thought, what I was doing probably wasn't correct, but I never worried about that because I was doing it for myself, not trying to please others. So I think that covers that question right there, at least from my point of view.
As a lad from a little bit further north in Sunderland in my formative years, Magnus, I'm delighted to see what you've done down through the years. You mentioned about the opportunities you've had down through the years, and as I say, you've become accepted by, almost had a seal of approval from Porsche themselves. Actually, has that led to any great opportunities that lad growing up in Sheffield would have just shook his head at and thought, nah, that'll never happen. Take him away. That's never going to happen.
That's an awesome question. You know, I hadn't really thought about it because even to this day, I still haven't bought or owned a new Porsche. I've driven lots of them, but I haven't owned one. And I'd never really thought about it in Sheffield. I didn't even think about it in LA. In 2012, a buddy of mine, Timmy Moscovici, did a short documentary film about my life and my passion for cars called Urban Outlaw. And that really was the catalyst. That put me on the global map back in 2012. You know, I had a little thread going on Pelican Parts about my out of control Porsche hobby, probably 2010. But to answer your question, Tamir asked me a question in the film, and he said, it was just an off the cuff question, nothing was scripted. But he said, what do you think Porsche would think about what you've done with their cars? And I said, you know what? I hope they'll be smiling about it. And literally within 3 months of that film coming out, I got a letter from Porsche basically saying they'd seen the film Urban Outlaw. They understood I wrote to them as a 10-year-old back in 1977, and they invited me to the factory. The first thing I got was a Porsche Garage Shield from a buddy called Chalmers Niemeyer, who worked at Porsche. Then this letter came, and then I actually went to visit Porsche at the factory in 2013 for the first time ever. And then I have this strange relationship over the past 6-7 years where I think Porsche realized I have something that you cannot manufacture, put in a container and sell. And that's passion, you know, and that's what I call Porsche passion. And that's something that cannot be marketed. You either have it or you don't. You can't go to the Porsche store and buy Porsche passion. Thankfully, you know, Porsche enthusiasts all share that same passion. And I think Porsche realized, hey, what I bring to the brand is a true love affair, a lifetime love affair of over 40 years for the mark. And I think they realized, hey, even though he's doing something that might not be the norm, he's bringing people together. You know, I do these outlaw gatherings all over the world, you know, and so they started inviting me to events, you know, might be, you know, Goodwood Revival or the Old Timer GP at the Nürburgring or the new Taycan launch. So I'm not affiliated with Porsche in any official way. I'm not an ambassador. There's no agreement. But they keep inviting me to these events and occasionally loaning me cars, such as the new Turbo 992 Turbo S and various other things. So for me, it was a pinch yourself moment. It was one of those, how did I get here? I never thought this would happen. But ultimately, it would happen kind of very organically, which is how most of my life had happened. You know, if I wrote a letter to Porsche saying, hey, I want to do stuff with you, I would probably have never got a reply back. But it was just a little catalyst of passion for the brand, and it happened organically. And yeah, I never thought it would happen. I still pinch myself as to how did I get here and how am I still able to get, you know, cars loaned from them occasionally to go do things. So I'm super fortunate. I'm super thankful just to be what I call a friend of the family in a small way. So that is my Porsche passion story and the relationship with Porsche explained quite simply, I think.
It is passion, it's emotion, and sometimes it can be very, 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 very raw. You mentioned the Taycan there. I was fortunate enough before what my very sensible other half has dubbed the big pause for 2020 to get in behind the wheel of a Taycan and drive it rather spiritedly around the Daytona road course, the Rolex 24 earlier on this year. And people have said, rolled their eyes again, as we were talking before. Porsche, you know, when they built an SUV with the Cayenne and the Macan, every time they changed the 911, now it's an electric car. Rolled their eyes. I think the Taycan is a proper Porsche. I think that's not Porsche going electric. That's electric being Porsche, actually. I was really impressed with that. And you've had a go in that as well, I believe.
Yes, what I call high voltage rock and roll. You know, the first time I got in a Taycan was actually at the Formula E race in Brooklyn last year. Went for a couple of demo laps, and I had a passenger riding one in New York City. And then finally, Porsche came and dropped one off in downtown LA, and I took a very spirited ride. This was earlier on this year. Took a very spirited ride up my favorite road, Angeles Crest Highway, which climbs all the way to 7,200 feet. It's about a 40-mile road. It's a world-class mountain road, and it basically tests everything. And I go to that road at least once a week, and I found myself in the Taycan going at least 10, if not 20 miles an hour faster than I've gone in most of my early 911s, with way less drama and way less noise, obviously. And a couple of things I will say about what Porsche does. Whatever category they're in, they excel in it. You mentioned the Cayenne and the Macan, you know, they account for over 50% of Porsche sales, and they're probably the best SUVs in that category. The Taycan, I think, without a doubt, is the best car in that electric category. And people say, well, there's no noise. Well, I actually like Formula E racing, and, you know, that's an electric motorsports thing. And I jokingly refer to the Taycan as high voltage rock and roll, but it doesn't make those sounds. But for me, sound is deceptive. People relate sound to noise, but in reality, noise is not necessarily speed, because the Taycan goes real quick, but you don't hear it. Therefore, cops aren't going to hear you speeding. But you hear all these other noises, like the suspension rattling and creaking, and the tires squealing, and the rock chips coming up. And I always say you have to evolve. You know, you got to adapt to the environment, otherwise you become a dinosaur. And Porsche's excelled at this for the past 70 years, adapting to the new environment, the 356 to the 911, to the Boxster, to the the Cayenne, to the Macan, and now to the future. You know, it's going to be interesting to see what the future brings, but the future for Porsche with the Taycan looks great to me. But what I always say is, as long as I can still get oil and gasoline, I'm keeping my internal combustion cars. I'm still driving them. People are still going to be tinkering with them. The Taycan falls into what I call OPP, other people's Porsches. I love driving other people's Porsches. I get to experience them, but I don't necessarily have to own them. So I've driven the Taycan. It's high voltage rock and roll.
You were talking about that mountain road there, going up to 7,500 feet above sea level. This event here, 12.42 miles, 12.5 miles, actually starts another 2,000 feet higher than that, and then goes to just over 14,000 feet. An extraordinary challenge for any vehicle to be, and driver, to be attempting. And to think that it was first done in 1916 is, from an automotive point of view, it's almost mind-blowing.
Yeah, for sure. I would agree completely with that. I've been to Pikes Peak twice. My girlfriend Hannah's family, they live in Denver. So we actually went to Pikes Peak for the first time in 2017, not for the race. This was after Thanksgiving. And I actually drove up Pikes Peak in a minivan. When I got to the summit, or when we got to the summit of 14,000 feet, it was freezing cold. The first time I went to the Pikes Peaks race was actually in 2018. I was going to wear this T-shirt here, but, blue doesn't suit me, so I'm going to hold it up. I first went to Pikes Peak race in 2018.
Me too.
When Romain Dumas, did the 7 minutes and 57 seconds in the Volkswagen electric car. So
yes.
I was there on that sort of very memorable, historic day. I had an awesome time. I mean, it's just a spectacular event. Of course, last night in preparation for our little interview, I had to get on the YouTube. Of course, Walter Roll and Michel Mouton, and I'd met Walter Roll a couple of times, and I've even met Ari Vatanen. I met him last year somewhere up a mountain in France. So, his hill climb, or the video of him with his hand in front of his face with the sun coming down, doing the one
climb dance. Yes.
Climb. It's just epic stuff. Seb Loeb and all his exploits going up the hill. So, I mean, it's just an awesome event. I like motorsports events, and Pikes Peak is a world-class motorsport event that's intoxicating, exciting, and if you get to the top of it, obviously leaves you physically breathless.
In everything that you've done, Magnus, and thank you for your time, by the way, and we'll start to wrap up here. We're on hold for ice at the top of Pikes Peak at the moment, which is why there's no action. So we've got the opportunity to talk a little more with our wonderful guests here on Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil One. In everything that you've done, Magnus, have you been tempted to do any competition yourself? I know you're a spirited driver, and I've spoken to people who have been around you who say that you handle a car very, very well indeed. Have you been tempted to do something more officially competitive, if you like?
Well, from 2002 to 2008, I was pretty active in the Porsche Owners Club, Southern California Racing Group. So I went through their program, through the time trial short track, time trial big track, got club race licensed. And for that 6-year period, I did used to compete. You know, this is way before I got on the internet and the beard wasn't quite as gray, but I used to do at least 40 track days a year in car number 277.
Wow.
So I would drive it to Willow Springs, drove it to Laguna Seca. I did a lot of West Coast racetracks from Thunderhill, Laguna Seca, California Speedway, Las Vegas Motor Speedway, Phoenix Motor Speedway. I've driven VIR. So I did compete on that amateur club level for about 6 years, was super into it. And I enjoyed that part of it. And then that sort of moved into me around 2008, 2009, modifying cars. You know, I realized it's kind of expensive to go racing, you know, even if it's just fuel and brake pads and who's your tires, and, you know, hopefully nothing goes wrong with the car mechanically. So, you know, I tasted that, but never really pursued it past that 5-6 year period with the Porsche Owners Club, which is for me like perhaps the best intro into club racing and ultimately becoming a better driver, learning car control in a safe environment. I actually used to instruct students with the Porsche Owners Club at Willow Springs, which I found super enjoyable, of giving back. And also for me, it was a way of learning the track from the passenger side of the car. You know, so it was gaining experience, it was gaining seat time, it was gaining car control, fine tuning all the sensors. And so to answer your question, I enjoyed it, and I did it probably from that period of time, almost 15 years ago. But I still have the car, and I'm still able to, you know, at least have 7 or 8 tenths of that fun on the street, which is why I love the idea of what I call a streetable track car. And that is what Porsche excels at. You know, I'm not just talking about old cars. I'm talking about you can go buy a brand new 992, drive it off the showroom floor and go do some track days, whether it's the entry-level Carrera or all the way up to one of the latest, greatest GT2, GT3 RSs, and even the king of the hill, the GT2.
Oh, yes. Be still my beating heart. I saw the first MR, Manti Racing in the UK, right-hand drive, that RPM Technic are building under license from Manti Racing on Thursday at Silverstone. What a beast that was as well. Magnus, what's left for you then? We'll wrap up after this. What's left for you to do? What have you still got to tick off? Anything? Or is that not the way Magnus Walker works? Are you more of a day-to-day guy?
I'm more of a day-to-day guy. I've never been that, you know, bucket list, tick them off type of guy. As long, you know, I've done some kind of cool things recently. Miglia was an event that I sort of always wanted to do. Carrera Panamericana is on the list, and that may happen. But I'm more of a day-to-day guy, seize the moment as it comes, and don't over sweat the details. Like I said earlier, I just bought a 69 E-Type Jag in the past 48 hours, so I got new old car fever. You know, I have a bunch of cars that are not Porsches that I enjoy driving. I got an AMC Hornet recently. I got a 79 Lotus Esprit. So to me, to answer your question, continue enjoying life, make the most out of every moment, and stay creative, stay busy. And hopefully these opportunities of sharing what I would call memorable moments with like-minded car enthusiasts like yourself, you know, hopefully they still keep coming so I can enjoy life. Get up early on a Sunday morning. I'll probably go for a drive after this. So that's probably what's on my list. Make the most out of every moment and enjoy life.
Great idea. It's a bank holiday Monday in the UK tomorrow, and that effectively becomes my Saturday as I've been working all weekend. And the only decision I'm doing tomorrow when I get up early and probably before I have breakfast is it the 968 or is it the 993? And that's the only decision I've got to make. I've got to go somewhere and get some miles under the wheels. Magnus, thanks very much. When are you next back in the UK, do you know?
I'm not sure. I mean, I used to go pre-COVID at least twice a year. My brother's still there up in sunny Chef. My mum's still there. Big shout out to my mum, Linda Walker. And my sister's up in Aberdeen, Scotland, Naomi. So I love to visit England. I still got the English tattoo on my wrist. Hopefully for Christmas, we are trying to see if we can, you know, what the travel restrictions are, because nothing beats England for Christmas. As much as I love LA, LA's not necessarily a Christmas place. New York, London, and believe it or not, even Sheffield, awesome places to be for Christmas. So hopefully I'm back in England for Christmas, and I want to thank all you guys for allowing me to tune in. I want to give a big shout out to all my buddies at Mobile One. I cannot do something with Mobile One without saying stay lubricated.
Well, I've had a few nights out in Sheffield where that particular phrase and saying would have meant something entirely different, Magnus. Thank you very much indeed.
Sometimes I say that people don't quite get it. I'm glad you got it. It's been awesome spending time with you, fella. Hopefully we can meet in person somewhere in the world in the near future when it's meant to be. So thanks for your support. Thanks to all you guys for tuning in. I'm Magnus Walker. Cheers and rock on.
Have a great Sunday, Magnus. Enjoy the drive.
Thanks,
Magnus
fella.
Walker joining us from California in the Mobile One global broadcast booth. We're live from Pikes Peak, presented by Mobile One. As we've been telling you, we're on a hold at the moment for ice at the top of the hill. I'm John Hindhoff. Good to have your company. My day job, if you will, normally talking about motor racing. My one trip to Pikes Peak, which is where that came from in the background, was 2018. And I seem to remember just after I had done what I needed to do and was thinking about leaving, it started to hailstone. So these things can happen. Don't forget, you can get in touch with us on Twitter, hashtag Pikes Peak Live. And don't forget to go to www.pikespeakgiveaway.com. And if you're a Porsche owner, we've been talking a lot of Porsche there. Of course, you have to when you've got Magnus Walker in the global broadcast booth with us. Get your VIN number because there's some special and exclusive Jeff Swart swag to be given away to Porsche owners as well. Had a couple of people asking, including Yoda's uncle, about timing and scoring. There is a Pikes Peak International Hill Climb app for both iOS and for Android via your normal Play Store. Downloads in no time at all. I've actually got it on a little tablet in front of me, so I'm keeping an eye on what's going on. And also you can go directly to the timing and scoring as well on the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. It's livetiming.net. PPIHC is the actual URL for that. But if you just go to the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb site, you will find it. So more guests to come later on, and hopefully, because the weather actually looks lovely, it's only the temperature still that's letting us down at the top of the hill, but looks like certainly towards the bottom of the hill and at the start line, live pictures from the start line at just the 9,600 feet or thereabouts. It looks very nice indeed, 9,390 to be exact. It looks pretty nice, still pretty chilly, still very early in the morning mountain time. So a lot of people gathering around there, waiting for the first car to come to the line, and it's an absolute cracker. 1949 Ford F1 pickup truck with a huge 5.8 litre Cummins diesel engine. You'll see that in a little while. Time now, though, whilst we've got nothing going on, let's get another guest into the Mobile One Global Broadcast Centre for Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One, and delighted to say that Clint Boyer is on the line now. Clint, hello, thank you for joining us. You've had a busy few days with Stuart Haas Racing, but so far, with the regular season just wound up, a very successful first part of the season for all of the Stuart Haas Racing cars.
Yeah, I got all four cars in the playoffs, racing for a championship. So hats off to all the men and women at Stuart Haas Racing. Ford, it takes a village, man. I tell you, it really does. Great partners like Mobile One, obviously. I mean, we've said it time and time again. It's not just a product, label on the side of a race car. There's definitely some rhyme and reason and performance advantage of having a company like Mobile One in your corner, and certainly they're a huge part of our success on the racetrack as well.
Tell us a little bit about this season so far. First 26 races under your belt. We go into the playoff situation from now on, and it's been an interesting season, a very interesting season so far.
It's been an interesting year, to say the least.
Well, you're absolutely right there.
Very proud of our sport for figuring it out. I mean, that's what racers do. We're watching this right here at Pikes Peak. They got postponed no different than we did, figured out a way. Honestly, racers always figure out a way, whether it's a budget, whether it doesn't matter what the obstacle is. We'll always figure out a way to get to the racetrack and put on a show. And certainly NASCAR has done that in a big way. Had to find our way, I mean, it was uncharted waters for again, everybody in motorsports or everybody in life. And one of the first things that you just take for granted was being able to get to the race shops and actually work on the cars with a group of people. Finally got that, accomplished. And then it was off to the races, literally. Through the pandemic, we've kind of learned some things with our sport, the draw, not being able to qualify or practice. My gosh, when we first thought about the very thought of showing up to any given weekend and not even practicing or qualifying, we were all like, are you kidding me? You've lost your mind. And
But isn't that in some ways going back to the very basics of racing when, the guys who go out club racing, they don't often have 2 or 3 days of practice in qualifying. They might turn up and have a 10 or 15-minute session, or sometimes it's straight into a race. And if I think back to karting days, you just went straight into the first heat and the positions were drawn there, or you were allocated a position depending on when your entry went in, and they opened the envelope for that. That's a while ago, because that was the post, of course. It wasn't done electronically. How's that changed your mindset to going to the races? I guess it means you've got to roll off the truck really, really good.
Very good. But I think it speaks volumes to our simulation and engineering and that total package thereof. Ford being a big part of that. All of us have been in the simulators. I look back at Daytona, what we were able to accomplish as an industry, really, but as an organization with Stewart-Haas Racing. You go to a racetrack that none of us have ever been to before. Sure, we've all seen it, the Rolex 24 being raced at Daytona, just like anybody else, but nobody had ever really been there with a cup car. Nobody. Anybody in the industry. So all the tools that you use, the simulation, the tire model, all those things that we have to our advantage in any given weekend wasn't there. Don't change the fact that we still went there with no practice, no qualifying, and put on a great show. I mean, I thought it was going to be a disaster from turn 1 on. And honestly, it was several laps on into the race before we ever had our first caution. So that just shows you the depth that we have with our organizations, the technology and everything behind us with the simulation and how far it's come.
How different then going to Daytona on the road course? Was it to say from going to Charlotte that the road course has been introduced there in the last couple of seasons?
Yeah, the Roval there at Charlotte, I mean, that's kind of a makeshift track. You know what I mean? I mean, we've all watched Daytona again, the Rolex. I mean, we've all watched. I've participated. I ran a Rolex in a GT car, and I mean, it was what 10, 11, 12 years ago. I don't even remember how long ago. It was a long time ago. It took me 2 or 3 laps to be like, oh, I remember this. Yeah. I remember that corner. After I blew off the track about 3 laps in a row, I was like, yeah, you can't do that anymore. So I don't know if it was remembering back to the Rolex or actually just trial and error. But we got through it, had a great race there. It actually was a pivotal point in our season to put us, catapult us into the playoffs.
You've come up through the series. It's 2008 when you were what was then a nationwide, I think, series, wasn't it? You were the champion back then. How important in any form of motorsport, but particularly in stock car racing, in NASCAR racing, is it to come through the ladder system and effectively earn your stripes? Basically run an apprenticeship, if you will, to get those tools that you were talking about earlier on?
Well, I think it's so important if you're going to have, motorsports and a sport like NASCAR, you've got to have those stepping stones. You've got to bring on that next driver. Just like myself, heck, it's been 15, 16 years ago, whatever it was. But that's where I came from, the weekly racing series. Any Friday, Saturday night special under the lights, Lakeside Speedway in Kansas City, beating and banging on each other on a dirt track. Next thing you know, 3 guys come walking up in the pits. Here you are drinking a beer, celebrating, and 3 guys come walking up and ask you if you want to take a late model over to I-70, get on asphalt. You're like, well, yeah, but I never thought that'd see the light of day. We go over there, win a race over there, and again, start chasing that stepping stones of the sport as you speak of. left there and ran an ARCA race in Nashville, and that's where I got my big break. That's where Richard Childress was watching, and boom, gave me a ride in Xfinity, and then all of a sudden here you are with a teammate of Kevin Harvick that owns a Camping World truck, a Gander Truck Series, and then there's your opportunity, right? And 2 years later, you're in Cup. I mean, without that support series all the way down the ladder, a guy like myself isn't racing on Sundays.
Is that then why you think it's important that you've got your own late model team now, and that you're effectively you're giving back? What you're doing is you're paying what you got, you're paying that back into the sport and trying to find the next you in some respects.
Well, honestly, for me, yes. I mean, I guess in a nutshell, you are giving back, but that's not why you do it. It's not like it's because you're a racer. The number one thing about me having a late model team is that's what I dreamed of. My dreams didn't go to racing Jeff Gordon on a racetrack, Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick on a Cup Series level at Daytona. I woke up hours before that ever got into that dream. My dream was to race a dirt late model and not have to punch a time card anymore. That was my dream. So for me, owning a dirt late model team is just living out my dream where I really wanted to hopefully make it someday. So all the rest of it's extra credit. I know that. I know I'm lucky to be where I'm at. And again, then you start thinking about, well, yeah, you're giving back or whatever else, but you're giving somebody else an opportunity just like I had. And another thing that's very great about having a late model, racing at that level, the fan base at the grassroots level, you see it every day. Those are the fans I see on any given Sunday. Without that entry level, that grassroots level, local level of short track racing fan base, our sport of NASCAR and any premier division doesn't survive. So it's important for me to go back there and touch those fans. It's important for me to have, I can't tell you how many partners I've brought along, introduced them to dirt late model racing, and 2 or 3, 4 years later, you look over and there they are on the quarter panel of your stock car at Daytona. That is for me what it's all about is bringing somebody along, introducing them to the world of motorsports and the opportunities within.
Spreading your wings into broadcasting as well. You've been doing some commentating, as we would say here in the UK, some play-by-play for NASCAR on Fox. How have you found that?
God, it's so fun. I have no idea how it even happened. I mean, but it's easy. Everybody always asks, like, man, how do you, even my wife, I came home from like the first or second one. She goes, I don't know how you do that. I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. She's like, how do you get up there in front of a camera? I was like, well, first of all, you don't even realize that's going on. I mean, let me get this straight. You want me to go up in a booth and bench race with a bunch of fellow racers, a bunch of buddies, bench race about racing? I'm like, I got it. I mean, that's what we do every day of our lives, every hour of our lives. If we sit down at the dinner table, so many people, I can't tell you how many people come to the dinner table if we go out to eat or something on a Tuesday, Wednesday night, which is what our Friday and Saturday nights are. Take somebody out on a big wine and dine them on a Tuesday night. Boy, there's a lot of action going on. But you sit down and you're sitting there at dinner and enjoying company, and they're like, well, I know I want to respect you, and I know you don't want to talk about racing. I'm like, dude, that's my life. That's what I've done since I was 4 years old. That's what we talk about. If you want to talk about stick and ball sports or politics or anything else, you got the wrong guy. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Into the playoffs, as we mentioned, it's the Darlington throwback race next weekend, followed up quickly by Richmond and Bristol. 3 classic venues there to get the playoffs underway in the round of 16. What's it going to take then to get through that and progress further on in the playoffs?
Just like it's going to take for these guys at Pikes Peak. Let's win the damn thing. That's what we're there for. That's what Mobile One pays us to do. Let's just go out there and get our first win of the season right off the bat. I've done that before, actually. Won the first race of the playoffs, and man, what a tone setter for the rest of those 9 races. I mean, it's a game changer for your team. It escalates everybody within, and really does set the tone for the rest of your playoffs. So that's our goal. We ran really well at Darlington when we were there. That was our first race back from the pandemic. and then Bristol. You can't ask for a cooler racetrack. And then on to
Brilliant.
Richmond, short tracks. This is right in my wheelhouse. So I really like these first 3 races for me.
And presumably, if you can get a win there, and for those that are watching globally and that perhaps don't follow NASCAR and the Cup Series, once you've got the win, you've already moved on. You don't have to worry then about anything else that happens.
Well,
Takes the
you've
pressure
moved on
off
for
straight
those
away.
3 races. You've
For those
just
3
moved on for
races.
3
Yes,
races.
exactly. But that
hey,
does
man,
take the pressure off, and you can start planning a little bit further ahead. Otherwise, and this is why they call them the playoffs, it really is win or go home in these first 3 races.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. But the biggest thing is you've got to find a role, man. You got to, it's no different than anything. This is a reset. Any one of these 16 teams can get on a roll. Look back at Tony Stewart's last championship. I know he's going to be on here in a little bit, but I mean, he had a terrible year. I remember that I was obviously racing against him, and everybody had him rode off. I outran him all year long, and then all of a sudden, about a couple races before the playoffs, you look over and here's old Tony. You're like, man, I don't know what they've found, but they sure woke their program up. And then all of a sudden, it was that momentum, right? He got on that wave, and they rode it right off into the sunset to the championship.
I'll ask Tony this later on, but I'm going to ask you first. Is it an advantage to have 4 cars in the playoffs, or would you just rather be the only SHR car in the playoffs so that you got all the attention?
Well, it's certainly an advantage that, the strength in numbers, no different than anything. And yes, having 4 cars in the playoffs, and look at Ford. Look at Ford, the job that they've done. There's not only 4 Stewart-Haas cars, there's now 4 Penske cars in there. So 8. They got half of the field covered. So I like the Ford's chances. I like the fact that I'm in a Ford. I like the fact that I've got 3 good teammates. Yes, you've got to be able to play off each other. And right now we've all, the Force set the tone, winning the regular season championship. We've all know that we know what he has in his car, right? You got to go out there and look over your shoulder and make sure you're paying attention to what that 4 car does. Implement those things in your program as much as you can, because every driver's a little bit different. I can't just plug in Kevin's setup and get away with it. But nor can he. If we roll into a weekend that's good, I run well at Richmond's, I run well at road courses and things like that. He can't necessarily just put in my setup and do the same thing either. So that goes both ways. But then again, you can still find speed in that. There's bits and pieces of everything that you can put into yours and implement it to a good run.
Some changes, some big changes have been enacted in the last couple of seasons, even more to come in NASCAR. As a driver, do you even bother yourself about that, or do you just say, you give me a car on Saturday night or Sunday and I'll drive it as fast as I can? Because there's I won't say controversy. We were talking with Magnus Walker earlier on about every time a new Porsche comes out, there's somebody throws up their hands and says, well, that's it. That's not a proper Porsche. There are people saying, oh, well, if you do this, if you go to center lug nuts, that won't be a proper NASCAR. As a driver, do you care about that, Clint?
Here's the thing. You got 2 pedals that you use on the floorboard, and you got a steering wheel you hold on to. Who can hold on to those the best and control those the best and get the best grip out of their cars is going to win. It doesn't matter what the rule package is. Does it work in favor of one organization or one manufacturer or something? Yes, there is some merit to that, but nonetheless, you still got to overcome those obstacles. I'm watching this Pikes Peak, deal in the background right here. I mean, can you imagine? I can't imagine what these guys have to overcome.
Have you been here before?
I can't remember the Rolex, the Daytona road course. I mean, hell, we get paid to go in circles for a living. It's pretty self-explanatory. You can't really screw that up. These boys got some serious consequences that they're going up this Pikes Peak. Is that snow on the ground right there?
That is ice at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
And that's why we're on a delay at the moment, Clint. It's below freezing at the top of the mountain. It's only a couple of degrees above freezing at the bottom at the moment, but we are scraping the ice off the top of the mountain, and that's why we're under delay at the moment. Is there anything in the world that would get you to come and do this in anything, never mind possibly a stock car?
Well, I mean, as we're looking at snow and ice, there's not a snowball's chance in hell that I'm getting on that racetrack with ice. on it. You ought to, a bunch of sissy NASCAR drivers are whining about a little speck of rain here and there. Could you imagine throwing some ice on a racetrack? We would run and hide. Seen some epic videos of guys going up that hill. The race, I mean, I grew up in Kansas. It's not very far from there. That is the pinnacle. I mean, everybody wants to run the hill climb. Everybody wants to be on those curves and see that. I might want to do it in a leisurely pace, maybe just cruise up there in a Ford Mustang and check it out with the family. But I'm going to wait until that ice settles. If you can wait till that thaws out, I might run my lap. How about that?
No, I like that. I like that a lot. You mentioned the Rolex. I think, was it 2013 you were last there? Any chance you might come back and do a little bit more IMSA racing? That's my normal sphere of operations in the States. Would love to have you back. I think you'll find it's changed a bit since then.
I love road course racing. I think you're going to see more of it with our sport. I like that. We need that. You know, when I first came into this sport in the Cup Series, it really wasn't our best product. You know, for a fan to come watch it, I would never point them. I would never think to point them to a Sonoma or a Watkins Glen, you know, to be entertained. I would have pointed them to a Bristol or a Richmond or a Martinsville or a short track or something. Right now, I'm telling you, the road courses are holding up to be some of our best products. So I think you're going to see more of us at tracks like Daytona on the Rolex. I think you're going to see more of us on probably some other racetracks that we need to be on. Road America, Road Atlanta, I see some of those, you know, in our future that would be super, super cool to be able to put on a show. A lot of different reasons behind that. The product, first and foremost, I'm a big promoter guy. I'm a fan, man. I love racing. I love watching a good race. Who doesn't? And you know in the car when it's a good race and when it's not. And when we're going to those racetracks and you got a grin and you're challenged and you fly off the racetrack, you're like, damn it. And you look over and the guy you've been working on for 7 laps, 2 corners later, he goes off the track. I mean, that's some of the most fun I have ever on a racetrack is those challenges of going around a racetrack. So on a road course. But to answer your question on IMSA, I would love to do that someday. I mean, obviously, I got a day job in NASCAR, and I need to hold a pretty wheel doing that for as long as I can. But maybe someday I'll get back in something.
I know that IMSA are coming on a shared weekend, in fact, to the Charlotte Roval later on in the season. This ridiculous year that we've had has forced everybody to sometimes think outside the box. So a NASCAR IMSA weekend, we've had IndyCar IMSA weekends. Could you see that happening as well in the future with NASCAR and IMSA maybe at road? I mean, I'd pay the price of admission. I'll put my money right down right now to see you guys with the Cup cars around Road Atlanta. I'd pay the money now, absolutely
So I'm a
now.
little bit different with that thought than a lot of my peers and a lot of the people in our industry. Forever and ever, this place, you know, there almost wasn't room. You know, through the 90s and early 2000s, when this sport was just blowing up through the roof and finding their way to new heights almost every single weekend, every year it was something bigger and better. You almost didn't have time or room for that on any given weekend. Now, I think I've always been this way. Anybody that knows me knows that more the merrier. The bigger the event, the more fun it is, and the more fun it is for a fan, a competitor, everybody in between. So yes, I think there's room for all of that. I love the doubleheader aspect of hearing about an IndyCar race and a NASCAR race. Why not join those fan bases? They're fans of motorsports. They're fans of cars that, you know, haul ass around a racetrack. Who doesn't like that? That's our kind of people. So the more you can put on that racetrack, the more I like, and you know, we can do that. I'm going to point something out to you, John, and I know it's my time's up because I can look over.
You got time.
I have no idea what this thing is I've ever been on. I had to download, ladies and gentlemen, I had to download something so I could join this broadcast. But Tony Stewart, I saw in my schedule, my boss, Tony Stewart, a legendary champion, NASCAR champion that he is, old Grizzly Bear himself, somehow has joined this like 4 minutes early. John, I cannot explain to you enough what you have done. He must look up to you in a big way because there is nobody that can get him on time anywhere, let alone ahead of time, ahead of schedule. So you have done something, buddy.
I don't think it's anything to do with me, Clem. But thanks for saying that. Final thought from you, then. You're the big Ford guy. You've talked about the Mustang. We've been talking about technology. We've been talking about things getting pushed forward. What about the Mach-E, the electric car from Ford? Have you had a go of that yet, and has it impressed you?
Man, I saw the that drag car that they were drag racing, and that thing's doing a big wheelie. We have one Ford meeting.
1,400 horsepower.
Can you
1,400
imagine?
horsepower.
The best part about it is pulling up to the stoplight next to somebody, and it's not even running, right? It's just dead silence, and you know you're just going to massacre them when this race starts. That's what I love the most about that is you want to pull up to that guy with a big blower out the hood and exhaust running at, wide open headers and loud and obnoxious, and you're going to pull up next to him in your little electric car and wipe the socks off of him. But very cool stuff coming from Ford. The technology, Edsel, we were just, again, we were on a Ford meeting last night before our race, and Edsel Ford was on there. And it's just cool to have a manufacturer that backs you so much, that's so invested in motorsports all across the board, whether it's NASCAR, IMSA, Pikes Peak, it doesn't matter. They're involved with it in a big way. And oh, by the way, Mobile One is too. It prides me to know that they're on the side of our race car and helping us win races at tracks, the high banks of Daytona, but also these guys at Pikes Peak. They've won countless races and been a part of so many victories all across the board in motorsports. And, any given Sunday, Saturday, if it's a race, both of those are involved.
Well, great news for us from Ford is, as of, I think, about 18 months ago now, we could get a Ford Mustang here in the UK with the steering wheel on the correct side of the car, being the right-hand side, which, of course, is where Ford started, because if you go back, the original Model T had them that way around. Clint, thanks very much for joining us.
If you're trying to convince me that your steering wheel is on the right side of the car, you've got it all wrong.
Well,
you hit the wall. You're the first one to the wall. I mean, could you imagine racing in that? I smoked the wall last night in Daytona. You put the steering wheel on the right side, I'm junk. I ain't doing this interview right now.
Well, the first time I ever drove an oval was at Rockingham Motor Speedway here in the UK, and it was in a right-hand drive car and drifting up towards the wall out of turn 4, which was just about flat in the car I was driving. That was quite intimidating. It has to be said. I know why you guys sit on the left-hand side now.
Well, looks like they've got it scraped off, doing a good job. They had a motor grader out there. So anytime you got big stuff like that, big iron on the racetrack, progress is being made. Want to wish all the competitors luck out there and appreciate the broadcast and the opportunity. Thank you, man.
Race well in the playoffs, Clint, and hope we'll see you going all the way to the end of the season. Have a good one, man. Thanks very much.
Thanks, buddy.
Clint Boyer joining us live here. Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One. Still under hold. What we can't control is the weather on America's mountain. Hello there, I'm John Hindo. If you are just joining us, hashtag Pikes Peak Live. That will come right onto the screen in front of me just down here. And don't forget as well, pikespeakgiveaway.com. Get yourself on there, answer a few questions, and there's some goodies, including if you're a Porsche owner, make sure you know what your VIN number for your car is. Get that on there, and there's some Jeff Swartz swag to go with that as well. Hashtag Pikes Peak Live. Still waiting for word from Race Control down at the bottom, well, not at the bottom of the hill, actually, at 9,400 feet, 9,390 feet. We'll take this opportunity, and thanks for staying with us. I know it's a busy weekend, but we're going to roll through the quality guests and keep talking and keep looking at what's going on at the top of Pikes Peak. And as soon as we get the hint of the first car coming to the line, we'll let you know about it. Let's stay with stock car racing, and you heard Clint there talking about our next guest. He was the winner of the 2002 and 2007 Chili Bowl. He's been a USAC champion, an IndyCar champion, a NASCAR champion, a professional dirt track driver, and the only person, as far as I'm aware, to get the title in IndyCar and NASCAR. Tony Stewart joins us now. Tony, thank you for joining us. Clint Clint was saying that you're not normally on time, never mind early for Eric. You heard that, didn't you? He's in trouble when you get back to the shop, isn't he?
Well, I didn't even have to worry about being on time because he won't shut up. So, I mean, you might as well not worry about what time you're supposed to start. You're going to wait anyway because the only way he's going to stop talking is if he runs out of oxygen and passes out.
Well, we'd have to put him to the top of the mountain for that and leave him there for a little while.
Tony, he would conquer that part of it too. So that altitude wouldn't bother him a bit. He still wouldn't stop talking.
Smashing first part of the season. Well done. 4 SHR cars through to the playoffs. Kevin Harvick's had a cracking season, takes the regular season title. I mean, is that about as good as it gets from your point of view?
Yes and no. I mean, we're super proud of what Kevin's done, but we also have 3 other drivers, and Clint's one of those, obviously. And trying to get Clint a win and Eric a win in the regular season was a goal for sure, and we've come up short there. But having a rookie with Cole Custer get a win at Kentucky was something that was, we thought would be a long shot, and he was able to get that win. So we got him on the board. That locked him in, and that was the one position that we were probably worried about of trying to get all 4 of the teams in the playoffs. So Eric has had an unbelievable season with a ton of consistent top 10s, and I can't remember what the string, I think it was 10 or 11 top 10s in a row, which is pretty remarkable, especially in a year with COVID going around and going to the racetracks, no practice, just literally lining up and going racing. To be able to have 10 or 11 races consecutive of top 10 finishes was pretty remarkable. And then you got Clint, and Clint has been kind of up and down during the season this year, but I mean, he's a guy that definitely can get the job done if we get the conditions and the car right for him. So, it's challenging. Anytime that you have one organization and you got 4 different cars, you have 4 different drivers with 4 different personalities and 4 different driving styles, it is definitely a challenge. So, but it's been fun. I mean, we've had a great year. It's, we feel like there's a lot of strengths that we've seen. And like you said, obviously, the terror that Kevin's been on this year, and especially still up all the way to the end of the regular season now. It's, this is a game of momentum, and wanting to have, that momentum coming at the right time and going into the playoffs is where you want to carry that momentum to.
I work on a global TV program called Mobile One, The Grid, and I remember, and it doesn't seem that long ago, but it'll be 2 or 3 years ago now, when you as an organisation switched over to Ford, and there was a lot of talk at that time about whether that was the right thing to do. And Kevin was good enough, even on camera, to say, well, it might have been a little bit of a gamble, but you guys hit the ground running with Ford the moment you went to the Blue Oval. What was that like to do that as an organisation and change over? And you must feel vindicated now after the last couple of 3 years that you've had.
Well, we do for sure, but I mean, I think we all, there's no guarantees in anything in motorsports. So anytime that you've been with one particular manufacturer, and in all reality, except for 1 year, I've been involved with GM. So I started in the Pontiac brand, and then moved to the Chevy brand, and then my last year at Joe Gibbs Racing as a driver, we were with Toyota, and then when we went to SHR and joined with Gene Haas, went back to the Chevrolet brand. But when we moved to Ford, there's a lot of unknowns. There's a ton of new people, support-wise, that we had not worked with before. Had no idea how the relationship was going to be. But the decision-making process was the hardest part, at least for me. The guys in the shop will beg to differ. The work that they had to do over that off season was incredible at the end of 2016. But for me, it was 6 months of literally trying to figure out, is this the right thing? And my loyalty to Chevrolet was through the roof, obviously, and loved working with all those people. But when it came time to working with everyone at Ford, there just was a different dynamic about it, and something that really felt natural and felt right. So, but as a team owner, you have to make decisions for 360 people. You have to think of their families, their children, their wives. And are we doing the right thing for them? And are we doing the right thing for the company? So it was definitely, heart-wrenching because, like I said, we had that loyalty to Chevrolet. But, everyone at Ford had done such a great job of helping us get acclimated into their system. That's why we were able to have success right out of the bat with the Fords. And, the support we get from them is unbelievable. So we really love the relationship. Like Clint mentioned, I had to listen to all of Clint there because he takes forever. But Etzel Ford is somebody that I really appreciate in the company, and how active Etzel is in making sure that all of the Ford teams have everything that they need and have the support that they need to go out and do their jobs. So, it's a relationship I cherish. I love working with them. Even since we started 3 years ago with them, as Clint mentioned and you mentioned, I still race dirt track stuff. I'm literally sitting in my motorhome, and I have no idea exactly what city I'm sitting in Pennsylvania, but we rolled in here about 1:30 at night after racing last night in a different town in Pennsylvania. I would have been in over by the car, but they were getting ready to fire the motor to get ready to run the valves. They do it hot, so they have to fire the car up, get heat in the motor to do that. So was saving you me going huh because I wouldn't be able to hear. So but anyway, we're real active in racing, and with Ford's partnership, we've developed a 410 cubic inch sprint car motor as well in the last 3 years. So we're in that process right now. So it's we have a lot of fun with the Ford folks. Great company to work for, and like I said, the amount of support we get from them is pretty much unmatched anywhere.
410 cubic inch for those who aren't American. That's 6.7 of our not imperial, of our European litres, if you will. I would think, Tony, that would give adequate power then at 6.7 and a bit litres. Does it adequate sort of explain what you get for under your right foot?
Is over 900 horsepower adequate?
Yes.
Then I would say it's pretty adequate.
So no wonder you don't want to give that up. That sounds like a heck of a lot of fun.
Yeah, to have over 900 horsepower in a car that with me in it has to weigh 1,400 pounds and has a 10 foot by 10, or I'm sorry, a 5 foot by 5 foot square aluminum wing that only weighs 10 pounds on top of it to give it a lot of downforce. These cars act and react very, very fast and have a lot of horsepower to handle the grip that it has as well.
You've raced an amazing variety of machinery. You've competed in a lot of different series. As I said in the introduction, I remember you in IndyCar. You won there. You won in stock cars. That's not always an easy transition. You're still racing now, as you've mentioned. Anything else you'd still like to try? Any other races that you'd like to go and do?
Oh, I think the only thing I haven't driven at this point is a swamp buggy and a drag car. So that would be, and I don't know if the drag racing thing's for me or not. My girlfriend is Leah Pruitt, so she's a top fuel dragster racer, and she keeps telling me she thinks I can do it. I'm like, and it's not the over 300 mile an hour that would bother me. It's the fact that it's not like oval track racing where if you miss pit road, you just go around another lap and then come in. The drag racing deal, she gets over 300 mile an hour and then she has to figure out how to make it stop. So that's what I keep telling her, that where our typical brake pedal would be is her clutch pedal. I said I'd go down there and I'd forget where the brake was. I'd be on the clutch and the thing would be rolling on forever. But eventually it's going to stop into a net in a sand trap. So drag racing would be the only thing that would at this point interest me, but I don't know. Like I said, I've crashed enough times to know what it feels like when it hurts. So I don't know if that's something I want to try or not.
I'll be honest, if anybody who hasn't been to a Top Fuel or an NHR meeting in the States, you really should go. You can't call yourself a petrol head, a motorhead, until you've seen that. I was fortunate enough a few years ago to be on the line at the Gate of Nationals. Actually, it was after Sebring, after the Mobil 1, 12 hours of Sebring. It happened to be the same weekend, and I went up there on the Sunday and stood there when the Top Fuel funny cars were running their final practices and qualifying, and it's almost like an out-of-body experience. It was like someone had put their hands inside my body and rearranged my internal organs, and that was done purely with the sound. It's an extraordinary thing. Tony, we started off by talking about how well SHR is doing in the Cup this year. 4 cars, as we mentioned, into the playoffs, the round of 16. That's great. But does that, as I was saying to Clint, does that give you a headache in some respects? Because, you know, you can only have one winner in each of those three races. How do you work, or can you even work tactics with the 4 cars?
Well, you know, we never have given team orders, and it's something that's frowned upon by NASCAR. They monitor the radio transmissions, and they're really smart that if you tried to do something, you know, like Formula One, where you might have somebody that needs points, or that you're running for a championship, and you tell the second driver to let that lead driver pass. We don't do that in our sport in NASCAR, and you know, the first round, you've got 16 drivers. We go 3 races and we eliminate 4 of those. So the big thing is making sure they work together to try to ensure that all 4 cars get through that round. You're absolutely right. Only one guy can win the race each week, but even though for those guys that don't win, you just need to be ahead of those other 16 cars or 15 cars to try to ensure that you get on to the next round. So the goal obviously is to, you know, in the perfect world right now, we would be able to try to get 3 different winners each round, and then the 4th car would get in on position and points. So you know, that way you'd get to the final round, and you know, then SHR would lock up a championship going into that. But you're just trying to work with your teammates, and that's the benefit of it as well, is having teammates that, you know, aren't going to put you in bad spots, hopefully, on the racetrack, at least not intentionally, and work with each other on the racetrack to ensure that they're not holding each other up, and that they're not, you know, causing each other to lose a lot of time on the racetrack, racing each other too hard. So it's just about being smart and understanding, you know, the goal is to make sure that you get each of those cars to the next round. And if they help each other as far as, you know, how they race each other and give each other room on the racetrack, it should work fairly well.
The playoff system has its critics as well as its supporters. I mean, from your point of view, and particularly for the 4 car this year, you guys have effectively won the first part of the championship, but now it's a complete reset. That actually stands for nothing, really.
Except for the stage points, you know, the stage points that carry over through the season, those bonus points can go a long way. So if Kevin, for example, because he was the regular season champion, he even got more bonus points because of that. So having those points, if you were to have a bad race, you might be able to rely on those bonus points from stage wins and then the regular season championship points to help carry you into the next round and make up for a bad day. So it's somewhat of a small insurance policy, but it's no guarantee that it's going to be enough to carry you to the next round.
So results are still going to count, of course. You mentioned the size of the organisation, and Clint rightly mentioned the initiatives that NASCAR put in very early on. We had some e-racing, on simulated racing on iRacing, which IMSA did as well, to make sure that there was still visibility for drivers, for teams, for sponsors as well. They've reacted. The schedule has been a bit of a movable feast. A difficult year for everybody. From your point of view, for SHR then, how have you been able to support your 350-odd employees in what is, the word unprecedented is worn out now, but it's the only thing that we can talk about?
Yeah, obviously, when the pandemic hit, we, as a company, you don't know what to expect. You don't know. You know, originally when we canceled the Atlanta race weekend, we were told we were going to be off for 2 weeks. So part of you goes, "Hey, I'm glad to have a 2-week break," because it's hard to get a 2-week break in our sport. So you know, none of us knew what to expect. But then literally the second week of that, we start realizing the severity of the situation and what we were up against as a company. And something I'm really proud of is we were the last company in NASCAR in the Cup Series to do anything with pay cuts or anything. We never laid off one employee through the pandemic, and were able to, for the most part, not affect our employees. We were able to maintain our business and control it in a way that you know, affected our employees the least amount possible, which was the goal. So a lot of other organizations had to give the entire company pay cuts, had to lay off people. We were able to minimize that, and that was something that you know, not only does it keep our employees' lifestyles and lives going forward and not putting them in a bad spot, but it also to them shows the commitment we have to our employees and how much they mean to us to, not get in a situation like that where we had to do drastic measures to maintain the company's ability to operate.
And that's, you've made an excellent point there, Tony, if I may say so, because quite often us as fans, we get caught up in the sporting side of motor racing, of motorsport. Of course we do. We don't like to see races being dropped. We don't like to see calendars being changed. There will be people who say, even this weekend, oh, I haven't been able to go to Spa to watch the Formula One. Oh, I couldn't go to such and such to watch IMSA or to watch NASCAR or whatever. But the business side of racing is what you're talking about there. And let's be honest, without the business side of things, we don't have a sporting side of things, certainly not at the level that you guys operate.
And I think that's where NASCAR did a really good job. I mean, obviously, we weren't able to do anything initially, and NASCAR was able to hold NASCAR races in the time slots on TV with NASCAR drivers racing in iRacing, which I've been a big fan of iRacing for years now. Do a lot of dirt racing, but do a lot of NASCAR racing on iRacing as well. So they did a great job. What they've done with the schedule to make sure we get the entire season in, I think, is really remarkable, because not only is the logistics of saying, well, we're just going to race here and we're going to race here, but then they have to work with the teams of how are we going to logistically do this? It's more than just opening up the racetrack, bringing their crew in and saying, hey, we're going to turn the lights on, we're going to race tonight. Trying to organize and work with the race teams to understand how can we do this in a manner where all these teams are financially having to pull back because the sponsorships are pulling back. And even though we have contracts, there's clauses in all these contracts that have a clause in there that says in unearthly situations, and this pandemic fell into that category. So for corporate America, their businesses all of a sudden start shutting down. They can't pay the advertising dollars. And then for them at racing venues, they don't have the ability to do all the hospitality and entertaining and the activation that they do at the racetrack. So literally from the top down, it affected the entire sport. So how NASCAR had to navigate that and organize how to get all the teams in a situation where we can get all the races in, but still at the same time, how do we do it in a way that's going to help financially make sure that we keep these teams stable to get through the end of the season? And trust me, this is something that the fans truly do not realize. We get through the end of the year this year, say December 31st, there's no COVID, nobody has to worry about a thing. It's, quote unquote, back to normal. It is not back to normal for all these race teams, whether it's Formula One, whether it's IndyCar, NASCAR, any racing series that you can think of. It is not going back 100% normal for all these teams, because all the financials of this are still haywire, and it's going to be haywire for maybe a year to 2 years before all of that sorts out and gets back to normal. So it's going to be a challenge, not only just to get through the remainder of this year, but even once the pandemic is over, this is not over. The fallout from it is not going to be over for all these race teams. So for NASCAR, for Formula One, IndyCar, NHRA drag racing, all these series, there's a lot of changes and a lot of tweaks that are going to happen for these guys to make sure that the financial umbrella is sustainable for all these teams. I'm sitting here watching in the background. I can't help it. I remember Clint mentioned it also. I'm watching these guys and I'm like, I don't want to be the first car going up there right now.
No.
I'm watching all this stuff they're scraping off. I'm like, yeah, what if one of those guys misses a spot? I do not want to be the first guy going up the hill today.
And we're on hold at the moment. That's Tony Stewart. He'll stay with us for a moment or two more. Hashtag Pikes Peak Live if you want to get in touch with us on Twitter. We're on hold for ice at the top of Pikes Peak. It's been at the top there a degree or a couple of degrees below freezing point ever since I've been watching the pictures and the timing and scoring, which is a good 3 hours, a couple of hours before we came on air. That's why we're not rolling up the hill at the moment, and we'll give you news as soon as we can from Race Control about what's happening. People who have got in touch with us, hello to Graham McDowell. Not sure where you are in the world, Graham. He says it's going to take quite a while to clear that off. We've had the scrapers out. Now we've got the brushes as well. Hello to the Kilowatts. who are watching on the screen of their Tesla Model Y, staying warm and out of the weather while we wait for the ice to clear the summit. Looks like you might be on or near Pikes Peak at the moment, Kilowatts. The good news for you is Randy Pops has got his Tesla Model 3 fixed again after that very scary accident in practice as he went into the first part of the W's, if I remember rightly, and just in one of the practice sessions. If you don't know Pikes Peak, you can't practice the whole hill in one go. You get to do it in stages, and it's not always, depending on which group you are, it's not always from bottom to top. Sometimes you might do the top first, then the bottom, then the middle, or some combination thereof. So it was a nasty compression that pushed the car off the left-hand side, and in some ways fortunate that he hit a very, very substantial stone wall, which stopped the car going any further. The car, we hear, has been rebuilt, so we're likely to see that we'd like to see that Tesla back on. Randy, we've known him down through the years from sports car racing, that he will never give up, and neither will any team he's involved with. So Kilowatts, you've got somebody to be cheering for as well. And Matthew Vernon last year was sitting at the top watching. He says, I'm watching now online with Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One. Going to miss the motorcycles this year. Yeah, no motorcycles, I'm afraid, this year, Matthew. And we were closing in, weren't we, on some exciting times with electric motorcycles in the last couple of years. Tony, before we let you go, just a thought about what we were talking about there with NASCAR, and the future of NASCAR. I touched on it with Clint. Always looking forward, always looking to evolve. How much are the teams involved with the new regulations, the potential new car regulations, and the technical specifications? How much do you guys are you allowed to be involved, and how much are you consulted and able to give feedback to One Daytona?
That's part of that's the great part of the sponsorship and partnership with Ford Motor Company is, NASCAR has to get with each of these different OEMs and try to figure out when they decide to do a new package. So obviously we have a new car that was supposed to come out in 2021 that's been pushed back to 22 now. And so obviously being one of the lead Ford teams, we've been directly involved in the new body style and nose and aerodynamics of it. So it is definitely, this is part of the fun part of NASCAR. Is it is very much a cat and mouse game of trying to figure out, because NASCAR is trying to keep parity between the manufacturers, and we all try to get everything that we can get out of this. So we all try to figure out how we can get the most out of it and hope that it's good enough and close enough to what everybody else is doing to get approved. So it's definitely a challenge for sure. But at the same time, it's a fun process for us. It keeps our engineers sharp. It makes us focus on the areas that we need to focus on to ensure that we're giving our drivers and teams the best opportunity for the best performance each week and have an opportunity to win races.
And is it important to keep the essential NASCAR-ness, if you like, the character, the atmosphere of the racing? Because that's really what draws people to NASCAR. I'll be honest, I've been watching for a long time. I don't think some of the other things are really that important. There'll always be people who'll make a fuss because they just don't like change, let's be honest. But what hasn't changed massively is the pack racing, the excitement, the sound, the smells when we get back trackside. And that's important to hold on to, surely.
Yeah, and obviously every year technology changes, so it's a moving target to keep that aspect of what the fans love about the sport of NASCAR. It's hard to maintain that, and it's a hard challenge. I mean, NASCAR gets a lot of grief a lot of times for how things change, but that needle of what the fans expect in the racing product at the end of the day, and what they see on TV or in the stands or in the pit area, that is a moving target year to year. So you're taking cars that, as technology changes, and like Clint mentioned, I mean, Mobile One's a huge partner of ours. The technology that they bring to our race team changes literally almost weekly. So as that changes, you can imagine how that affects the sport of NASCAR as a whole and how NASCAR has to react to it. NASCAR NASCAR can't keep up with the way the teams are learning the technology. NASCAR has to just be able to react to it. So the challenge of that is tough. I mean, it's tough to be a sanctioning body and have to try to figure out how to keep the parity in the manufacturers and keep that product that the fans and viewers want to see, keep it the way it's always been. But it's always a moving target. We're always changing and finding ways to make the cars go faster. Well, then that forces Goodyear to have to work on the tires and change the tires. And so NASCAR and Goodyear have to work together. It is just constantly a moving target. So you can imagine being a NASCAR official, every one of them should be bald because they should be pulling their hair out every week because we're always evolving and the technology that's involved just keeps getting better and better. And that's what's great about having a partner like Mobil 1. They just keep pushing that envelope. We've heard talk of hybrid cars and electric cars way down the road that are on the radar for the sport of NASCAR, but it is in Formula One. It is in IndyCar as well. There's a lot of things that, we're kind of in an era in motorsports right now where we can't be oblivious to the fact that, and you mentioned it with the 1,400 horsepower Ford that I will see at the NHRA drag races next week. I'll be there with Leah and get to watch that. I actually was slated to drive that car at its debut, and then I got bumped out for a full-time drag racer that actually knows what they're doing. So I didn't take that personal, but I'm excited to see it. But we have to look at the fact that electric cars at some point, it may not be totally in our lifetime, but it's definitely going to keep making its way further and further into our sport of motorsports.
And in some ways, Tony, and we'll finish off with this thought because we've had a lot of your time, and thank you for that. But in some ways, NASCAR in particularly, stock car racing has its roots in street cars and, win on Sunday, sell on Monday. And as the technology in street cars evolves and moves forward at a pace that we've not seen probably in the lifetime of the motor car, isn't it only right that it stays relevant for a big manufacturer like Ford to be able to say, hey, look, this is what we use here with SHR, this is what we've run with at Darlington next weekend, go out and get that same technology in your street car when you want to buy your new car?
You're absolutely spot on. I mean, it's very, very important to these manufacturers to have relevancy. So if you think back to the first really big change that NASCAR had was the car of tomorrow. And when they did that, all the bodies were the same. It was just literally stickers on the front of the cars that were headlights and grille openings that mimicked what each manufacturer had. So for the manufacturers, it was terrible. It was an absolute nightmare because there was nothing to other than decals to differentiate a Ford from a Chevy, from a Dodge, from a Toyota at the time. So that's something that the OEMs went to NASCAR and said, listen, for us to stay involved in this sport, we have to have that relevancy. We have to have something that looks like our product. And I think that's something in the last couple of years, and I'd say probably in the last 4 to 5 years became really, really important in the new body styles and has really brought the appearance of these cars back to a level that I feel like the fans appreciate and understand and can recognize and is relevant to them.
Tony, thanks for your time. Race well this weekend. Your racing not done, of course, and have a fantastic end of season in the Cup Series with those 4 cars in. I don't know, you said at the beginning, you've got to balance those 4 personalities and those 4 egos as well. Good luck to you on that, but it looks like it's going to be a strong playoff for SHR. Thanks, Tony.
Well, the hardest one is the one you had on before me, because that is like Clint Boyer, if you sum it up in a sentence, is putting a 5-gallon bucket filled with ping pong balls and standing over a 4th floor balcony and just tipping it over and watching all the ping pong balls go everywhere. That's what it's like to deal with Clint every day. But like you mentioned, we're my trailer is literally right beside me, 10 feet over, and they're working on my car right now. We're on of night 4 of the weekend. So we finish up tonight and get to go home and get a little bit of a break and regroup for the next weekend. So looking forward to that and looking forward to a strong championship battle and playoffs. So hopefully we can keep Ford and Mobil 1 in victory lane and get a shot at competing for a championship at Homestead at the end of the season.
Tony, I love your enthusiasm, your continued enthusiasm from someone who's done as much in and for the sport as you. As a fan, thank you very much indeed. Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
Tony Stewart, 3 times a NASCAR champion, joining us live on our Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One in the Mobile One Global Broadcast booth. I'm John Hindhoff, and as yet, I haven't been able to get excited about any racing, but my goodness, what a quality of guests that we've had. Hashtag Pikes Peak Live. As you join us wherever you are in the world, you can see it's just after 9 o'clock Mountain Time on America's Mountain. And now we've got the cat out at the top. It is much better now. I know you can still see on the right-hand side, in fact, on both sides of the road at the top of the mountain at just over 14,100 feet. You can still see a little bit of ice there. That is the delay that we've had. There's a saying up here, much like when we go to Bathurst, not as big a mountain, but the mountain decides, and the mountain will decide when it is ready to race this Sunday. Stay with us. We're going to stay with what's going on the mountain. In the meantime, the guys behind the scenes are working exceptionally hard. So Corey, Zach, everybody else, thank you so much for working hard. And we welcome into the Mobile One Global Broadcast booth Jason Fenskith. Jason, welcome along. For those who don't know, and if you haven't seen this, you should, the Engineering Explained YouTube channel is Jason. He's the one that breaks down exceptionally difficult concepts into things that even this bear with a small brain can understand. Jason, thanks for joining us. I mean, first of all, congratulations. What a phenomenal success that you've had with a concept that I'm sure people have told you, well, that's never going to work because people don't want to hear about the technical.
Yeah, John, thank you so much for having me this morning. Looks like it's a bit of a chilly morning at Pikes Peak. But yeah, that's kind of the goal that you mentioned right at the start, is that I think part of it is that my vocabulary is very basic. And so as a result, I'm able to relate to other people who have basic vocabularies, hence the success of these videos. But it's the idea is to take technical issues and break it down to something that's simple to understand.
Well, just under 3 million followers would say that there's plenty of people out there who agree with me with you on that concept. How did you get started? What's your background? Have you got an engineering background, or are you just inquisitive?
So I do have an engineering background, and I actually started the channel when I was in college getting my mechanical engineering degree, and I worked professionally for a couple years as an engineer, and then throughout those years I was still publishing videos on the YouTube channel. It was originally started as just something to put on a resume, hoping that I could get a job out of it. And 3 years into it, it actually became my job. So wild that became reality. But yeah, now that is my living, creating content on YouTube.
And how do you decide then what features you're going to do and how you're going to attack them and break them down?
Yeah, that's a good question. So initially, I mean, I really came into this having almost no knowledge about cars. And so it was kind of like a journal in a sense that I was trying to figure out how do cars work and then creating the videos along the way of what I was learning. So initially it was all the basic stuff, like get out how do engines work, how do differentials work, how do transmissions work, how do brakes work, that kind of thing. And then, you know, as I've covered those more basic topics, and I'm now at 800 some videos, it gets a bit more technical in the more modern ones. So I've lost that, I guess, initial like very simple basic topics, and it kind of gets sometimes it can get a bit more into the weeds now, but I think I'm covering some cooler stuff now that those kind of basic subjects are out of the way.
Well, I mean, that is the point, though. I mean, we're talking about this with both Tony and Clint, and to a certain extent with David Sirasaki, right, at the start of our Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One live show. Complications, engineering is becoming more complicated. It's also becoming more precise, and the sort of tolerances, the sort of engineering excellence that goes into a street car now, we wouldn't have dreamed of in a high-end race car 20, 25 years ago. And if I think in my motoring career, if you could call owning motor cars that, I passed my driving test years ago, and down through the years, I've owned some weird and wonderful cars. The oldest car I've owned was a 1965 Sunbeam Alpine, which was a 4-cylinder inline twin carburetor. 1725cc. Now, that had 2 fuses in the engine bay, one ignition controlled, one not ignition controlled. I mean, and that just had a heck of a lot of room around the engine. You could get to everything. So you could see your plug leads. You could see the all the belts and the pulleys and everything that you needed to get to. Most modern cars, when I go and test a modern car and I lift the bonnet, there's a big piece of plastic under the hood to stop you touching anything. And the only things you're meant to touch are color-coded, like the dipstick, if it even has one, or somewhere to top up the oil into the top of the crankcase. So it's evolving all the time. So do you find yourself, this is a very long way to a question, and I apologize, but do you find yourself then being able to revisit things and say, right, in video number 227, and we're now so much further down the road, I talked about this. Look what's happening now, 2, 3, 4 years further down the line.
Yeah. I mean, so I started the channel 9 years ago.
Wow.
And even in that like relatively short time span, as far as, you know, the history of the automobile, there's been significant changes. And like you mentioned, you know, you look under a hood today, and very often there's an aesthetic cover that just covers everything up, so you can't really see what's going on. I will say, like, as you mentioned, you know, technology today has improved, whether that's computing power or manufacturing ability. There have been extraordinary improvements. And so the precision involved in cars today is something where you actually, you know, you finally engineer something to last a certain duration, to make sure it meets all these criteria, the amount of testing that goes into all of these products. So there is a new complicated edge to it. But at the same point, I think, you know, doing work on your own cars, I've got a Mazda Miata that I put a supercharger on, and it was easier to do that than I had an older Honda S2000 from the early 2000s. It was easier on the Mazda than it was on this old car. And so, you know, rust plays a part in working on old cars, which is always a big challenge, which you won't have with the new cars. And that's also something I think we've improved from a corrosion standpoint, technology, so that you don't have to run into rust as often. I mean, of course, it depends where you live, but yeah, it's all around pretty interesting, the changes that have occurred over the years.
And the reasons for technology being driven on, and therefore you having to explain this engineering, can vary greatly. It can be the pursuit of performance and power. It can be efficiencies. It can be longevity, as you said, reliability. But ultimately, the automobile has never stopped evolving. We might not really see it as the big, huge steps that were made in the early years, 100 years ago, of the automobile, but there have been some quite big thinking and blue sky thinking in the last few years. What's caught your eye then since you started the channel that you've said, now that's pretty cool, I need to do a feature on that because that's moved the game forward, or that's done something that is worthy of me talking about it?
That's a great question. And to preface this, I think one thing that's kind of just in general about cars, like cars are the most complicated, most expensive thing you're probably ever going to buy. You know, your house is probably going to cost more, but it's not complicated. It's a fairly simple structure overall. A car is taking all the most, you know, brilliant forms of engineering and piling it into one device. And I think that's what kind of makes them so special, and that's why I get so excited about them.
And mechanical as well as electronic, and that sort of. Somebody said to me that probably the next greatest thing to your car is a beans to cup coffee machine. That's probably the most mechanical thing you're going to get nowadays, unless you have a mechanical watch. And combining those things together is not necessarily easy with all the features that people demand in cars today as well.
Yes, exactly. I mean, you're combining chemical engineering with mechanical engineering with electrical engineering. It's all forms kind of going into this one product, which makes it really cool. You asked, what is something that's kind of come out recently that's been kind of exciting to see, and I think one of the things a lot of internal combustion engine engineers are trying to create is a homogeneous charge combustion ignition engine, HCCI.
Yeah.
And
Well,
Mazda
you
has
as a
gotten the
Mazda guy would
closest.
know all
Yes,
about that with the
yes. Well,
Sky Active G.
I have three cars. One of them is a Mazda, but yeah, I think that is a very cool technology where they've kind of had this blend between present day internal combustion engines and future day internal combustion engines with this SPCCI technology that they have for basically creating this HCCI similar style engine, which is much more efficient. And I think another thing, like, people often say like efficiency, boring, but like efficiency is everything in racing, right? Like you want as much power as possible, and you get as much power as possible by having an efficient engine. So it's not something that it's purely focused on fuel economy.
Well, and if I go back in my sphere of operation to Le Mans, the 24-hour race, when I think back to the early 2000s, and a guy called Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich ran Audi, and Ulrich Beretsky was his engine guy, and they came out with a very, they didn't invent the idea, and quite often these things are not a eureka moment, they are a moving on of current technology. What they came up with was fuel stratified injection, FSI, which pretty much all the VAG cars, petrol cars, got after that. And it was a much more efficient way of mixing the fuel and the air mixture and measuring the fuel and the air mixture, which took them from around about 29-30% of each drop of fuel being burned and the energy being released to over 60%, so doubling that. That's a huge step forward. We don't often see that. We can't see that because we can't see inside the cylinder. They used it for power as well as for efficiency. We got the benefit in better gas mileage. And that's sometimes the thing that people don't understand and you have to explain.
Yeah. I mean, they're like I mean, in racing too, like if you can go an extra lap, that matters a lot. That's a massive advantage. And so whether it's the efficiency to be able to actually travel faster, the efficiency to go one lap further without having to pit, that can make all the difference depending on how the race is playing out.
Have you done a video on fully synthetic Mobil 1 oil? That's what I want to know.
Okay, so we've started a video series this year, and so we're going to be doing quite a few different videos, and one will be covering that subject in the future. We put out our first video. Basically, we're just kind of demystifying a lot of the information out there about oil, right? Like, it's one of those things that's kind of hard to get a very good grasp on. It's not as visual as something as mechanical as, say, how an internal combustion engine actually works. So it's tough to know how oil works and the many questions that surround oil. So our first video we put out earlier this year, we talked about what do the numbers actually mean on that bottle. When you're looking at a bottle and it says 5W30, do thinner oils, a lower number, does that actually result in better efficiency? And then also we looked at, can these thinner oils, these thinner modern oils that we're using actually protect today's engines as well as some of the thicker oils we've seen in the past?
Yeah. And what do those numbers mean? For example, the Porsche Cayman Club Sport class here are running on a street oil. It's Mobil 1, fully synthetic, FS 0W40. And that's exactly what's in my road-going, straight-going Porsche. So 0W40, what does that mean, Jason? Explain that engineering for me.
Yes, I have it for you. So the 0W is its rating when it's cold. So there's basically two ratings here when you look at these numbers. There's the 0W and then there's the 40. And so the 0W is how this oil behaves when it's cold. And so you want it to have really good flow so that it circulates through the engine on startup when it's in cold conditions, like we're looking at on our screen right here. Like in these conditions, you want that oil to flow really well. And that's what a 0W is going to do really well. It's going to pump, it's going to allow your engine to start and circulate that oil extremely quickly. The 40, that's at running operating temperature. So that's going to be, there's tests that are done at 100 C, 150 degrees Celsius. And that's what you're looking at with that 40 is once my engine's up to temperature and we're actually running flat out, what am I going to be getting? What sort of viscosity am I going to see within my engine? And so it sounds like, because it goes from a 0 to a 40, that as it gets hotter, it gets thicker, because the higher that number, the thicker the oil. But in reality, it's at two different temperatures. So there's the cold rating, there's the hot rating. So it does in fact get thinner as it heats up, but it gets less thin than if it were to just stay a 0 the entire way across. So you have... Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go on. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say you have additives that you put in so that you can modify that top end. You can change what that final number becomes. They're called viscosity index improvers. So you add those in and you can create that multi-grade oil, 0W for when it's cold, and 40, the protection of 40 when it's hot.
So if I go back to that Sunbeam Alpine that I was talking about, the 1725 little 4-cylinder engine, which has its roots, and pun absolutely intended, as it was a Roots Group car, back in the 1950s in an old Humber Scepter, completely iron block, that car, no exotic alloys or even aluminium or aluminum. Now that would take 2050. So 20 then is a heck of a lot thicker when I'm trying to turn the car over or running it in the winter and the colder ambient temperatures here in the UK than 0W would be. And presumably then, even if I'm still getting some kind of similar, well, maybe I'm not getting the similar type of protection because it's finding it harder to move around the engine in those really important startup phase and warm-up phase of the engine.
Yeah, so it's a genuine and a good concern that you have, and basically, I mean, the thing is, if you start going back to these older engines, we start to have not quite as tight of tolerances and larger pathways that this oil is traveling, right? So they can actually use these thicker oils, and it's not something that may be restrictive. Now, at a certain temperature, yes, a 20 is going to be frozen and a 0 won't. At some temperature, that will happen, right?
Wow.
But it basically, like, if you're looking at for your car, I mean, there's different tolerances and there's different passageways in these. And so that's why there's kind of different recommendations. They're making sure that you maintain that proper pressure and that proper oil film between the moving parts.
Fascinating. And it's just stuff we pour in. And as you say, we don't see it unless something's gone catastrophically wrong with an engine, which we seldom see in road cars nowadays. How are you going to attack the next few years? We've been talking about things like electrification, hybrids, things like that. I presume you've got to now, as well as one of my colleagues, Nick Damon, who works in the pits for us at Le Mans, says the uppy downy and the roundy bits, the greasy oily bits are one thing. But now we're talking about, and we know this from prototype racing at Le Mans, the hybrids there's an electric motor, there is hybrid energy being harvested, and then there is how the two systems, the internal combustion engine and the hybrid electrical engine, effectively motors, talk to each other and interact. That's got to be something that is incredibly difficult to understand and explain, because you're talking not just about mechanical, but you're talking about, I guess, programming, electronics, and some form of computing that's going on there at a ridiculously high data processing rate.
Yeah, there's a lot of advances that are coming. So I have 3 cars, one of them's electric, 2 of them have combustion engines, and there are advantages to each. And you're definitely going to start seeing more carryover of electric technology put into cars, even that still have combustion engines, for various reasons. I mean, electric motors have insanely good torque, and they have that torque immediately. And so they can complement internal combustion engine cars in certain scenarios. A lot of modern all-wheel drive systems are starting to have combustion engine on one side, electric motors on the other axle, and kind of that independent control of each. There's definitely advantages to going towards it, of course, from an efficiency standpoint, but also from a torque standpoint, performance standpoint. The big challenge now with electric is the weight penalty. So there's a big price penalty and there's a big weight penalty. And so trying to bring those down where we're adding less mass to the vehicle and not making it cost as much is kind of the big challenge with electric technology at the moment. But we're certainly, moving towards that direction.
We're still under a hold at the moment for extreme weather at the top of the mountain at over 14,000 feet. It was very cold overnight, and for the last couple of hours it's barely been above freezing. In fact, it hasn't been above freezing at the top of the mountain. Jason is with us, the man who hosts Engineering Explained on YouTube. Jason, when you're trying to put together a feature for a video, do you find sometimes you get a bit of pushback sometimes from some of the manufacturers? Because quite clearly some of the stuff you might want to talk about would be proprietary information and stuff that I kind of don't mind you talking about it in general terms, but I don't want you to take the top off this and look into there.
Yeah, it does exist to a point, right? And so I think one of the beautiful things is like when you get invited to these automotive events, you get to kind of get face to face with the engineers behind all these products. You can kind of ask them whatever you want. And they will have a varying range of basically like PR experience of what am I allowed to say and what am I not allowed to say. And of course, it's my job to kind of push that, right? Like it's to try and find out when they'll stop giving me more information. And oftentimes I've been quite pleasantly surprised about what I can learn just from these discussions. And there's definitely been some stuff which has been novel that I think has just come out from me having these discussions with engineers. So it's definitely something I try to push as much as I can because I just want to learn cool stuff about cars at the end of the day. And then they kind of want to defend their own information, of course. So there's a little line that we're dancing on for sure.
And where do you think that next big step change will be then? What are you hearing anything that you think, oh, I really want to get into that? What do you think we're going to be talking about in 3 or 4 years? Product cycles have shortened up a lot in the automotive industry. No longer do cars stay the same for 10 years or so. Actually, we've got a green flag here, which is really good news. So that means we can't be too far away. What do you think might be the next big thing, as it were, that we're not talking about right now?
I think the next really big push is going to be trying to find a good battery solution. There are certainly challenges with today's electric batteries, and I think batteries are going to play a massive role in future transportation. And so figuring out the chemistry of these future batteries that we're able to put, I mean, if you think about it now, like for example, we've got a couple Tesla Model 3s that are going to be running up Pikes Peak today. Those Model 3s have about the energy equivalent of maybe 2.5 gallons of gasoline in that entire battery, right? And so the energy density of it is very low. Now they're super efficient, so they can still go a tremendous distance even though they only have that 2.5 gallons. So it's kind of this combination of, making sure that we can reduce the weight, reduce the size, get more energy into a smaller space.
And does that mean getting rid of the heavy metal content of these rechargeable batteries and finding, I mean, there are people playing with water and other things, batteries at the moment, which kind of blows my mind. And does hydrogen have a part in this as a propellant as well to help generate some extra oomph for the cars?
Yeah, I mean, I think hydrogen, the advantage of hydrogen is that, first of all, it's plentiful, and second of all, the weight to energy ratio is pretty good in comparison to today's electric batteries. So there are advantages to it. There are also challenges from an efficiency standpoint of why you might do it. So hydrogen today is a very expensive proposition, but if that cost goes down, then perhaps, yeah, it could be viable.
Yeah, we're talking in the UK about using the quote-unquote additional output from offshore wind farms to crack hydrogen down and therefore bring the price down. And as far as batteries are concerned, polymers, that sort of thing, is that what we're expecting to see within a reasonable amount of time?
John, I'm going to be tested here with my chemistry knowledge, which is completely lacking. So I have a degree in mechanical engineering. I get passionate about seeing moving things and figuring out how they move. And then once we get into chemistry, I get lost pretty quickly. So I don't want
You You need to start thinking. Get into RC, remote control racing. One of our guys, Nick Damon, who I mentioned before, he's off at the RC British Grand Prix at the moment.
Oh, very cool.
In Hertfordshire, and he covers that for TV. And he's let me come and play on the broadcast a few times, and I'm blown away by how much technology there are in motor vehicles that are this size, and how the guys race them. Final thought from you, then Jason. Pikes Peak.
Yes.
Is that something that you and I think you and your Miata MX-5? That's what you should be. What did you say? Supercharged? Did you say?
I don't even have a roll cage on it. I think that would be a dangerous move for me to take up Pikes Peak in the convertible. I would happily do it at moderate speeds, and I should get out there and just drive the road at some point in life, anyways. But
you have to do it.
I am very intimidated by what's about to happen, and I think if you are on the latter end of this racing order today, you've got the good spot, because getting out there early today, that takes some serious courage. That's not me.
Jason, thank you very much indeed. Keep doing the good work. We love Engineering Explained on YouTube, as do 2.75 million followers. Jason, fabulous stuff, mate. And you see what you started. All you wanted to do was get something on your CV, and look what happened. Well done, mate.
Thank you so much, John. Appreciate you having me.
Jason Fensky there, joining us in the Mobile One Global broadcast booth at Sunshine, and I can see the first competitor coming to the line, which I'm absolutely delighted about. This is a very interesting vehicle that's heading onto the start line now. This is Scott Birdsall in the I think it should be the 128. This started life as a 1949 Ford F1 pickup. Jason is still watching this, and I can see the way he's looking at this. That's an extraordinary piece of kit. This has got a 5.8 litre Cummins diesel engine, compression ignition engine. So the amount of torque that is going through that transmission and onto those back wheels will be extraordinary. 359 cubic inch, which, as I say, is about 5.8 litres. Now, Scott, with this Ford F1, is running in the exhibition class. And you can see the blowers, the turbochargers on the front of that as well. He calls this truck Old Smoky. And if you haven't already, get the live timing up. This is Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One at the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb with Gran Turismo. We're the official broadcasters, and lovely to finally see a car coming to the line, but it's all been about safety. The Garrett turbocharger on the top of that engine looks absolutely fantastic. I think as well that Magnus Walker would appreciate the style on that. It is a bit outlaw, it is a bit rat look. This is only the second time for Scott on the mountain. Raced here last year on the shortened version of the track, and therefore hasn't been up the full 12.42 miles. Had about a 5-6 minute run on the shortened course last year. Yeah, had to look that up there. What he's looking for, I suppose, would be the current diesel record on Pikes Peak. That was set back in 2015 with an exhibition class vehicle, a 2016 as it was then, new for the next year, Mercedes C300 D4matic. We are off and running for the 2020 98th running of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International. And Scott Birdsall then takes his 1949 Ford, which he found in a garden. It was full of rodents and birds and all kinds of things. Heading up the first part of the circuit, or the run, should I say. There's some very quick spots here. And the gradient is not too bad. Still in the tree line until you get to Glen Cove and just beyond. Until really at that point, once you get over 12,000 feet, you've really nothing lives up there of any great note. We'll keep an eye on the lap time as we come in, or should I say the run time. And we've got 4 different sections. Good takeoff from the bottom of the hill, not too much wheel spin, despite all that torque. Scott was telling us earlier in the week that it's all about getting the right tyre compounds for this vehicle. He's a world record holder in the half-mile diesel land speed record. Set that back in 2019, last year, on the half-mile at Coalinga in California. He wants to take the record over 180 miles an hour and then be the first diesel-powered pickup to go over 200 miles an hour. As I say, the vehicle itself started life back in the late 1940s and has been put together as a race truck by Scott, who owns Chuckles Garage in Santa Rosa, California. Trying to see him coming up the mountain now here at Pikes Peak. Beautiful weather now. Fully plus 3.3 degrees Celsius at the top. That's nearly 38 degrees Fahrenheit. Still only 10 degrees at the start line as the second vehicle is getting ready. Another exhibition class car, and believe it or not, this is another car that does not exactly sit as it started in life. This is a 1972 Datsun 240Z or Z. Sean Bassett has plumbed in a 327 cubic inch to the front of that car, driving the rear wheels, and the bodywork has been replaced by carbon fibre. The car cost him $1,100 from Craigslist a few years ago. And Sean has got a link to the 1949 Ford F1 that just went up because he was the crew chief for that car last year. Decided that he would have a go, although he's got a motorcycle racing background. Florida Supermoto has 3 wins in that national series. We'll just see this car off the line before we bring in our next guest. This is his first attempt at the mountain. And don't forget, he's not practiced this all in one go. It's broken up into 4 separate areas and you get to practice it. And it might not be bottom to top. You could start at the top, then do one of the middle sections, then the bottom, then the other one. It just depends which group you're in. And while we're waiting for this car to go up the hill, the mountain, let's bring in our next guest then, who is somebody who's very familiar with my form of racing, as we say hello to Pat Long. Hello,
John,
Pat.
how you doing? I guess it's good
Hello.
afternoon for you and good morning for me.
Yes, it is. Good to see your face again, mate. How you doing?
Doing well, doing well. I'm excited to tune into this. I've been studying up and following a few of my friends that are set to go in about 3 or 4 cars, and looks exciting. Pikes Peak has always had my interest. To be honest, I think it's got to be one of the most daunting races there ever existed.
Well, you've driven about every type of Porsche in the last, 15, 20 years or so. You're a massive air and oil-cooled Porsche fan, founder of Luftgekühlt, which does mean air-cooled in German. But would you have a go at this? Would you honestly jump in and have a go at this?
Yeah, I've been a massive fan of all types of disciplines of racing. I've been fortunate enough to get an opportunity in a V8 supercar, a NASCAR, a sprint car. So I'm open-minded. I'm not just a road race guy, but I have to be honest with you. In about 2012, I started studying this race a little bit closer. That was when there was still some dirt aspect to the run up the hill. And you'd have to be in there properly prepared. This is definitely not a track or a race where you just roll up and have a go. So my schedule or the opportunity hasn't come, but never rule it out and never say no to a good ride.
Just for those of you watching here on Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One, as Sean Bassett gets underway in that awesome V8 Datsun 240. It's not much of the 1972 car left there. We're just having a few problems with our links to the mountain, which is why we can't hear the car sounds at the moment. But our tech team, hardworking tech team, are on that, and we'll get that to you. Meantime, the Ford F1 pickup truck just went through Glen Cove and is heading up through to the end of the tree line. It won't be long before the vegetation disappears. And from our vantage point further up the mountain, you can see how it changes massively as you get up above 12,000 feet, and possibly one of the few bits of Armco just at the end of the W's there. So you go up, no room for error at any part of the mountain, to be honest, Pat. But as you get further up and there's nothing around there, there's very little reference points, which is what you as a racing driver is looking for. You want something to pick for your braking spot and your turn-in point.
Yeah, definitely. It reminds me of a lot of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where the stakes are so high. There's so many blind crests, different angles. And then probably the biggest parallel is the change of weather. In just the one run up, you might go through 3 seasons of weather, let alone the altitude that's challenging the powertrain and the driver. And then, of course, you bring tires into it and the tech between having something soft, but also something that will rely and be there for you all the way to the top of the hill. So I love the technical challenge of this. And like you just touched on, these drivers don't see the whole mountain until today. And that's tough mentally. I mean, when you're a single car and you're a professional driver, it really is you against yourself. And that's easily the most, I guess, misunderstood discipline of motor racing is that everybody thinks it's wheel to wheel. But if you haven't competed professionally, you think about it as a man versus man, and it's really you against yourself. And this mountain definitely is probably one of the biggest challenges in all of motorsport for that.
Just where we've got that Ford at the moment with Scott Birdsall, no room for error. You clip the inside and you do some damage, you're going to fall off the outside of the mountain, and from there on it's a long way down. I will say the safety standards that the tech team at the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International is extraordinary. When I was there with the guys from Bentley, they said it was the first time they'd ever had their roll cage on any car anywhere in the world crack tested. And they do that for every competitor because they want to make sure that everything is up to the standards, the very high standards that they set. Yes, it's a hill climb, but it is the hill climb, isn't it? Let's be honest. And I remember seeing these sort of images the year that Sebastian Loeb went to the top. We did a broadcast of it, actually. And I thought somebody was pulling my leg when I was doing the research, because this looks like you're driving on the moon or at least another planet when you get above the tree line, Pat.
Yeah, absolutely. The spectacle changes, but as a driver, you're not focused on left or right. Your really vision is about as far up as you can get with what tarmac or racetrack is given to you. So whether there are fans or green or brown around you, like you said earlier, it's about finding reference points that you can use to remind yourself of braking points and reference points for when you can go to throttle. A lot of what we talk about in driving is picking your eyes up through the corner and finding your exit point. Realistically, your mind will calculate instinctively when you can go to throttle. And as soon as you can pick that exit, your foot will have sort of that green light from your brain that says, okay, bury the throttle, open the hands, and let her rip.
Just working with the timing at the moment. I've got Scott Birdsall in the fourth of 5 timing loops at the moment, sections at the moment. So he's getting up towards the top of the mountain. Looks to me as he's getting towards the Devil's Playground and heading towards the big hairpin. That might even be as far up as Cog Cut, is it? No, maybe not quite that far, but he's well up the mountain now into the plus 12,000 feet mark. And that diesel engine now will be struggling despite the big forced induction, the Cummins motor with the Garrett turbocharger and the big wing at the back. That'll become more and more important because the air is getting thinner and thinner. And in fact, our drones were struggling to fly up there earlier on when I watched some of the test footage. Don't normally get to fly the drones, but with no spectators here this year, have been granted special permission to fly the drones to get some of the shots that we're showing you. Second on the mountain, that Datsun 240Z from Sean Bassett. His first time on them. I can't even begin to think what's going through his mind at the moment. Still to come to Glen Cove, so working his way through the wooded area. And I suppose it's like anything, Pat, that it's all about getting the rhythm of what you're doing, whether it's a long racetrack like Road America, which is over 4 miles around on the IMSA circuit, on the IMSA schedule, whether it's the Nürburgring, which is further, Le Mans, 8.5 miles. It's about getting into the rhythm and then being able to remember. It's almost like muscle memory, isn't it, to get you where you want to go?
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of visualization is needed when you have limited track time. There's more simulation, there's more references that you can use before you get to the race weekend compared to maybe 30 years ago. In saying that, it's really about understanding where you can take risks and where you can't. And I think that the biggest thing, talking to Jeff Swart, Roman Dumas, some of the friends of mine who have had great success, is when there is adversity, when the car is struggling, when the tire might be struggling, it's so key for your own safety, but also for the performance of the run up, that you just keep your head in the racetrack and in the circuit. Because as soon as you start drifting into, I wonder what that click is or why we're losing a little bit of horsepower, there's no chance for a second run. So just keep your head down, keep pushing. And that's what Roman told me when he set that record in the Volkswagen electric car. Was there were little struggles here and there, but I just kept my head just straight into it and luckily set that record.
And it's not just the car either, Pat, because it's the driver. Because as you're going up higher, the driver's going to struggle as well with cognitive processing as they lose oxygen. As, by the way, off goes Justin Lombard, the 2020 Acura TLX. This is another exhibition class car, and it's another rookie as well. But just making those decisions and being able to physically drive the car and mentally drive the car gets more difficult as your brain's being starved of oxygen.
Yeah, absolutely. You see a lot of top-level triathletes, Olympic athletes, and interesting this year for motorsport, during the COVID sort of reintroduction of Supercross, they went to Salt Lake City and raced over and over. And you could see somebody like Eli Tomac, who lives and trains in Colorado at altitude, a son of John Tomac, mountain bike legend. John knows how to train an athlete, and it's all about having that muscle memory, but having the oxygen to feed that muscle memory. And that's a physicality that exposure is the biggest and greatest tool there. It's very hard to get around that. But yeah, interesting enough that, a lot of these guys, they spend tons of time at altitude in the months leading up. And of course, all the preparation for Pikes Peak and the testing gets them the chance to be at that limited oxygen. But I'm surprised we haven't. Have you seen much oxygen being driven in? Can there be any oxygen involved in this for the drivers?
It can, I've heard people talking about it, and certainly when they get to the top, they might want to use it. I remember when I was up there, the year that Roman went up in the ID, the Volkswagen ID. I mean, at the top, it was. My decision making was so poor that I got all the way at the top. It dehydrates you as well, Pat. That's the other thing. I drank a bottle of water, saw the weather closing in, and turned my little hire car around and started going back down, forgetting to get out of the car and take pictures, because that's not the way my mind was working. I was trying to make decisions, and I was struggling to do the thought process. And it does happen. It does happen, no doubt. I think, ladies and gentlemen, that with our first run, Scott Birdsall, I've got him timed at 11 minutes 24.065. And in my notes, I've got a diesel record of 11:37.1. So we've waited a wee while, but I think that is a diesel record for the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, set by our first run in far from perfect conditions at the top, where we were delayed for some time, scraping ice off the top of the mountain. And the first guy up there, Pat, to go up there so committed, that's either a very, very brave, very, very stupid, a mixture of the both, or just some kind of lack of imagination.
Yeah, well, nothing to take away from Scott's run, but it does suggest that we have some very good conditions here, and we could see some records fall. I'm very interested to see how the two GT2 RS Club Sports and Jeff Swart's 935, which are very similar in the makeup of those cars, with those three running very tight, and I saw Paul Dollenbach's right in the mixture with his wild and crazy prototype. So yeah, I'm looking forward to tuning in, and hopefully we'll continue to see some records drop.
So Justin Lombard on the mountain as well in the Acura TLX. I'm just checking his time. He's the team manager of Acura's Pikes Peak efforts. 2-litre turbocharged, what I'm told is a more aggressive setup for the double wishbone front and multi-link rear suspension. But he is a rookie, so he's finding his way as he goes up the mountain. Pat, you've been inextricably linked down through the years with Porsche for a in fact, I think you still are the only American to have been a Porsche factory driver. A great brand to be involved with. And of course, you're racing again in IMSA this year.
Yeah, it's been a dream run for me as a sort of 21-year-old kid racing in Europe, chasing a career in single-seaters, and to be picked up by Porsche at the end of 2002. There have been Americans that have a huge past and a factory driver status, guys like Hurley Haywood and Al Holbert, heroes of mine. But yeah, in this day and age, very proud to carry the flag for Porsche in North America for the last couple decades. Racing is still the number one discipline and focus for me. We're right in the middle of our IMSA season, just coming off one race at VIR and heading to Atlanta next weekend for our next round of the IMSA Championship, running with Ryan Harderwyk and a great team in Wright Motorsports. I found different homes along my career, and this year it's Wright Motorsports. I've been running with them since about 2016, and previously with Flying Lizard, Penske, Peterson White Lightning, all different types of organizations that I've been able to sort of latch onto and keep a job. And as you know, as a motorsport driver, you're only as good as your last race. So pushing a little bit in the age group division, but somebody like Bill Oberlin, who's in his 50s and still winning races, plenty of time there to still improve my craft and to continue and chase championships and victories.
Yeah, Bill Oberlin, who less time out at VIR, went to the very top of the top class of IMSA's victory totem pole, 61 victories for Bill, and then backed it up with another victory in the secondary class the next day, and he's been winning again since then. So Bill Power, as we call him, Bill Oberlin, on a rich vein of form at the moment. Pat, we had Magnus Walker on earlier on as one of our guests here in the Mobile One Global Broadcast Centre on Pikes Peak Live. And we were talking about Porsches. We can't have you on without talking about Luftgekühlt, the celebration of all things oil and air cooled as far as Porsche is concerned, up to the 993 Type 911. It's been a difficult time for you as our next competitor in the number 20. Gregoire Blochon goes out in what looks a bit like a VW Beetle. It's a turbocharged diesel. Now, Manfred Stoll was supposed to drive this car, but he hasn't been able to get here due to COVID. So Gregoire, who owns and operates the Boxer Diesel Motorsports operation in Nashville, Tennessee, has stepped in to drive this car. As you might imagine, this exhibition class car doesn't necessarily retain very much of the bug that it started with. You guys have had to work around COVID as well. What's the status with the next Luftgekühlt and bringing all those people who loved air-cooled Porsches together?
Yeah, our 7th Luftgekühlt, an annual air-cooled gathering of historic Porsches and music and festival, started at a coffee shop in 2014. And this year we were slated to be on the East Coast for our first visit. We change our venue up every year, which for many thousands of people to join and gather, changing your venue every year is a little bit of an organizer's nightmare, but it keeps it fresh, it keeps it fun. We want to make our experiences the least stale or predictable that you can. I grew up going to car shows as a kid, and predictability was something that always was around me at car shows, especially static ones. So we've tried to add a little bit of flavor to it. But unfortunately this year, we postponed it from the end of May, right in kind of that peak of COVID, and hoped by November we'd be in a better place to roll out our first East Coast show. But unfortunately, we just decided to call it a day in 2020 and sit back and enjoy some of these events like Pikes Peak that can run without spectators and still enjoy a streaming follow along. But Luftgekühlt is really the essence of energy and being together as a community. So we're going to wait 2020 out and see where we end up for 2021. Have a few tricks up our sleeve toward the end of the year, though. We're still working hard as a small kind of gritty agency, producing some experiential marketing for other companies and products ourselves. Luftgekühlt.com goes strong and hard 24/7 online, and going to roll out a few new things. I'm proud to say we're going to have our second book, hardbound coffee table book that covers the 4th, 5th, and 6th editions of Luftgekühlt. And we've also just recently rolled out a collaboration with Mattel and Hot Wheels So we're going to join up with a few of the Mattel Hot Wheels Legends Tour events that are coming out here in the next couple of weeks. So yeah, still staying plenty busy. Mobile One's been a great partner of ours, and always they're so keen to tell stories of the enthusiasm of the people who love these cars and take these cars through their life as sort of their moving picture frame. So yeah, it's been fun to be on the other side of the camera and really trying to produce new experiences, and partners like Mobile One have made that a dream come true for me personally.
We'll talk about Jeff Swart in a moment or two, because he's a very important part to Luftgekult, and the way he visualizes things in his head it's out of this world. It's brilliant. Just give you the next time that's gone up. Sean Bassett, the rookie in that GM Engine 240Z Datsun 1972 with the carbon fiber bodywork. 13.089. That's his first run ever up the hill in its entirety. Gets to the top of the mountain in one piece, waiting for Justin Lombard in the first of a couple of Acuras that we're going to see up. Next up will be Jordan Guitar, the 2021 Acura TLX, another turbo 2-litre car as well. He's a two-wheel drive national rally champion in the US in his third year on Pikes Peak. So it'll be very, very, I guess there'll be a little bit of needle between Justin, who's the team manager for Acura, and Jordan when Jordan goes up. And I'm also interested to see what that bug can do, the 2020 Boxer, as it's called, TDI bug. We have set a new diesel lap record. We brought that mark down by a goodly margin, about 13 seconds, I reckon. 11:24.0, the time that I'm seeing on the screen for the first driver up the hill, Scott Birdsall, in that 1949 Shell with the big Cummins diesel, 351 cubic inch, 5.8 and a bit in terms of CC. The bug is still in the tree line, but climbing up. A little bit of diesel smoke as he gets back on the throttle through the S's, climbing up through to, he's gone past the brake test point, which is at Glen Cove. And what I'm talking about there is, if you haven't been there before, if you go up and drive there, and you can do, it's a toll road, on your way back down, you're stopped, and one of the rangers there gets out the temperature, the laser temperature probe, not to test you on the forehead in case you've got COVID coming down, but to test your brake disc temperatures to make sure you're going to be safe on the rest of the rundown. There he is going past that right now. He was just coming into that. And from now on, that's at round about, 14 and a half miles up. So he's still got a ways to go. But also the vegetation is just going to disappear. And it makes it really hard to remember the road from there. And he's got some very tight corners with not much on the outside to go. Gregoire Blachon then in that TDI bug as we wait for the next car to go up the hill from the bottom. There is the bug heading up the hill. You can really see when he's on the throttle, and there's plenty of it. He's pushing hard, trying to get the bite. You remember, Pat, we started paving Pikes Peaks somewhat controversially. From 2002 onwards, it was completed. The whole run up the hill was completed. The whole roadway, in fact, was completed in 2012, as off goes Justin in the 2021 Acura TLX. And I've heard drivers say to me that actually the commitment that you need now on a fully paved run up the 12.42 miles is actually probably even a bit more, and the margins for error are much smaller because you haven't got the ability to start to slide the car and scrub off a little bit of excess speed. And effectively every corner is like being on a racetrack. Your brake point, your turning point, getting back on the throttle is finite and so important to your overall time.
Yeah, it's very interesting to think about the margin of error when the stakes are higher, the speeds are higher with a fully paved run. I think that if you go back to the tire description and discussion, with dirt being a decreasing amount of the proportion of going up the hill, you still, if you had some, you still needed a tire that could get you through those dirt sections. So you were going to have some level of compromise on the tire choice. With it going to all pavement, that goes to, I would assume, a full slick for most everybody. depending on what the weather is doing. And that just changes the whole discipline. As a driver, the speeds get higher. The things that happen, if they do go wrong, happen at a much quicker rate. So just overall pushing the envelope of how treacherous this is and how hard you're pushing through these corners when you get rid of that sort of dirt tire or treaded tire that was going to get you through those dirt sections. So I know it's a mixed review from the spectators and the competitors. I'm a follower of this race from a distance, but from what I've been told, it's just a different discipline, much like if we're racing in the wet versus racing in the pavement, or sorry, in the dry. It's the same for everybody, and you just have to make the best of it. But definitely a different discipline. I love watching this bug. This thing is angry. I mean, it rotates so quickly. I have to think this is going to be, if his splits are telling any story of what his visuals are, he's going to give everybody a run at this final section.
Yeah, he's doing a pretty decent job, and Gregoire Blachon aiming for 11:24. That was the other diesel time, and unofficially that's a new record for that 1941 Ford F1. Sean Bassett, by the way, clocked a 13-minute 8.9 second run in that carbon-bodied GM V8 engined 1972 Datsun. So we'll keep an eye on what goes on at the shop. The other thing about paved versus the dirt, and perfectly illustrated by the shot that we're getting down the mountain now through the W's and into the twisties in the forest there, as the first of the Teslas is getting ready to go. When it was paved, Pat, it didn't go all the way to the edge of the dirt. So it actually narrowed the track up a little bit, and then there's a white line there, and then there's a bit of, and then there's a bit more dirt. So actually it's pulled in the track quite significantly.
Yeah, it's very interesting when something of a narrow circuit is more narrow, but the speeds are even higher. And of course, whether it's dirt or Armco or a hill or grass, if you dip a wheel off, it's game over, as we've seen in the week leading up with some of the images that have been coming through. So again, stakes are always high here. Luckily, the weather seems to be cooperating. So that's always the first thing that comes across the driver's mind, is where and when might I hit torrential weather when I'm running slicks and at pace with very little notice running up. I mean, it brings me back to the days of Le Mans or Nürburgring, as you've called many of those races. And a driver doesn't have much warning when they come up on a wet circuit. It doesn't give you that visual warning. You basically feel it before you see it. And that's always the number one thing on my mind in changing conditions. But I have to think the driver's heart rate is probably at about 175 sitting here on the grid, just waiting to run up. And then the mental stress, as you talked about, for the next 12 minutes. I mean, think about 3 laps at Le Mans at qualifying pace. It's not a lot of time on a clock, but mentally it's a day's worth of stress. You just want to take a nap at the end.
And one go at it, and then you have to wait a whole year. That's the thing that Jeff Swart was telling me 2 years ago when I was there watching the TLX heading up the hill. Now on the line is Blake Fuller in a Model 3. As we were hearing earlier on, round about 2.5 gallons worth of energy, gallons of petrol, of gasoline worth of energy in that battery pack for the Tesla Model 3, and that will have to take him up the hill. And I remember, Pat, talking to Romain Duman, his engineers in the ID4, when they were sending, the IDR rather, sending that car up the mountain. They were really worried if it was going to be wet on the top, because they were almost banking on the fact that some of the hard stops were going to harvest some energy to put some battery power back in to get the oomph at the top of the hill.
Yeah, that's an intense thought process when you're thinking about the sort of conventional idea is not to be braking and to be carrying speed. But when it comes to it being reliable and having pace at the top for power, then you have to look at that whole simulation. I remember going back to the GT3R hybrid days at Nürburgring and really looking at with the engineers about a GPS-based boost. We were running a conventional engine in the back, an electric engine up front, and braking was your friend for that regen and making that hybrid power to keep the energy coming out for the whole lap at Nürburgring. So intense to think about the electric game here. Electrification in street cars, of course, is alive and well and present. And I love to see OEMs developing even more and pushing the envelope here at Pikes Peak.
Pat, thanks for joining us. We've got the Tesla on the road, and I can't wait to see you at the racetrack. And I mean see you, rather than just be talking from a distance, even though I know we've been broadcasting on the PA at some of these IMSA events. Race well next time out at Road Atlanta, fella, and the best of the Right Motorsports team.
Well, thanks for having me on, and look forward to seeing you. You're doing a phenomenal job from home. I'm just worried you're not going to want to get on an airplane anymore, but I have no doubts that we'll be seeing each other soon. So have a great rest of the call of the race, and I'll be enjoying following along. And thanks for everybody for having me on.
Thanks, Pat. Patrick Long, Porsche factory driver, and the man who founded Luft Gekult. Well, the Tesla Model 3 is on the mountain now and heading up in the hands of Blake Fuller. I can tell you that the bug with Grégoire Blachon was, can you believe this, 12.42 miles, all of that altitude from start to finish, and he's finished barely a second away from the 1949 Ford F1 pickup that Scott Birdsell sent up the mountain first of all. Barely a second in 12.42 miles. Both of those two unofficially have broken what was the old diesel record. Scott Birdsell, however, will now have that record. That's unofficial. We've got cars on the mountain, the TLA, the second of the TLAs. That's Jordan Guitar coming towards the top. Is he going to beat his teammate, Justin Lombard, who is also his team manager? Bit of needle there. Don't go too far away. Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One.
I'm David Perkins at Perkins Motors in Colorado Springs. We have been doing business here for over 75 years. You can find us just off I-25 on Motor City Drive. Just look for the big gray parking structure. This month, during our Labor Day sales event, lease a new 2020 Jeep Renegade Trailhawk for $248 a month, or a new 2020 Jeep Gladiator Sport for just $399 a month. Want to stay home? Learn about our contactless concierge sales and service programs at PerkinsMotors.com. Experience Perkins Power. Perkins Motors. We're the better way to go.
Hello, everybody. This is Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One, the official broadcast partner to the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb with Gran Turismo. I'm John Hindhaugh in the Mobile One Global Broadcast Centre. We have got competitors on the mountain after a long delay for extremely cold and dangerous conditions at the top of the mountain, where we were literally scraping ice off the pavement earlier on. Our best time so far, an 11:24.0, set by the first competitor up the mountain. That was Scott Birdsell in his awesome 1949 Ford F1 pickup truck, albeit with almost 6 litre, 351 cubic inch Cummins turbocharged diesel engine. We believe unofficially right now that is a new diesel record for going up Pikes Peak. Grégoire Blachon in second, barely a second away. Another diesel-powered car, this time in the shape of a Volkswagen Beetle, a classic Volkswagen Beetle. Best of the petrol engine cars at the moment, Justin Lombard, in the 113 Acura TLX, and he's just ahead of the big V8 engined Datsun 240Z as off goes our next racer. And whilst he is getting up to speed, let me introduce our next guest, who is Rod Emery, who joins us now in the Mobile One Global broadcast booth. Rod, hello. Welcome from your car. How appropriate is that, mate? How you doing?
I'm doing great, John. Thank you so much for having me on here. I'm excited to join you guys.
Well, I'm pleased that you've got something to watch as well, because we have got competitors on the mountain. Where in the world? I mean, one of the disadvantages of the current COVID crisis is we can't all be at Pikes Peak, but we've all had to find new ways of talking together, and the Mobile One Global Broadcast Centre is one of those. Where in the world are we talking to you, Rod?
Well, as you might know, my home and workshop is in North Hollywood, California. But this weekend, I'm up in Oregon, kind of in the middle of the Oregon wine country in the Willamette Valley, which is where I started Emery Motorsports in the early '90s. I've got a farm up here that we invite people from all over the country and have these Porsche campouts once a year. So I'm up here just outside of the farm. I can't be on the farm today, right, or while we're doing this broadcast, because there's no internet service. So I'm in the town of McMinnville.
Now, you described there on the caption as an outlaw Porsche builder. We had Magnus Walker. We spoke to him earlier on, very early in the broadcast. It was still dark where he was in California. Define outlaw. We hear this term bandied about, and a lot of people think it's a relatively recent thing, but it has a long history, outlaws, particularly with Porsches.
Well, yeah, it does. And, the Porsche platform has been something that's been raced and developed and modified from the very beginning. So, modifying a Porsche is not a new thing. I mean, Porsche did it with their very first race car and win at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1951. But the term outlaw, really where it kind of attached itself to the Porsche environment, was back in the 80s. My father, Gary Emery, had a Porsche parts business in Southern California called Porsche Parts Obsolete. I was a young kid working in the back of the workshop, putting cars together. I come from a family of old hot rodders. My grandfather was a custom car builder, and so we come from a modifying family, but yet my dad is selling parts to all of these guys that were doing full Concours, original restorations. And in the back of my dad's parts business, my dad's telling me, "Hey, Rod, let's lower this car. Let's pull the hubcaps off. Let's, slam the cars on the ground and put fog lights on them and hood straps." And they were going, "Gary, you and your son Rod, you guys are outlaws. You're outlawing these Porsches." So we came up with this little badge. Actually, it's right here on my jacket that says 356 Outlaws.
Outlaw.
And we put that on the back of our deck lid. And it just kind of, was kind of an underground club, and we would build these cars and modify them, and now that term outlaw, stuck to the modified Porsche arena. I mean, you hear of outlaws and sprint cars and all this other stuff, and it's
correct.
But as it attached itself to Porsches, it started from that little badge we put on in the late '80s.
And as I was saying to Magnus earlier on, it didn't always go over 100% smoothly with the Porsche establishment. Not necessarily with Porsche as a manufacturer, because they're car guys, and let's be honest, Porsche is an engineering company that just happened to build cars. But there were Porsche enthusiasts that sort of looked a bit sideways at what you and your dad were doing.
Well, absolutely, because people want to, Porsche as a brand is such an amazing brand that we all love so much. And it's a pure brand based on performance and engineering. And, people think, oh, messing with that formula is something that you shouldn't do. But, as racers, what do? We take the car and we tweak on it. I mean, look at the drivers and the teams that are on the hill today. Every lap, every time they go up the hill, they make adjustments, they make changes, they put a different splitter, they do these things. And that's what Porsche built these cars for, was for enthusiasts and racers like all of us to take that platform and just make it better and better and better and personalize it. And now today people are starting to really accept that kind of modification and, as we call, outlaw spirit, because they're seeing that we're having fun with it, and we're doing things that enhance the brand. We're not taking away from the brand.
And I mean, in some ways, you could call Dr. Ferdinand Porsche and the original Porsches, you could call those outlaws, all right, not from themselves, obviously, but from what in those days would have been perceived wisdom. Lightweight cars, engine in a weird place, small capacity engine, and down through the years, all the tuning that has gone into Porsches has in some way made them a little bit better and one a little different from the other. Try to find two Porsches that are exactly the same and you'll struggle up until fairly recent times. What qualifies a car as being an outlaw then? You seeing, a bit of change, a bit of personalisation? Is it something as simple as a different colour scheme, a different stripe on the bonnet, some kind of bonnet straps, lights as you mentioned, or is it something more fundamental in terms of suspension, mechanical, a tuned engine, a swapped engine? What is an outlaw? What would definitely be an outlaw? What definitely wouldn't be an outlaw in your mind?
Well, I mean, it's really going to be what the owner or the builder is building into it and personalizing it as. For me, and my father, that kind of outlaw spirit was really about taking the Porsche and just, personalizing it, like you said, and having fun with it and making it your own. I'm not going to sit here and say what makes or doesn't make an outlaw, because I think that anybody that's taking a car and they're making it more drivable, more enjoyable, and something that they're going to want to get in more and tweaking it, technically that's they're outlawing it if it's veering from the exact stock original version.
We've just seen Blake Fuller come to the top in that 2018 Tesla Model 3. He was looking for a new record for the electric production class, 11:48.2. He set that in a Model S P90D L back in 2016, was it? I think it was. And he's just broken that again, unofficially, 11:028. That's the fastest run that we've seen in the 2020 Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb with Gran Turismo. So that is the quickest time. Scott Birdsall unofficially has broken the diesel record with that Ford F1 pickup. It looks like, having waited for the conditions to get a little better at the top of the hill, it was really worth waiting for. Randy Popst in the 42, the 2020 Tesla Model 3 performance, unplugged performance version. Now, Randy had a terrible early part of the week when the car bottomed out and sent him into a brick wall, a stone wall part of the way up the mountain. And that car has been heavily reworked to get it looking anything like we see that lovely shiny black that's going up the hill at the moment. Randy will never give up. There's no way he was not going to try and get up here. Ascension R electric Tesla, Randy's 5th time on the mountain, so we'll keep an eye open on that. His best finish, something completely different. It was in a Dodge Charger Hellcat with the big supercharged motor, and that was a 10 minutes 2.4. That was his best finish. His second place, 10 minutes 2.4 was his best time. He finished 3rd that year in a Ford Mustang. So tantalizingly close to that 10-minute club, under 10-minute club. So whether he can do that today, I'm not sure, particularly in the car that's been rebuilt. In the Pikes Peak presented by Mobile One Global Broadcast booth, we've got Rod Emery at the moment, who's kindly giving us some of his time. Things are changing in the automotive world, Rod. Big changes in the automotive world. But internal combustion engines, they've still got a place, haven't they? Classic Porsches, outlaw Porsches, people who love spark ignition engines, they've still got a place for some time to come, haven't they?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can't take that sound, smell, vibration, and just feeling out of it that you get from an internal combustion engine, and also the ability for us motorheads to just continue to tweak on them and make adjustments and find horsepower. I don't think they're ever going away. Obviously, we all have to adjust to some of the changes that are taking place from the manufacturers, but I'm going to be building Porsches with gas engines till the day I move on from this world, because it's the foundation of motorsport, and it's what it's what I grew up loving, and I'm going to keep flying that flag.
Now, that said, Porsche is about emotion, and Porsche's first all-electric car, the Taycan, is now out there. It's getting rave reviews. It's a real Porsche. I've driven one, and I was blown away by it. I've driven one on a racetrack too, and I was super blown away by that. Can you see a time in the mid-future where you might be having an outlaw electric Porsche, whether it's a Taycan, whether it's the new Taycan Cross or the Macan? Can you see a time when there could be an outlaw culture for Porsche electric cars?
Well, I mean, I get that question asked all the time, and people are like, "Hey, Rod, why don't you put one of these Tesla platforms in one of your 356s and outlaw it out?" And for me, the heart and soul of a Porsche is the engine, and if Porsche builds an electric motor that as they have with this Taycan, and it is exceptional. I mean, the car is unbelievable. If it was a little bit smaller and easier to package, sure enough, I'd be packing it into a 356. But if I can't have a Porsche or Porsche derived power plant in my cars, I won't do it. People ask me all the time, why don't you put Subarus in your cars, or why don't you, for me, that takes away the fundamental, love and heart and soul of the cars that I build. So it's got to be Porsche. So with that said, if Porsche continues to reduce the size of that package and builds a little, newer sports car with a smaller package, and, batteries get smaller, and I can figure out a way to shoehorn that into a 356, it might just happen.
There are people I know now at Weissach who are listening to that, and I like that idea. On the hill now, going up the mountain, Chaz Verkin, another rookie in the Cayman GT4 Club Sport. This is part of the Porsche Pikes Peak Trophy by Yokohama. This is a standard club sport, so 3.8 flat six, no turbos on that. This is a normally aspirated engine and a fabulous sounding engine. Rod will approve of this one, running on standard that you can put in your street car. In fact, is in my two Porsches, the 0W40, the FS0W40 Mobil 1 fully synthetic motor oil, which has been in more than 1 million Porsche engines as first fill. And Randy Pops has just gone through and goes into second at 11.041 for Randy. So he's underneath the old electric record that Blake Fuller held and still holds unofficially, now down to 11.02. That flat six 3.8 or Ultimate, the 4-litre Porsche motor, no turbos. That is just a great motor. And now we've got a new version of a Porsche flat six 4-litre unturbocharged engine that's come out in the new Boxster and Cayman GTS, gone back to the flat six for those cars. This is engine technology going so far beyond what anybody thought that flat six could do. It was being written off 15 years ago as old technology, and yet it endures, Rod. It endures. What's so good about it that the engineers can keep it going and come out with new versions of it that still wow us in cars like this?
Well, as you know, Porsche never really, tears the sheet out and starts fresh. They build on a legacy of amazing engineering, and that's what I love so much about the brand. For those that have been to Weissach and seeing the buildings that they have, and the testing facilities and the engineering departments, my family and I had an opportunity to visit, Weissach, the race department, the entire facility in June of last year, and to see what goes into the development of these cars is exceptional. And Porsche never settles. They never settle on what they've got, and they never lose sight, in my mind, of the fundamental designs that were set forth 50, 60, 70 years ago. And that's why today these cars are continuing to perform better and better. And with partners like Mobil 1 keeping the things lubricated, and drivers like Patrick Long and Jeff Swart adding their feedback. And Jeff is such an amazing, not only the most, in my opinion, one of the greatest race drivers in that has ever been to Pikes Peak, but he's passing on the skills and his knowledge in this mentoring program with these GT4 club sports, and getting other people up the hill, and he's relaying so much information back to Porsche for their design, that that's why these little motors and these cars just continue to get better and better.
Could you take on a build for an outlaw Pikes Peak attempt? Project Pikes Peak for an outlaw. How about that one, Rod?
Oh, that would be pretty amazing. There's been a discussion around my house about whether or not I would ever get behind the wheel of a car going to Pikes Peak. And, I come from 30 years of racing. I grew up racing the off road. I was a mechanic on a top fuel dragster when I was 12 to 15 years old, and then went on to race the Mickey Thompson Off Road Series, and then have done everything from endurance racing and vintage racing. And Pikes Peak was always something that initially I thought was something that I wanted to personally do as a driver. Now at this point in my life, it's not something that's on the radar, just because it's such a dedicated effort. Like Patrick was saying earlier, it's not something to take lightly. These guys that are going up the hill and that are really doing it well, this is so much preparation and so much effort goes into not only having the skill and driving ability, but also the safety and the testing. And with the business and everything else that I have, and 17 employees, for me to take that dedicated time to train and be properly prepared just isn't in the cards. But, with that said, if, it would be kind of neat someday to build a really badass little hot rod 356 with some type of Porsche power plant, and, find a class that it fits in, and, put somebody like Patrick Long in it and have him wheel it up the hill.
You might have to persuade Patrick, I think, from what he was saying earlier on. On the hill now, Catherine Mead, another rookie, another one of the GT4 Cayman Club sports, and heading up the hill for her, as I say, for her first go at the hill. And remember, we said this earlier on, but if you are just joining us here on Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One, you never get to drive the whole course from bottom to top before you drive it in the race. It's broken down into sections and you practice each section, but it's unlikely that you get all of the sections in order during the practice days. And also, by the way, the time of day that you get it may not be anywhere near the time of day that we are looking at now, after a long delay this morning for extremely cold temperatures overnight and scraping, literally chipping ice off the top section of Pikes Peak. We are now racing to the clouds for 2020. Rod Emery's my guest in the Mobile One Global broadcast booth, and it's good to have your company as well, Rod. On Twitter, it is hashtag Pikes Peak Live. And don't forget to go to pikespeakgiveaway.com. And if you're a Porsche owner with your VIN number, you can get some Jeff Swart 935 swag as well, which I wasn't quick enough to do before we came on air, if I'm honest, which I'm rather annoyed about. There's some great looking T-shirts. Rod, in terms then of the whole scene, are people still being drawn to it? It seems to get bigger every year. I mean, is there no ceiling? Eventually, I mean, you guys have got an advantage. You've been there the longest, but is there no ceiling to what could happen for Porsches? Some people, unfortunately, see them as an investment rather than something that they should take out and drive. And I'm not sure I kind of agree with that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, there's two different types of Porsche enthusiasts or collectors. There's some that enjoy the full Concours, don't drive them, put them in a building and keep them in a sealed Ziploc bag. Then there's guys like me and Patrick Long and Magnus and everybody else, Jeff Swart, where these cars are meant to be driven. And I really don't think there is a ceiling. You're just seeing us, the tip of the iceberg in the fun that we're really having in these cars worldwide, and also the freedom now that we have to personalize them. The values of modified cars, cars that are a little more personalized, are continuing to rise. And for me, that's exciting, because it means that we can keep these cars going. We can also make them relevant to the new generation of enthusiasts. Because let's be honest, if you get in your regular daily driver car, most of these cars, that you buy off the showroom floor, whether it's a Volkswagen, or a Toyota, they've got over 200 horsepower in them. And so to then try and talk your, 22-year-old son into getting in a 356 with drum brakes and 60 horsepower, they're kind of like, well, it's a little bit underwhelming. And then you throw them in, one of my cars that looks the same and it's got 200 and 260 horsepower and disc brakes. And they're like, wow, I can have all the look and feel and excitement of the early car, but I can also have the drivability and the brakes and performance that I come to kind of know and expect. So for me, I think the kind of outlaw movement has given the cars a new life for the next generation of enthusiasts to enjoy them.
And you make a good point there, Rod, that it has to be a whole engineering solution. And you've got to make sure that if you're adding performance like that, you're going to add the safety features as well. I take it as well, Rod, that, there would be cars that you wouldn't want to outlaw. If you've got an absolutely pristine matching numbers machine, then you're not going to take that apart and re-engineer that. That would probably stay as it came out of the factory if it's in that kind of condition.
Yeah, absolutely. And, one of the things that we do in the cars that we build, I build about 15 cars a year. And so that means I'm out there hunting for new donor cars and cars that we can build from. And I never start with a car that's a numbers matching full Concours car or full Concours candidate, meaning I won't start with one that has all the original pieces and parts. So if you look at like the 356, for example, there were 76,000 of them built. And about half of those came to the US, and about half of those that came to the US came to California. So I'm in kind of the hot spot of where cars, originated from the early days. But, those cars were driven hard, and, the engines were blown up, and, the door was wrapped over on itself. So there's a lot of cars out there that don't have the ability to ever be that full Concours car again. So if that's the case, that's the perfect candidate for us to have some fun with and to bring back to life. If you go to my Instagram page, you'll see a Roadster that I just finished and delivered to a client yesterday. And it was a terrible car we started with. I mean, it was just absolutely wiped out. And, the nose was partially gone. It was rusty, didn't have the original engine. And that was the car we started with. And, that's the fun, is starting with a car that most people would throw away.
I've got to tell you that my wife, Eve, her favourite would be a 356C just because of the disc brakes. But I need to come and talk to you and see if we can find something in it, because I like the look of the A's better. But I'd like to think I'd saved something as well, Rod, to be honest, and upcycled it, if you will. So keep doing the great work. Best to everybody in the business as well, and have a great weekend. Thanks for joining us on Mobile One in our Global Broadcast Centre for Pikes Peak Live. Cheers, man.
Thank you so much.
Rod Emery, Outlaw Porsche builder. Just before we go to our next guest, we were watching the progress there of Catherine Mead, the number 50 car with the light blue on the back. Now, she is looking to beat Vanina Ix's time of a 10:54.901, which is the fastest female driver. Vanina in 2018, the year I was there, was a rookie and did a 10:54.9. And I think the fastest female racer up the hill was a motorcyclist, Lucy Gluckner from Germany. And that was last year on an S1000R BMW. That was a 9:58. Lucy, the first female to go under 10 minutes. I don't think that's going to happen today. I've just seen the first time through from the Porsche Trophy by Yokohama. That was Chaz Verkin, 11:55, drops into 6. Still Blake Fuller with the electric 2018 Tesla Model 3. A new electric record, 11:02, a production electric record, 11:02. A couple of seconds quicker than the tuned up Randy Popst car, but that car was very heavily damaged earlier this week in the run up to the run up the hill. Right, heading off now. We've got George Hess on the hill already, and Blake Williams is setting off as well. Whilst they get up to speed, I'll take a breath. Don't go too far away from Mobile One's Pikes Peak Live for 2020.
At the Porsche Experience Center, we know you've waited a long time for your visit, and we want you to feel good about not waiting any longer. So when you enter the PEC, you'll be greeted by a guard wearing personal protective equipment. Masks and a temperature check are required prior to entry. A new self-check-in kiosk is sanitized after every use. When it comes to the cars, each one is sanitized before and after every drive. To maintain social distance, each guest has a vehicle to themselves. An instructor in a lead-follow car provides direction over a two-way radio. Additionally, social distancing guidelines are observed throughout the facility, with plenty of reminders and hand sanitizer too. At the cafe, we are taking extra precautions with both the sanitization and service process. And the same goes for the retail store, and the simulators as well, all to make your experience as enjoyable as possible, because we hope to see you again, and again, and again.
Hello, everybody. I'm John Hindorf. This is Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One. Long delay this morning, but we are now into competition in the 2020 Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb with Gran Turismo. And delighted to say we've got some very good times, so the wait was certainly worth it. New records in class for the production electric. That's Blake Fuller, who sits at the top of the timing and scoring at the moment. livetiming.net/PPIHC if you want to grab that as well. Just over 65 miles an hour for the whole of the 12.42 mile run. He's a couple of seconds ahead of Randy Pops. That's another electric car, the 2020 Unplugged Performance Tesla Model 3. The number 42 went up at 11:04.1. Best of the rest, internal combustion engines. I nearly said gasoline engines, but it's not. It's a diesel in third position. And that was the first vehicle up the hill, not even a car. It was a truck, a 1949 Ford F1 pickup, at least the bodywork was, with a 351 cubic inch Cummins diesel engine with a huge turbocharger on that. Scott Birdsall held the point for quite a while, 11:24.0, and that unofficially is a new diesel record up the mountain as well, ahead of Gregoire Blachon, who jumped in at late notice to drive the Bug, the Boxer 2020 TDI Bug. He was just another second or so behind in fourth position. Best of the petrol engine car, Catherine Mead has gone through now in 11:36.3, and that's the best Porsche trophy by Yokohama. That's all the Club Sport Caymans, that are in the run this year. And George Hess, Blake Williams are on the mountain now as well. Chaz Verkin with a 11:55, so a little bit of time given away to Catherine, who sits in fifth position at the moment. The battle of the Acuras went to Jordan Guitar ahead of Justin Lombard. 7:35 at 11:37 for the number 735 for Jordan, ahead of Justin, the rookie, and the team manager 12:10. And the other car that's been up there is the V8 engined Datsun 240Z, with the 240Z, I should say, shouldn't I, for those of you in the States, with the carbon fiber bodywork and the big V8. The 269 car going up in a 13:08.9. These Porsche Trophy by Yokohama cars, all running on Mobile One FS0W40, the same motor oil that you would put in your street car. Just going past the brake check at Glen Cove, then heading up the hill. The weather, now that it's warmed up, could not be any better. Loving the drone shots as well that we're getting by special arrangements. More than 1 million Porsche engines have been first filled since the arrangement with Mobile One started many years ago. Now, the key here is to keep the concentration in the top end of the run. The non-forced induction engines, of course, struggle as they get further up the hill. The air that they're taking in isn't, as drag racers would say, it's not as fat. There's not as much oxygen in there, and that means it won't burn as well with the fuel mixture. Now, the cars are clever nowadays, and NOx sensors and electronic fuel injection will make some changes to try and keep the engine in the power band, but it's a law of diminishing returns, and you're talking extremes here when you get up to 14,115 feet, which is where the double checkered flags are at the top of the mountain. Beautiful day on the top of Americans Mountain, and through then goes the next Porsche. That should have been Sean Bassett. It should have been George Hess in the 744. It was 11:06. Goes into third behind the two electric cars, and that's an impressive time there. The Porsche Trophy by Yokohama, Travis Pastrana, in the last couple of years has been involved, and he has been very racy indeed. And George has beaten his best time by a goodly margin, 47 seconds. In 2018, he went up the mountain in 11:49.7, and he has gone up there today in 11:04. First time that George went up there was on two wheels in the 250 motorcycle amateur class back in 1976. So quite a bit of experience there for George, and he'll be delighted with the third position at the moment, and by far the best of the Porsches. Now let's wait to see the next Porsche time. Blake Williams is on the mountain from California, although originally Australian. And you'll recognize him from the Nitro Circus, I suppose you'd say nom du course, by the nickname Bilko. Motocross rider, X-Games gold medalist in freestyle motocross, holds no fear for him going up the mountain. Also raced with Reese Millen on Red Bull GRC team, and big mates with Travis Pastrana. Only the second time that he's been up here, but he has been studying onboard footage, he's been telling us in the early part of the week. Now, not a competitive car up next. That is the BMW Grand Sport M8 competition. That's a course car that is going up the hill with even more power than normal, as we're watching for the times coming in for Blake Williams. Laura Hayes is driving that BMW. Looks like it's got a transponder on that car, so we might actually get a time for that as it comes up the hill. It's waiting for the next split for Blake Williams. And he was very competitive with George, dropped about 1/10 of a second in the first split. He was quicker in the second, and he's much quicker in the third. So Blake Williams, I reckon, is heading to the top of the class as far as Porsche Trophy by Yokohama is concerned. He might be under 11 minutes. And if he does that, then he could go to the top of the timing screen in its entirety. But he's into the area now, of course, where he's competing against the electric cars, where he's going to start losing that power from the engine. Just can't make the horsepower as it did at the bottom. The aero, such as it is on a Club Sport, not working up there either. Waiting to hear the sound of a flat six Porsche engine as it winds its way up the last part of the hill, looking at the brake check area down below. Here comes Blake then into the final sector now. We should just be able to pick about in the distance, see what his lines are like. Trying to lose as little time as they can. Well, Blake's further up the mountain than that, and that, in fact, I think was Laura going through. It was moving quickly, certainly. Just waiting to see that last 4 minute or 3.5 minute split. Interesting to note, if you're on the timing screen, which you can do, livetiming.net /PPIHC for Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, just how quick at the top of the hill the electric cars were, because they don't lose horsepower from the electric. The electrons don't care how thick or thin the air is, they just keep pulling on. And a 309.8 in the final sector by Blake Williams. That's a super time, and it is under 10 minutes, as I thought it would be. 10:52.6 for Blake Williams in that number 22 Porsche. That is outstanding. The first sub-11-minute run we've seen in the 2020 running here on Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One. So the exhibition and Porsche trophy then having completed. We're waiting for Laura Hayes. Her time in the first split, 2:01.107 in the quote-unquote pace car. Well, that's a decent pace, and would have put her on the same sort of run as Jordan Guitar in the Acura. See her coming up the hill in that BMW. So here's how they stand then. The end of the first set of runs for the first set of competitors on the delay that we've had today here on Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One. Blake Williams, 10:52.622, and a stunning last sector. He was quickest in that last sector of anybody, including the electric cars, and took some 10 seconds out of the next gasoline-powered car in that final sector in just over 3 minutes of running. Brilliant stuff then. And here comes Laura in that BMW. Climbing all the time. So many hairpins. The skill is to be as quick and as neat as you can in the slow sections. No lesser light than racing legend Bob Volek. Porsche legend told me many years ago that if you can make up time in the slow corners, generally speaking, you are in the slow corners longer than you are in the faster corners, and as a percentage of your time that you make up being a little bit quicker than everyone else in the slow corners, always impressive. So Laura through the brake check area, 2:44.0 for the second split. That puts her round about, I would say, in 9th or 10th position as far as the competitor times are going at the moment in that competition Grand Sport M8. Very distinctive and powerful vehicle, and Laura putting it to good use. The remainder of the 44 competitors still to go up the hill, of course, and their running order is on the website if you want to check to see where your favourite is. All decided by their time set in the qualifying earlier on this week, and it won't, from now on, it will be set in time rather than in category. We had the exhibition first and then the Porsche Trophy by Yokohama. BMW working very, very hard indeed, coming up to the final sector. All the way down the 8-speed box. Just hear the rumble of the engine in the background as Laura points that car to the clouds, waiting for the third sector somewhere around, I reckon, 3:20, maybe 3:15, 3:20. Fastest in that sector, a 3:09.1 for Blake Fuller in the Tesla. Fastest internal combustion engine vehicle, a 3:09.2 for the VW diesel, the Boxer TDI, driven earlier by Gregoire Blachon. Waiting for that time to come through for Laura. Helicopter chasing her up the hill as she appears momentarily on what appears to be a moonscape. Once you get above 11.5, 12,000 feet, not much vegetation that will survive, certainly not anything that's going to stick up out of the ground. Still waiting for that third section. She's got another couple of corners before she trips the timing beam. Back down onto the sinuous strip of pavement. Fully paved in 2012 here. The project that started back in 2002. Maximum attack from Laura. 3:22.1 for that third sector. 2, 4, 5, 8. She can do the next section in somewhere under 4 minutes. She'll probably get an under 12-minute run here. Hindhoff trying to do base 60 math, as well as watching the pictures from Pikes Peak. And still the bulk of the field to come, of course. Hashtag Pikes Peak Live. We'll put you on our screen in front of us here in the Mobile One Global Broadcast booth. The unlimited competitors still to come. We'd expect to see, with weather like this, the top times coming in from that category. Just waiting for Laura to reappear. Very long fourth sector. Drone footage and heli footage coming to us this year. Great help in us following the cars up the mountain. Waiting to see that distinctive BMW reappear. Don't forget to get onto pikespeakgiveaway.com, and if you're a Porsche owner, have your VIN number ready. There's some very exclusive Jeff Swart 935 t-shirts and swag available there, but it is literally first comes, first serve. So the longer we go through the broadcast, the less likely it is that you're going to be able to get that on there. If you're not a Porsche owner, there's still some great goodies for you to snag. The top of the mountain, 6.8 degrees, plus 6.8 degrees Celsius. That's 44 degrees Fahrenheit. It was down to -2 when we came to work this morning. And now a balmy 18.9 degrees, 66 Fahrenheit, down at the start at just over 9,000 feet. Just wait to see that pace car come through the final run. Mobile One been involved in the race to the clouds since 1934. There's checkered flags waving. This should be Laura coming through the last part of the circuit. She must be getting close to the cog cut now at 19 miles. Well, that might have been a bit previous for the checkered flags. The last little hairpin right-hander before the summit is Olympic. And there's many a driver being caught out there almost within sight of the finish line. And if you were watching the documentary earlier on, you'll know that people have spun and gone across the line in reverse. The mountain chooses. That's what they say in these parts, and never a truer word. Well, Laura is coming to the line now, goes through, and it is a sub 12 minute, 11:30, 3:23. I said she'd need around about 3:20, 3:23.5 in that final sector. And that then for an 11:30, that in terms of competitors would give her the 7th quickest time. Very, very impressive indeed in that BMW. The next of our competitors should be David Donahue, the man from Westchester, Pennsylvania, and he's in one of a couple of GT2 RS Club Sports in the time attack class. 700 horsepower. And David on his 4th visit to the Race to the Clouds. Best finish 2 years ago, a class record in a GT3R. But his best time, a 9:33.4, which was only good enough for 2nd position. Just waiting to see David line up on the bottom of the course. Can't see anyone down there at the moment. We also have a parade of champions cars as well, which should be going up the mountain. The pits area, for want of a better word, just behind the trees to the left of our camera position there, as the cars come up to the line. A hive of activity always in the days, and particularly in the morning, leading up to the green flag. Great camaraderie between the spectators as well. That struck me in 2018 when I was there, watching Romain Dumas in that IDR, and of course the Bentley with Russ Milne going to the top and taking the SUV production record. Still no sign of David at the bottom of the hill. Hashtag Pikes Peak Live to get in touch with us here at the Mobil One Global Broadcast Centre. Got any questions? We'll do our best to find the answers to those. Or if you're waiting for a particular car, make sure you let us know where you are around the world. This is a global broadcast, trying to bring a little bit of the atmosphere of the Race to the Clouds to you, as we can't have spectators this year. Just a reminder, when we see these Porsches, of course, of the partnership between Mobil One, fully synthetic motor oil, and Porsche Motorsport. All the Porsche Works entries in motorsport around the world relying on Mobil One fully synthetic and other Mobil One lubricants, right up to and including the GT3 RSR 19s, which race at Le Mans, the 24 hours. The Cayman class here, the Yokohama Porsche Trophy. And of course, up until relatively recently, the hybrid engines, 2-litre and electric powered Porsche prototypes. Well, David at the moment is not showing up at the line. I'm not hearing there's any issues for David Donoghue, but that gives us a moment or two to step away. We don't want you to miss that lovely Porsche on the start line. So go and make yourself a quick beverage. Don't be too far away, and we'll be back with Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil One, with me, John Hindhaugh, and David Donoghue, not too far away.
Summer sales event is here with great offers on a huge selection, like 0% APR financing for 72 months across the Ford lineup, America's best-selling brand. It's summer, so grab the family and head out. It's easier now during the Ford Summer Sales event. Get 0% financing for 72 months across the Ford lineup. Going on now at your local Ford stores.
Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One. I'm John Hindorf. A little lull in proceedings whilst the Parade of Champions cars are heading up the hill. That's why we haven't got, at the moment, quite got David Donahue on the start line. Gives us a chance just to give you a rundown of the times that we've seen so far. The conditions have been pretty good. Blake Williams under 11 minutes in the best of the Porsche Trophy by Yokohama 2018 Porsche Cayman Club Sport. That car going up not so very long ago, and finally beating the two electric cars. Blake Fuller with a new electric production car record in the 2018 Tesla Model 3. 10:52 for the Porsche, 11:02.8 for Blake Fuller, just a couple of seconds ahead of Randy Popst in the number 42 car. Another Tesla. Then another Porsche Trophy car, George Hess, 11:06 in the 744. Then a couple of diesel engine cars, and Scott Birdsall, who was first up the hill in the 128, the Ford F1, with the big Cummins diesel with the huge turbocharger on the top of it. Well, his time stood for a very long time as the best, and 11:24. Unofficially, that's a new diesel record, and he was only a second ahead of Gregoire Blachon, who stepped in at the last moment to pilot the VW Beetle, the bug-shaped car from Boxia, the TDI, up the hill. Laura Hayes took the pace car, the BMW Competition Coupe, up to the top in a very credible time of 11:30.8. Catherine Mead, the third best of the Porsche Trophy by Yokohama runners, 11:36. Then it was Jordan Guitar, the best of the Acuras, in the 7:35 with an 11:37.219. Chaz Verken for Porsche in the 9:03. He was the first of the Porsche Trophy by Yokohama runners to go up the hill. 11:55. Number 911 is on the start line now, so David Donahue not that far away. Gives me a chance to tell you that Justin Lombard is in sixth in his class, which was the exhibition class, second best of the Acuras in the number 113, 12:10 and 13:08.9 for the exhibition. That was the Datsun 240Z. Off the line then for David Donahue in the RS, 4-litre turbocharged, so he gets the advantage of forced induction as he blasts off the start line and heads through the first right and left. Pretty even start. It really doesn't give you any clues as to what's going to be happening later on as you go through the right-hander at Crystalwork Road and then onto the 8 Mile Pit Road section, which is left and right, and it comes at you so quickly. Once you get to the 9 mile marker, first of the really slow corners is Engineer Corner. Let's have another look at David going off the line. Supported by Porsche of Colorado Springs, which, for those of you that don't know, is the main centre of habitation just down the hill a little bit. Well, when I said just down the hill, but another 3,500 feet in terms of elevation. Can see it as you're coming back down the mountain. It looks like a Lego village. It's so far off in the distance. David Donahue, fourth time to Pikes Peak, and set the time attack class record in 2018, although his best time was last year when he was down to 9:33 for second position. Long relationship with Porsche, of course. I remember David racing for another manufacturer in the what was then the American Le Mans Series, second generation racer, of course. And some of you with longer memories will remember back, and I can't believe actually it's 15 years since David set the production car speed record for the Carrera, with the Carrera GT and with Jay Leno. Xfinity Series NASCAR, 24 Hours of Le Mans. And I remember back in 1998, when he was in a Viper and won the GT, what was then called the GT2 class. So he is on the mountain now. A 1 minute 40.1 to the first section. That's very quick indeed, and 15 seconds quicker than anything that we've seen so far to the first split. So that is the sort of mark that we're looking at now. We're stepping up in performance levels. Next section, around about 2.5 minutes. He should be doing it in a little less than that, maybe 2:20, 2:25. Perfect conditions with the sun shining. As David went off the line, it was 73 Fahrenheit. That's nearly 23 degrees Celsius. 7.5 degrees Celsius and 45 degrees Fahrenheit at the top. So a big disparity in the temperature. Through the tree line then, David Donahue in the distinctive yellow and black 911. RS Club Sport, the GT2 RS Club Sport with elements fastened into it, performance elements fastened into it effectively from a GT3 Cup car, which is the sort of cars that contest Porsche Carrera Cup and indeed Super Cup, which supports Formula One. They were on duty today at Spa-Francorchamps supporting Formula One. 700 horsepower, twin turbocharged engine. Car with the nickname of Sunny 2.0. BBI GT2 Evo to give it its proper name. It sort of has a garage name as well as its stud name, if you like to put it in horse racing or dog breeding terms. BBI Autosport have put together a technical program to evolve this Porsche into something tailored for Pikes Peak hill climb based on their past experiences at the Race to the Clouds. And also they've done a lot of testing. David, by the way, very good test driver down through the years. And as he goes up the hill, David Donner follows up next. So David Donahue we've had, this is David Donner. This is the GT2 RS Club Sport. Local lad from Colorado Springs. The 000 car. The last American to be crowned King of the Mountain. Got to go back to 2002 for his best time. 10 minutes, 52 seconds. 6 wins in various classes down through the years. Very distinctive colour scheme. And the Champion Motorsport logo on the air intake at the front. We mourn the passing of Dave Mirage a few years ago. Great supporter of Porsche Motorsport and champion Pompano Beach, Florida dealership. Back-to-back wins for David Donner back in 15 and 16. His dad raced and won the sports car class in the early 50s and 1960, and it's a real family affair as far as Pikes Peak is concerned, because his older brother Bobby won the open wheel class back in 1989. 25th year of competition on Pikes Peak, and in fact David drove the pace car last year. He's under starter's orders at the moment. Might notice on the top of the windscreen, the shade band there is not the black background Gran Turismo logo. It is the white, and that means that David has been honoured as a Hall of Fame member. He's been around and raced over in Europe, the UK, Germany, and further afield down in New Zealand, so plenty of experience, not just here on the mountain. Just looking at David Donahue's time, a 2:16 for the second split, So he is definitely hauling the mail. So we are looking there at around about, well, he's going to be down around the 10-minute mark, isn't he? If he keeps up that pace. Getting warmer at the bottom of the hill and at the top. Still waiting for David to appear in that third section. David Donahue, that is. David Donner still sitting on the line. This is another time attack. One category car. Actually, this car almost wasn't here. Pete Stout, who's the co-founder of 000 magazine. All a bit serendipitous, according to Pete. Began as an editorial project for a shoot on Pikes Peak and a fun way to let 000 readers and followers get to know the Rare Shades event would go on, even if we couldn't hold one in Toronto this summer. And while Larry Chen was shooting the car at a track test, asked David Donner if he was racing. He said no, but that he might be if the GT2 was available. And basically, once everybody had stopped laughing, Pete said, okay, what would it take? And they managed to get that program together very quickly to support him, with brand supporters who supported the creation of the car itself. So thanks to Michelin, Champion, Motorsport, and Chapard and Maguire's. Fantastic. So sitting ready to go, the 000 Rare Shades event. And the Rare Shades event actually is very cool indeed. It's an annual event that brings together Porsches that are PTO, paint to order in Porsche terminology, or paint to sample, PTS. And the design on this car has Easter eggs with zeros in the magazine logo appearing throughout the car as well. And we're ready to get that car off and going. Bit of a slightly longer delay than I was expecting, and I think they were expecting there. Just trying to listen to the radio comms as well from the start line, waiting for David Donahue to come through the third section. His best time at 9:33, David Donahue, that is. Is he going to get somewhere near that? Certainly looking at a low 10, I would think, from those first two splits. But has yet to appear. Not hearing has been a problem so far for David Donahue in the number 911 Porsche. Now, hearing a little bit of chatter in the background, you might have picked that up as well. That they think that David might have gone off. Didn't hear where, but did hear on the inside of a corner. So that is going to cause a delay. So David Donner not able to get up the hill. Oh, no, he's been flagged off. Okay, well, either the car's been removed to a place of safety or David Donahue has continued. We'll get more news on that in a moment. But David Donner is off and running then in that 000 Porsche. A shame for David Donahue, because he was on a very good time indeed, heading up the hill as the first of our time attack runners. So about 100 seconds from the start line to the first time we get a split. And follow along, please, livetiming.net, PPIHC on the web. Got split times there as well. Everything that I'm talking about, you'll be able to follow along with. Fill the gaps between where we can see the cars. Not an exact science, of course. Another chance to look at the getaway from David Donner in the GT2 RS. Champion logo proudly on the front. Really like that colourway. Amazing how many different liveries down through the years have stood out on 911s of various vintages. You think of some of the classic ones, of course, that have translated from perhaps other Porsches, racing Porsches. Salzburg livery, the red and white striped car. Of course, the various cigarette brands that have been on there. Derek Bell winning at Le Mans in the white and blue car. Pink Pig celebrating various different cuts of meat, and of course the replica of that car, that was a 917 of course, but the GT3 RS going to victory at Le Mans. Was that 2 years ago now? It all seems to meld together, doesn't it, with this long pause that we've had from racing. Think of the hippie Porsche as well. Bobby Rahal owned that for a little while, raced it at the Classic Le Mans, I think 2 classics ago, before moving that one on. That was the blue and bright green car. And various times during the years they've been translated onto other Porsches. Here in the UK we ran a Porsche Boxster race class for 986 boxes, the early Boxsters, that all had to have a classic race livery on them, and they look fantastic, absolutely fantastic. We're going to see a vintage livery with Jeff Swart later on in the 935, reviving the Pegasus logo for Mobile, being involved here at Pikes Peak since 1934. 1 minute 42.8 for David Donner, so not quite as quick as David Donahue, but David as yet, well, we don't think he's going to complete now. It's like the car has gone off the track in that third sector. So he got some beyond half distance, although the 2 second sectors are quite long. The 2 final sectors rather are quite long. Waiting to pick up that distinctive 000 car. Here he comes in the distance. Flat 6 working very hard indeed. Taking a few liberties on the inside of the corners, trying to straighten them out, get the car pointing straight and get on the throttle as quickly as possible to try and lose as little momentum as possible as they come through some of the slower corners. Really popping in the morning sunshine here at Pikes Peak. Dropping the Michelin tyres off to the right-hand side and off the pavement for a moment there. So David Donner really pushing hard in the 000. What a great story to get this car on the mountain this year. Here the flat 6 echoing across the mountain. That makes me smile. Through the brake check, heading up to the very quick right-hander. Not quite smooth round there either. There's a nasty bump just after the apex. Actually, quite often you'll see drivers take what looks like the wrong line into that right-hander after brake check because they're trying to miss that bump. 2:18.5. Again, a couple of seconds away from Donahue, but Donahue has got no further. So this is going to be a low to mid 10 if he can keep this pace up. How will the twin turbocharged beast do at the top as the air is getting thinner all the time? Chase helicopter as off the line is Clint Van Holtz in the first of our open wheelers. Always popular here. 417 cubic inch methanol powered 2-stroke motor, 2-cycle motor, and Clint is the all-time most successful in terms of wins on the mountain. 23 in cars and on motorbikes. Best time 12:21 on a motorcycle back in 1994. 9:35.7 3 years ago in a car. Another multi-generational racer, Clint Van Holtz, in that 2013 Ford Open Wheeler. Get back to that in a minute because the time will be coming through in a second for David Donner. And there is David Donohue's car, the distinctive yellow and black Porsche number 911. So it is off the road to the inside of the corner, as we heard reported early on. Great pickup by our camera operator, thank you very much indeed. Couldn't see whether there was damage there or whether that was a mechanical. If you're advertising that in the Auto Trader next week, David, take the picture from the left-hand side, it looked great. If there's damage, it was only on the right-hand side of that car. Here's David Donner then. About midway through the third sector. He's flirted with the edge of the pavement on a number of occasions, flicks the 000 in. Meantime, through the picnic area for Clint Vansholtz. So that's about the 10-mile mark of the hill in total. So that's 3 miles or so in. 1:42.2, a little bit quicker than David Donner. Not in the same class, of course, but there is a little bit of pride involved, I'm sure, between the open wheel drivers and those who are driving closed cockpit, closed wheel cars. Do you know, when you see the open wheel specials on Pikes Peak, all right, I know that it is paved now, but if you squint a little bit and you forget the paving, it could be any time, couldn't it? Timeless, those open wheel specials. The real lifeblood of this competition for many, many years. Next split time, 2:45 for David Donner. Well, not quite as quick as I expected, but still the quickest in that third sector. And now up above the tree line, has about another 3 minutes, I reckon, to the top. So 4 minutes, 5:45. Oh, he's going to be on for a decent time here. Very decent time for David Donner. Sub 10, maybe, certainly around the 10-minute mark. Doesn't have to be that quick to take the top time, but everybody, of course, is racing the most difficult competitor of all, the clock. And when you put that with the challenge that is the unique nature of Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, two of the toughest competitors ever. At the summit, 14,115 feet. Check flags wait for David Donner. Clint Vansholtz still to come through the end of the third section. That engine, methanol powered, distinctive note of the two-cycle motor. Up through the brake check. See what line he takes. He comes from rather more from the middle of the road than you might have expected. You might have expected him to be slightly further left, but that's for that bump that we were talking about earlier on. And through the checkered flags, David Donner, a 2:49 in that last sector, 9:36. 9:36 for David Donner. That's a great time. And that's what we were sort of expecting from David Donohue if he hadn't had the problem. So, best time of a 10:52 for David back in 2002. So he's blitzed that. Conditions very good indeed now. And those that are coming along will have a real opportunity. There'll be big name on the line next, Paul Dallenbach in the open wheel Dallenbach special. Another methanol car, but for the moment we're keeping our eye on Clint Vansholtz. 9:35.7 is his best in a car. That might be on, you know. It's all going to depend how that methanol motor produces its power at the top end of the hill. You'll forgive me for not talking when we can't hear the car's motors, because that is glorious, isn't it? Hashtag Pikes Peak Live. Waiting for Clint through the third sector. Needs to be somewhere in the region of, well, certainly under 250 to get somewhere close to his best time. Maybe a little quicker than that, actually. What did David did a 2:45, and he's there or thereabouts on that sort of time. Meantime, Paul Dallenbach has gone through in a blaze of noise on the picnic grounds. 1:39.4. That's hugely quick for Dallenbach. 26th appearance for Paul. Colorado native. Made his debut here in 1991. Just a bit of cloud blowing over the middle part of the mountain at the moment. 9:36.041 for Paul Dallenbach is his best time. Now, where is Clint? In the last sector now. Can't be too far away from the top of the hill. Should go to the top in that open wheel category car. He was up just a wee bit, maybe a couple or 3 seconds on David Donner as he went through. That is second quicker in all of the preceding 3 sectors, second in each sector. So that would put him, even if he just matches him round about a 9:33. If he's quicker than that, he could be down to a 9:30, and this could be his best ever run. What we're looking for here is his time from 2017, which is a 9:35.747. You'll hear the roar of that 417 cubic inch engine in just a moment. It's just getting on for 7 litres, just over 6.7 litres for those Europeans who are listening in. Remember, the hashtag is Pikes Peak Live. That'll get you straight into the Mobil 1 global broadcast booth. Hello to Gareth Evans. It's fantastic. I've never seen live coverage before. Well, pass the word around. Hello to Vulpine Machine as well, who's tuned in. And no speed limit. Keep the tweets coming in as well. Brody Volstenholm. Hot Springs, Arkansas, tuned in to us as well. Hashtag Pikes Peak Live. Don't forget to go to get yourself some goodies as well whilst they last. PikesPeakGiveaway.com. Still waiting for Clint Van Holt's great time for him. Crosses the line. That's a 9:35.4. 9:35.4. He's beaten his best time by 0.3 of a second. Doesn't sound like a lot, but he's beaten his best time. He goes to the top by round about 0.9 of a second over the Porsche of David Donner in second. Then it's a big cap back to the Porsche Trophy by Yokohama Cayman of Blake Williams on a 10:52. So 2 sub-10-minute runs already. And Dallenbach had a very good first sector, but lost 3 seconds in the second section in the Dallenbach PVO 03 open wheel special. Overhead cam motor, again methanol powered. Again, listening to that engine as he climbs the hill. You know, the delay this morning, a lot of people worried about that Ice on the top of the hill, rightly so, right on the summit. Ooh, did that bog down a little bit there from Dallenbach? That did sound clean as he came out of that hairpin. Let's see what his time is. Needs to be somewhere around about 2:44 to have a chance of the overall best time. Wait for the noise to rattle round the corners. Yeah, it just seems to be... I wonder if he's not getting all the way down the gearbox there. Maybe a gear selection or a gear issue, but just seems to take a moment to pick up. Now, I accept that we're, you know, the sound is going to be slightly delayed and we might not be hearing that directly. Great line through the twisties, though, using every inch of the pavement. Let's see on this left-handed hairpin. Oh, that seemed a bit better. Struggling with a bit of wheel spin there, having to feather the throttle as he gets up into the rarefied air. Even those big wings aren't going to be as efficient. 2:48.3 in that third sector. So at the moment, he took 3 seconds out of Clint in the first sector. He lost 2 seconds rather. He lost about... No, he took 3 seconds out of the second sector, so he's there or thereabouts. Now he's got to finish this off. By the way, next up should be Lane Schranz in the Chevy SS Pike Peak Open, man from Birmingham, Alabama. Methanol-powered, turbocharged Chevy SS. His best time, 9:40.630 last year. Switched over to running stock cars way back in 1997. That's the next runner, but this is Paul Dallenbach. Into the final sector now. Needs to be under 2 minutes and 50 seconds. I'm just doing a quick calculation. Lost about 4 seconds in that third sector. I didn't think it was pulling out of the hairpins when we saw them. It's tough to say at this distance. I don't just mean the distance that we're seeing it from, the distance of several thousand miles in the Mobil One global broadcast area. But we'll pick out the best as we can of what's going on. There's the Chevy SS Pikes Peak Open. Another second generation racer, Randy Schranz, Pikes Peak International Hall of Famer. And Larry can possibly claim to be the fastest pastor anywhere in the world. Church of the Highlands in Birmingham, Alabama. And I mean, he is a practicing clergyman, not pastor as in Pastor Maldonado. I was used to say, didn't we, there's no one faster than pastor. Well, there's no pastor faster than this pastor. As he gets off the line. Plenty of support there for the man from Alabama. Whilst we're waiting for... oh, hang on. Dallenbach's just gone, just about to come through. Checkered flags are readied. He's lost out in section 2 and 3. And as he goes through, it's a 2:49 in the last sector for a 9:36.1. 9:36.1 for Dallenbach, so not quite his best time. And a couple of seconds, call it a second and a half away from Clint Vansholtz, who with his best ever time up the mountain leads with a 9:35.490. Hello to Ryan Turek. Hello Ryan, thanks for joining us in the Pikes Peak Mobil One Global Broadcaster. Nice shirt. They say I went for sort of downplaying it, but man, you're going to shout it loud. How are you, sir?
I'm running over the top. It's all good.
How you doing, Ryan?
I'm doing great, coming to you guys from Los Angeles and just kind of kicking my Sunday off with watching some Pikes Peak racing, which is phenomenal. I have a couple friends racing this weekend, Daijiro Yoshihara and Rob Parsons in the PPIR car. So looking forward to seeing how those guys finish up and rooting them on.
Formula Drift is your game. It's really a cross between motorsport and art. I always think you have judges there. It's massively precision based. Why do you think the drift community have taken to Pikes Peak down through the years?
Well, I think everybody in drifting is just such a gearhead. Drifting kind of spawned out of a do-it-yourself kind of mentality, and everybody that got into drifting was already a motorsports gearhead, and they had a lot of hands-on experience. So naturally, everybody just likes to go fast, but typically our profession is obviously going fast sideways. But all of that translates. I mean, a lot of what drifting established from in Japan was on the mountain roads and the passes. So hill climb is kind of no different to that. Obviously, here we're racing up the hill rather than drifting up the hill, but there's just that attraction that I think crosses over there. No matter what, any gearhead wants to drive a race car fast for sure.
Just confirming there, Paul Dallenbach a few moments ago going across the line, 9:36, 181 for 75 miles an hour here in Cliff Vansholt. That's average, by the way, all up the 12.42 miles. Actually, you make a very good point, Ryan, because I've been and talked about racing at the Fuji Speedway in Japan, which is nestled in the foothills of Mount Fuji. And if you go the back way there, the roads look rather like what we're looking at now at Pikes Peak, and of a weekend, it's just sinuous snakes of tyre rubber down there because there are unofficial drift meetings going on there pretty much every Friday and Saturday night.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I honestly have, unfortunately, haven't had the pleasure of traveling to Japan.
Got to do it.
Yet. It's still on the bucket list. And you know, when you're first starting out drifting, the first thing you typically know and hear about were a lot of those kind of unsanctioned drift events that they have in the mountain roads and everything. And that just sounds like the most amazing time to ever. And obviously, a lot of it's been a lot more established since then, where everything is pretty much sanctioned these days and off the streets, which is good. But still, those kind of older traditional times that they had were seemed pretty iconic and historic in the drifting scene.
On the mountain at the moment, stay with us, Ryan. Just keep an eye on what's going on with our pastor, Lane Schrantz. 1:43.42, 22.5. All right, that's not too bad. His best time is a 9:40 back last year. Not sure that he's going to. He might get that. He might get that. He's going to have two very good final splits. Raced for 3 years in the quad class up here, and he missed 1996 with a broken ankle before switching to cars in 1997. Slightly less dangerous in a car than a quad. Some news, by the way, filtering through. We'll get back to Ryan in a second as we're keeping an eye on the number 7 Chevy SS heading up the mountain at the moment. David Donahue in the 911 Porsche did go off, did damage the car, couldn't continue. David's fine and will wait with the car parked up, as we saw earlier, on the inside of one of the hairpins up into the third sector of the mountain. He'll come down at the end of the day. So that's good information there, that whilst the car might be damaged, David is fine, and it was managed to be moved to, or driven even perhaps, to the inside of the circuit, but not a mechanical issue there. Big sideways moment for Lane Schrantz as he Scandinavian flicks the Chevy SS. I'm not sure I ever thought I'd say that in commentary. The methanol powered number 7 then rotating very nicely, plenty of horsepower there and getting the momentum going. Quite softly sprung at the back by the look of it. The weight pops up when he accelerates, trying to get the weight over the back wheels to punch out of the many first or second gear hairpins, depending on how you are geared here at Pikes Peak. In now into the third sector. He's into the area where David Donahue had his issue. Expect him to do somewhere around about 250 maybe in this sector. Jeff Zwart will be up next with the 9:35, which I know a lot of people are looking for. Another thing that strikes me, Ryan, as we continue to watch Lane Schranz, while he's out of sight for a moment, about the drifting community, in terms of the tuning of the cars, horsepower's your friend, and nobody in the drift community is afraid of swapping motors into different manufacturers' bodies. So that actually works quite well with here as well.
Yeah, exactly. There's no motor regulations in our sport, which is nice. So we just get a little sideways there.
I think you've got decent marks for that.
That was pretty solid, I would have to say.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Just showing how much power that 7 car's got still, but of course running in the thinner air, that rear wing is not pushing the rear end down. It seems as though drift has come a little more in the mainstream in the last probably 8 to a dozen years. What do you put that down to as we watch a really lovely power slide, if not a drift, out of the hairpin by Lynn?
There it is. Yeah, I think it's more or less just the sport becoming more accepted as something legitimate in the eyes of people who have been road racing their entire lives, and companies that are looking to sponsor and promote and cross their T's on their marketing programs. Drifting, reaches the youth market, which is what a lot of these companies are trying to reach out to. So, our fan base being pretty much 18 to 40 something years old has really established a foothold in having the sport be legitimate, and also the level of the build of cars that we have these days, and the run of talent that we have all over the world has grown so quick and is so intense now that each event you could have one of 16 different drivers winning on any given weekend. So it's the talent pool is very intense, and it's a great show for the crowd.
Hello to Go Performance. They've tweeted in using the hashtag Pikes Peak Live from South Africa. And looking forward to Le Mans in September as well. Good to see we've got some crossover from other forms of motorsport here. Sam Nunes following us along. Colorado calling elsewhere in Colorado, not allowed to be here this weekend. Hello, James Moorhead. 44 competitors we were expecting. Hello to Yoda's uncle, loving the open wheel cars. Expect to see Mel Gibson and Tina Turner walk into view. They are a bit Mad Max, but that is the essence of this event, Yoda's uncle. Absolutely, it is the essence of this event. Chuck Lang was at Pikes Peak a couple of weeks ago when they were doing the testing. Chuck, thanks for joining us. Ryan Turek be with us in the booth at the moment, at least virtually. And Jeff Swart has set off in the Pegasus car, throwback livery on the 935, number 935, the Porsche 2019 Porsche 935, an homage, if you will, as it steams through the picnic grounds to the old 935 Moby Dicks, going back underneath there, GT2 Club Sport, but a little bit more horsepower and 1 or 2 little tweaks on that car as well. Through goes that number 7, and the Pasta finishes 4th with a 9:45.360. I don't think that's Lane's fastest time. He's done a 9:40 in the past last year, so he might be a bit disappointed there. Lost a little bit of time spinning the rear wheels. Back to Jeff Swart, who is a legend here, another Hall of Famer, got the white shade band on there, and he didn't compete in 2019, but he was here in 18, I seem to remember, when I was at the mountain. He's looking at a 9:46 to beat his own personal best time. Ironically, and you'll appreciate this, Ryan, the first time that Jeff came to Pikes Peak wasn't to race. He's a very accomplished film director and producer, produces some of the greatest car sequences and racing sequences, most notably in the recent film The Art of Racing in the Rain. A lot of that was filmed on IMSA weekends, and Jeff choreographed Anyway, Jeff put those together, and they were very, very good indeed. And the first time Jeff came to the mountain, he was filming car commercials, not for Porsche actually. I think it was Hyundai, if my memory serves rightly. But he's been linked with Porsche for many, many years now. Also part of the team that puts together Luftgekult. Patrick Long leans on him. He's almost an artistic director for that. When they came to do Luftgekult in the UK a couple of years ago, where ironically, for something that is air-cooled rather than water-cooled, it rained from the moment that they landed on Thursday until they left on Tuesday. So we had more water at an air-cooled festival than we ever thought possible in what was one of the driest summers we'd ever had. But Jeff put it all together in terms of where they placed the cars that were on display. And he has a brilliant mind for visualising things. Goes through the brake check. Watch the line into that right hand, and not the classic racing line. Look how he turned in a little bit early and took an early apex there as he's going up the hill. The classic Mobile 1 logo of the Pegasus horse on the side of that. So Ryan, I mean, could we persuade you to come and have a go up the mountain in one of these cars?
100%. I would absolutely love to. I'd love to come with a very targeted effort, not something where it's kind of scrambling at the last minute to throw something together. I'd love to come there and do it properly, have a properly sorted car and test and everything, and go there and have a blast. I've done a few hill climb events, but actually not events. I've rented a couple hills to do some drifting up, but haven't officially ever raced, done a time trial up a mountain, especially one like Pikes Peak. So I'd love to get behind the wheel and do this race at some point in my career.
Let's have a look at Jeff's splits. 8 seconds slower than David Donoghue in the first split, 4 seconds in the second, but of course David didn't get any further with that off. David's fine, by the way. So let's project that forward. Actually, so that was 8 to 20. Well, it was pretty a sharp second sector, actually. He could still be on for a sub 10-minute run here, depending on how the 935 goes at the top of the hill. I saw some promotional photographs of that car before the full livery was applied, and it was pure carbon with just the winged Pegasus outlined on it. It looked absolutely fabulous. I couldn't believe it when they said that wasn't the livery they were going to run until I saw this livery. It looks absolutely fantastic. How has Drift, Ryan, we've still got you, how has Drift coped with the COVID situation? Because part of Drift, possibly more than any other motorsport, is the atmosphere that's created by the crowd. It's a gladiatorial sort of experience for the competitors, and that's part of it.
Yeah, so we actually haven't started our season. Our first round of competition is going to be actually next weekend in St. Louis, and we're going to be running events, whether there are fans in the stands or not, and that's basically just going to come down to what each governing state decides to at that point in time. We also have typically an 8-round championship series with 8 stops. This year we're going to do an 8-round championship series with only 4 stops, so each round is going to be a doubleheader. Just to kind of condense the season, obviously, with starting all the way in September. That's kind of what we have to do. And I think all the drivers and the fans are just kind of waiting for us to get going. And we're all excited and ready to do what we do. Every single year, this is what we do. And the changes definitely throw a little wrench into the mix. But we'll be out there putting on a good show for the crowd, whether live stream or in person.
What does it take to be a good drift driver then? What skills do you need to have?
It's all about seat time and hand-eye coordination, car setup, a good team behind you at the professional level especially, and just having good teamwork. And also obviously a properly built car so you can run laps on the track without having to be in the pit fixing problems.
Yeah. And how much do you have to trust them? Because for those that don't know, when you competitively drift, you go off in pairs, and it's about how you stay with the guy that you are drifting with and therefore competing against. One competitor goes first, then the other competitor, if you need to, you have a third heat. Now, how much do you have to trust the guys around you? Because that can so affect what you're doing yourself.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, when you're in tandem competition and you're in the chase position, you are relying on the driver in front of you to run that 100-point qualifying lap, and nailing all of the clipping points around the track that the judges specify beforehand. So you're hoping that driver in front of you is just going to run a nice clean lap with no mistakes, so that you can confidently put your nose up on the side of his door without coming into contact with him.
The Acura NSX is off and running as well. Just gone through Ski Hill. That's James Robinson in the time attack class, 3.5 litre with a hybrid. His 10th run on the mountain as Jeff Swart is getting towards the top. I reckon he's still got I think he could do a 950 here. He might just drop into 4th position if he can beat the 945 of Lane Schrantz. Don't think he's going to get near the 2 open wheel cars, and I'm not sure he's even going to beat David Donner in the time attack Porsche, the 000 car. That Acura looks very at home on the smooth paved surface that we have nowadays since 2012 on America's Mountain. And there goes Jeff, and he has just gone into 4th position, 9:43.9. That was a very good final sector. Dropped a little bit of time in sectors 2 and 3, but made a good run, and in fact was quicker in sector 4 than everybody ahead of him, including the open wheel cars. That's very interesting indeed. 48.5, 2 minutes 48.5 against a 49.2 and a 49 flat and a 49.4 from the cars that have finished ahead of him. So Jeff will be a little bit disappointed that he dropped a wee bit of time in the first sector. Yeah, very, very slow actually against the other cars, the other Porsche in the first sector. 6 seconds he dropped there, a couple of seconds in the second sector, but then really held his own and did what I still think is, the fastest last sector of all belongs to Jeff Swart. Sorry, Ryan, trying to juggle about a million things here at the moment.
Understandable. All good.
Next up, Derek Boyd in the 2008 Mitsubishi Evo 10, 2.2 turbocharged motor, and this car is interesting. It runs on E85 fuel as the Acura now heads up the mountain with James Robinson. Robinson a 144.8 and a 226.2. That's right. Where's that going to put him? I reckon that's going to put him, at the moment, he's looking for 6th or 5th position in that car. But he does have the advantage of hybrid power at the top. When the internal combustion engine starts to get a little bit asthmatic and can't breathe, the hybrid will help him out in that Acura NSX. So you said you're back to competition with Formula Drift next weekend. And what sort of season have you been able to put together? Is it pretty much untouched at the moment, Ryan, or have you had to juggle? Has the series had to juggle around its dates like it seems every other form of motorsport is doing, almost on a weekly basis?
Yeah, we haven't started our season officially with Formula Drift competition just yet. So next weekend will be the first and second round that we do simultaneously. But since then, a lot of drivers have been prepared and ready since end of February, early March. We've just set up a lot of test days, a lot of practice days, and just try to keep in the swing of things. And there's been some demo events that we've also done. I was actually just out at Pikes Peak International Raceway a couple weekends ago for a big event out there, and putting on a show for some fans and a live stream event. That was a lot of fun.
And how important then is the growth of online coverage to Formula Drift? So for so long, all motorsports have had to rely on network terrestrial television or satellite television, and of course, endurance racing, Formula Drift, Pikes Peak international hill climb can also be seen as a little bit niche in some respects against the leviathans of in Europe and globally, Formula One or NASCAR in the States. But with online broadcasting becoming more prevalent, has that helped Formula Drift?
I'd say it's helped every sport that's kind of taken it a serious approach to it. The live stream thing is such a youth market, or it's such an easier thing, I think, being able to tune in when you want because the show automatically uploads when you're done, and you can so you can either watch live or you can go to it afterwards and watch it on your own time, which is what I do for a lot of the racing since I'm such a gearhead. I love watching Supercross and motocross as I grew up on two wheels. I'll watch the Drift Masters live stream, which is the European Professional Drifting Series. I'll watch the Pikes Peak stuff when it's finished in its entirety, and so on and so forth. And then I watch all of the Formula One events after the fact too, just because usually you're pretty busy on the weekends doing other things like racing yourself. So for me, live stream has been a huge impact on just me from a fan standpoint, which I think is phenomenal.
And tell us, before you go, tell us a little bit about the two guys that you're going to be watching. What should we be looking out for? Are they 100% attack from the start? Is that what you expect from them?
I 100%. Daijiro Yoshihara has, I think this is a third or fourth time up Pikes Peak, so I assume that he is going to be 100% ready to go as long as the car is mechanically sound. And Rob Parsons, I think this is his first year driving the mountains, so I have seen some of his Instagram posts that he has done very well. So I'm fingers crossed everything goes well and he gets a solid run up the mountain and can place that thing in the top 5, top 3.
And for those that don't know, how big a names are these guys in the drift community?
Daijiro's been a professional in Formula Drift and here in the States since I think 2005 or 2004. So he was one of the first Japanese drivers to come over here to the States and make a big name for himself. And he's been competing for, I guess, almost 17-ish years now. And Rob Parsons is
following, doesn't he?
Massive, yeah. Daijiro is such a household name in the sport of drifting, and such a great person to be around and talk to, and so experienced in our sport. So it's really nice to chat with Dai and his entire team.
Yeah. What about Rob then?
So Rob's been a great figure in our community as a fabricator, a driver, and he's really just pushed the limits of what you can do as a individual in a wheelchair. So he's actually driving Pikes Peak with all hand controls in his race car. So he's pushed the limits to show what you can do without the use of your legs and still be able to compete at an extremely high level in both drifting and now, of course, hill climb.
And again, he'll be learning all the time. Going up there, marvellous effort. Ryan, thank you very much for joining us. I'll let you get away and settle down with your beverage of choice to get ready to watch the guys go up their hill. Keep doing what you do on the broadcast side and on the competitive side. Really, really enjoying the big uptick in Formula Drift. Thanks for joining us on Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobil One today.
Thank you, John. See you guys.
Thanks, Ryan. So coming to the end of the runs, let's see if we've got a time there for the Acura. Yes, James Robinson went through in a 10:00. Oh, he just went over the 10 minutes. He'll be so disappointed. By the way, just going off from the bottom of the hill there as well, Dan Novembre in the Kemral Special. He set off in the 28 car. So, James, what did I say? It's a 10:01.9. And that, well, he'll be very, very disappointed not to have broken 10 minutes. But on the upside, I was just scrolling back through the notes there, so apologies for not looking at you. I've got about 100 million screens going on here at the same time. He has just set his best time, and his best time previously was a 10:02.4. He's done a 10:01.9. Not a big improvement, but a significant one, because that is a hybrid fuel record on the hill. So another mountain record today. We've seen already the production electric record go from David Donner. We've seen the diesel record go earlier on as well. That was Scott Birdsall, wasn't it, in the exhibition F1 Ford pickup. So certainly seeing that the mountain is responding. They say the mountain chooses. Well, it's a quick mountain today for those that want to. As we've just had a 140.9 from Dan November in the first split. In the last split at the moment, Derek Boyd in that Evo 10. Now he's looking to break an 11:40 for his rookie time in 2014. And his best finish was 5th in the time attack division when his car caught fire, but he still competed. And his time was 10:57.6. He's en route, I reckon, to get somewhere near that. It's Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One. Cars on the mountain. Derek Boyd is the car in the distance, the light-coloured Mitsubishi. She bought in 2012. Took a huge amount of weight out of the car. Weighed 3,500 pounds when he bought it. It had been somewhat modified when he got it, but he took a lot of weight out of it, and it took him 2 years before he was happy to come and compete. Won the Unlimited class at Road Atlanta in 2018 in the Grid Life competition. Looking for his first podium here at the Race to the Clouds. Meanwhile, a little bit further back down the mountain, Dan November in that special, the open wheel special. Still sunshine, that's good, liking that. Smaller engine, just 214 cubic inches. And tickling 10 minutes, 10 minutes and 6, 10:05.8 3 years ago. And he's been here since 2009, 2012, and last year, of course, with the short course due to weather. And he's finished every year that he has competed and holds a rear wheel drive record at Mount Washington Hill Climb from 2017. And while we wait for those drivers to come through on the line, after Dan, it'll be Cole Powelson in another open wheel special. Very short wheelbase on that car. That's going to rotate, but it's going to be twisty. Turbocharged 1300cc, and his best time is under 11 minutes. So who's just gone through? Waiting for that car to go off the line. Cole Powelson. This will be a high revving car. Oh, listen to that scream away. Wow, that took off quickly. Weighs about as much as your average shopping trolley. So only with 1300cc. It's all about keeping the motor spinning high. Turbocharged as well. Keep it on boost. Keep it spinning. Sends it up the mountain. Meantime, Derek Boyd in the Mitsubishi 10:11.446 was his time. 10:11.446 to Derek, which I think is another best time for him. Another personal best, 10:11.446. Let me look back through my notes. Yeah, 10:57 is the best time I can see here. If I'm wrong, get on the Twitter and let me know. Hashtag Pikes Peak Live. Exactly halfway through the 44 cars that we expect to see heading up in the Race to the Clouds for 2020. It's Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One. I'm John Hindhoff. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back with some more times and some more competitors. Well, let's wait for a moment, because while we can see and hear cars, let's not take the break. And at two different points on the mountain, we get a chance to see vehicles. Dan Novembre into the top of the mountain. There he is. And the little 1300cc Cole Powelson special has just gone through the picnic grounds, run through. So now that we've seen and heard those, we will take that short break. Tweet please, don't forget, hashtag Pikes Peak Live, and don't forget pikespeakgiveaway.com. We'll be back with more in a moment.
I'm David Perkins at Perkins Motors in Colorado Springs. We have been doing business here for over 75 years. You can find us just off I-25 on Motor City Drive. Just look for the big gray parking structure. This month, during our Labor Day sales event, lease a new 2020 Jeep Renegade Trailhawk for $248 a month, or a new 2020 Jeep Gladiator Sport for just $399 a month. Want to stay home? Learn about our contactless concierge sales and service programs at PerkinsMotors.com. Experience Perkins Power. Perkins Motors. We're the better way to go.
The Ford Summer Sales Event is here with great offers on a huge selection, like 0% APR financing for 72 months across the Ford lineup, America's best-selling brand. It's summer, so grab the family and head out. It's easier now during the Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 72 months across the Ford lineup. Going on now at your local Ford stores.
Just checking the times as we wait for, in fact, there it is, spot on time. The 1300cc going through Ski Hill, the Sierra Alpha, Cole Powelson, heading up the hill. He's looking to beat a 10:57.007 back in 2006. The World Time Attack Challenge world record belongs to him from 2019 and an R35 Nissan GTR. Excellent. The production car track record in this 2019 Super Lab battle. So that's from the big 3.5 litre 6-cylinder multi-turbo to a 1300cc turbo. I'm guessing that that is probably a motorcycle engine, most probably a Hayabusa. It sounds like it. It's revving. It's really revving. Hear it in the distance. Pikespeakgiveaway.com, please. Pikespeakgiveaway.com. Get on there. I'm told there are a few bits and pieces left, but not much. So if you haven't done it yet, get on there, particularly if you're a Porsche owner. Make sure you've got your Porsche VIN number to qualify for some Jeff Swart giveaways and goodies. Kevin Wesley, Dodge Challenger Hellcat Red Eye wide body. Has to be that wide to get the name of the car on the back. Supercharged 6.2, running E85. Sounded fantastic as it went off the line. I mean, in standard form, that engine produces over 700 horsepower for the street, and that's a light car. He's catching another glance at Kevin as he gets further up the hill, but at the moment we're waiting for Cole Powelson, who is in the third sector now. Good times, so minus a second there, +2 there. That's very good indeed for the small engined machine. How will that fare at the top? It is forced induction, turbocharged, that little 1300. You can do this next sector in somewhere around about 244, 246. he's in with a real shout of going to the top against some of the bigger engine cars, which would be quite extraordinary. But he's clearly keeping the pace up. We wait to hear the scream of the 1300. Here it is. He's leading on that. One. 2:46.1. Lost a couple of seconds there. He's in for a mid-9. 9:30 something, 9:35, maybe 9:40. But that certainly is going to beat his best time. I'm not sure what his time was set in back in 2016 when he did a 10:57. But unless he's very slow indeed on the top, if he gets somewhere under 2:50 for the last sector, he's going to be doing very well indeed. And he's going to be sitting around about that 9:35, 9:40 area, which is going to put him right in with the top cars. We've got 3 cars within, what, a second at the moment. Paul Dallenbach went through, by the way, in a 9:36.1. So sitting in behind Clint Van Holtz. And that was a 35.4 for the fastest time of the day so far. Third fastest still David Donner in the Porsche with a 9:36.5. Then Jeff Swart with a 43.9. Listen in the distance for the sound of that tortured 1300cc turbocharged engine. He's ragging that, isn't he? Oh, lovely line there. Using all the road. Oh, he's got a bit of smoke. A little bit of smoke just coming out the battle. Was that a tyre spinning up? Maybe. No. Looks like turbo smoke. It's white. That tends to suggest turbo smoke, blowing a little bit of oil out of the seal. So maybe he's just over-revved that engine a little bit as the Hellcat goes through Ski Hill in the hands of Kevin Wesley. No, that might just be slowing him down. Let's hope he's not putting too much oil on the pavement as well. Cole Powelson, 2:46. He dropped a couple of seconds in that third sector after he'd been very, very quick indeed on the first 2. He was right up there with the top time to that point. And I've got a suspicion that that car is ailing as it goes towards the top. Remember, this is the guy who said he car caught fire a couple of times in 2016, but he still managed to compete. He's looking for to better his own run, Cole, at a 10:57. Kevin Wesley rumbling up the mountain. 6.2 supercharged Hellcat motor. This is the red-eye wide-bodied version of the Dodge Challenger. Sadly, we don't get in right-hand drive form in the UK. Through the brake check area. Oh, was that a little lock up there from Kevin as he went into the right-hander after the brake check? That will have caught his attention. You don't want to be grabbing a left front wheel there as you're turning into the right-hander. Powelson's gone through. He did lose a bit of time on the top as the Chevy Camaro of Steve Gerglein goes off the line. Cole Powelson, 9:37.4. And that 2 seconds that he dropped in Sector 3 really cost him there. He's gone into 4th position, 3rd in the open wheel category, so he's on for a podium, and that is his best time to date up the hill. 10:57.007 for Cole was his best time back in 2016, I think it was. Yep, 16. Bill Stein colours, the renowned suspension specialist on that Hellcat Dodge Challenger. Kevin's worked for publications including Hot Rod Magazine, test driving Dodge Viper Corvette C7 Z06. 3rd time racing, 2016 and 2018 he was on the mountain here at Pikes Peak. races in Jump Car, as well as part of the team that was test driver for the Dodge Challenger Hellcat Red Eye here at Pikes Peak. Jump Car's a great way to go racing in the US. If you don't know about it, go and look it up. Jeremy Shaw, my co-commentator for our IMSA events, regularly races a Miata in that and has a lot of fun. Still time for you to visit pikespeakgiveaway.com. I'm being told though you will have to be pretty quick, so make sure you get on there. There's a few bits and pieces to answer, and if you're a Porsche owner, your VIN number will get you access to a special Porsche prize fund as well. Pikes Peak Live presented by Mobile One with the Challenger. Well, as you might expect from a car in the yellow and blue of Bilstein, there was very little suspension squat there as he came out of that corner. That looked very well set up indeed. Mobile One, the exclusive broadcast partner to the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb with Gran Turismo. Who's next on the line? Steve Gugline is away, 52.7 for that Chevy Camaro. Let's just watch again as the Bilstein Challenger turns in, rotates nicely, and gets on the power about now. No muss, no fuss there. Possibly could have used a little more road on the exit, but he's setting it up for the next corner, which is a right-hander, so we can forgive him that. There he is in the distance, going from sunshine into shade as the cloud blows across America's mountain. Meantime, the Camaro's past the ski hill area. Steve Gugline from Colorado, from Fulton, Colorado. Rookie of the Year back in 1991 and his 30th running here at Pikes Peak. 357, the classic 357 V8. This one powered by methanol. Points champion of the Colorado Hill Climb Association in 2002, 4, 5, 6 and 7. Couple of 3 second places in 2000, 2002 and 2012 in the Unlimited decision. Believe it or not, started on quads and three-wheelers, so he's a special type of person. His best time, a 10-minute 30 back in 2014, and has only raced the bow tie for Chevrolet here at Pikes Peak. Looking at that, let me have a look. 52, 231. He's got a chance, but 10:30, low 10, maybe. Keeps it up. Awful conditions at the top of the mountain this morning. Ice delayed the start considerably. When we got going, it was brilliant to watch. Scott Birdsall was first up the mountain in his 1949 diesel Ford. I hear a car approaching the summit. The checkered flags are being readied. It's the Hellcat that's gone through. And that is a 10:25. 10 minutes 25 for Kevin Wesley in the Hellcat. Next up, David Mayer in the 2017 Palatov open wheeler. 6.2 turbocharged engine for that. Checking Kevin's time. Don't have a time, his best time here. So apologies, Kevin. I don't know whether your 10:25.9 is your best time. That anything under 10:30 is pretty good. Meantime, the Camaro of Steve Googlen climbs the mountain in the 3:57. Mobile with association going back to 1934 here as the Camaro turns through the hairpin, now in the third part of the hill. Just a reminder as well, we had all the tech talk earlier on. The world's most popular fully synthetic oil Mobil 1 on sale now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, and you can earn double all rewards on every purchase. If you go to O'ReillyAuto.com/Pikes Peak to save now, for those of you watching and listening in the US. All of those Porsches that you saw coming up the hill earlier on, both in the Yokohama Porsche Trophy, the Cayman Club Sports, and Jeff Swart in the 935 running on Mobil 1 fully synthetic. Indeed, the Caymans running on off-the-shelf street motor oil, exactly the same as I've got in my 968 and in the 911 993 as well. In fact, I'm pretty certain FS0W40 is also in the 981 Boxster. So I think all of our Porsches are running on the same Mobil 1 fully synthetic. And a long chat earlier in the year with Doug Feehan, who's the program manager for Corvette Racing. And they clocked up 100 IMSA victories earlier this year. 4th of July, Saturday night at Daytona, America's sports car, winning on the 4th of July. That was a great script. And he was reminding me that although Mobil 1 offered to concoct them a special oil for the Corvettes racing at Le Mans over the last decade and a half, they actually run on off-the-shelf Mobil 1 for 24 hours. Extraordinary stuff. Now, on the line was the Audi S3 of Rob Holland from Denver, just up the road. 2-litre turbocharged car, his 4th run here. We'll see him in a moment as we're picking up that D2TT Palatov with the 6.2-litre turbocharged V8, running on E85, and David Mayer's been racing here since 2012. 10:38.7, his best time. Finished 5th with that time in 2018. Part of the Colorado Hill Climb Association for almost a decade now. And finished first in the championship in 2017. Very well-balanced machine. He has clocked up 152, 231 and a 307. So looking for a sub-11 minute time here, I would think. Could be somewhere near to his best time, just under 10:40 is what he'd be aiming for. Conditions generally seem to have been good today. A lot of personal bests and records set today. Waiting for Rob Holland to get underway as well in that very purposeful looking Audi that we saw a moment or two ago. There's the Palatov, David Mayer as through at the top of the hill. It was a moment or two ago. That was the Chevy Camaro, and that was 10:50 12.4 for Steve Gerglein. That puts him third in the unlimited class. So that's not his fastest. He did a 10:30 in 2014, so a little bit slower, but third in class so far as the S3 heads off the line, and we head back to the third sector. And that Palatov D2TT running in the Pikes Peak Open category. Dab of the brakes. Tricky little left kink there before the right-handed hairpin for the number 24. Keeping the car balanced. Don't want to be unsettling the car too much. Taking the pace through the slower corners again. Those with experience will tell you that you can't treat this exactly like you would a racetrack. Yes, it's paved now, but there are nuances to this run up the mountain where the camber of the road helps you where it doesn't help you. So sometimes you're not on what would look like a standard racing line. And that knowledge comes only with experience. Little bump there on the exit. Rode it well though. Now we've seen a number of cars through this serpentine section in the past. Let's see how the Palatov does. See how much David Mayer is leaning on this car. It's towards the end of the third sector now. Here he comes. Car very, very well set up, not leaning too much. So the weight transfer, even when he braked there, and the low rumble with the 6.2. Meantime, the Audi goes through the picnic grounds. So what, he's a couple of miles in already. Best average speed, just over 75 miles an hour for the full 12.42 miles. Down the mountain to see what we can pick up there. A beautiful day it's been since the sun came up. Temperature on the start line now 95.2 Fahrenheit, that's 31 on the Celsius scale. Still a chilly 6.1 degrees Celsius, 43 on the top, but remember it was -2 when we were getting ready about an hour before the scheduled start. Start was delayed by, what, over an hour, getting close to 2. But it was worth it. We've seen great times today. 3:03 for David Mayer in the third sector. Don't think he's going to break his best time of 10:38 there. Going to have a sparkling fourth sector. He's going to be somewhere under 11 minutes if he keeps it in, but whether he'll be down at 10.5, I'm not sure. S3 and Rob Holland through Ski Hill. Looks fairly benign at that part of the run, doesn't it? It really is a lovely, gentle drive at normal speeds up this part, but as soon as, even at tourist speeds, once you get above Glen Cove and you're heading out of the tree line, even at relatively pedestrian pace, the whole character of the Pikes Peak Highway changes. 155 for Rob in the Audi S3. His best time just under 11 minutes in a Z06 Corvette in 2017. So the S3 with the 4-cylinder turbocharged 2-litre motor. The RS3, of course, would have the 5-cylinder motor, or at least the option of that. Be nice to hear the sound of a 5-cylinder bark back on the mountain when you think back to Michel Mouton, Fabrizio Pons, Walter Roll, in the Group B rally car days. Harry Vatanen for Peugeot in the 205 and the 405. There goes David Mayer. And he's second in the Pikes Peak Open to Lane Schranz, our fast pastor. Lane did a 9:45, and David Mayer does a 10:44. So a little bit slower, 6 seconds slower than his best time in 2018 when he finished 5th in class. And that was Scott Crouch sneaking off the line while my back was turned in another Subaru WRX, or in a Subaru WRX. Had the Mitsubishi already. If you've got a Mitsubishi Evo, you've got to have a Subaru, haven't you? It's the law in motorsport terms. The classic flat floor, should I do that in English? Flat 4 Subaru 2.5 litre turbocharged engine. That Audi S3 in the saloon body, I notice as well, for Rob Holland. Former factory driver for Volvo and Dodge in his career. And a front-wheel drive record set by Rob, a 10:56.8, which stood for a couple of years back in 2016. Rob owns Rotec Racing, or co-owns it anyway. And that's a tuning company in Nürburgring in Germany. And I know Rob from his British touring car exploits in 2014. You'll see him riding in Road and Track, Grassroots Motorsport, Jalopnik. And represented Roush Performance on iRacing. A lot of drivers stepping into the virtual world in this COVID era. That sounds very good, that little Audi, doesn't it? There goes the WRX. That's a classic motorsport noise. The Boxer 4. Now the inline 4. Yeah, Rob's chosen well with the saloon body, the sedan body for the S3. Audi have produced their TCR version of their S3, which is only front-wheel drive, of course. Standard road-going S3 would be Quattro, all-wheel drive. But in the TCR category, Audi took a long time to decide which body style to use, and they reckon there's a significant aerodynamic advantage from using the saloon. And that little 1998cc motor. Working hard for Rob. Behind him, Subaru WRX for Scott Crouch. Just waiting for Scott to appear. Just looking at the times there for Rob Holland. It's very tidy indeed. He's not going to beat the time that he set in 2017 with the Z06 for a 2-litre turbocharged machine. He's doing very well indeed. Distinctive outline then of the saloon sedan-bodied S3, excuse me. Got the RS in my mind now. Meantime, the WRX Scooby goes through Ski Hill and starts pointing towards the sky. Scott is from Boulder, Colorado in that Subaru, 2014 vintage, the car. It's 9th running for Scott. 4th run for Rob in that Audi. Back to the WRX now. 4 top 10 finishes for Scott in time attack here at Pikes Peak. Finished on the shortened course last year. Well, there are some supporters around. On the line now, Andy Kingsley in the 911 Turbo from 2002. It's one of the 3.6 cars. Get back to him in a moment. WRX then through the second sector and into the third. Another tidy time. He's about 3 seconds behind Rob at the moment. And they're both heading for, let me see, times around about 11 minutes, maybe just under. See how the forced induction does when they get higher up the mountain. Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One, official broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb with Gran Turismo for 2020, the 98th running of the Race to the Clouds. Hello everybody, John Hindhaugh here in the Mobile One Global Broadcast booth. Through then at the top, that was a moment or two ago. The Mitsubishi was earlier on, so here comes the Porsche 99. Is that a 2017 car? Yes, it is a 2017 car. 2002 car. My apologies for that. So the Audi time for Rob Holland, just who we saw go through a moment or two ago. Fourth in Unlimited, 10:51.4. So, do you know what? I did him a disservice there. Rob, I apologise for those of you who know Rob, any of his connections. He has beaten his best time that he set in 2017 in his E06. That was a 55.1, and Rob's just done a 10:51.4. So, a useful improvement there in the 2-litre turbocharged car. So, well driven, Rob. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff from the man from Denver, Colorado. Scott Crouch and Andy Kingsley on the hill. Scott in the Subaru from 2014 vintage. Co-drove in the X Games Rally, the first running of the X Games Rally in 2006 for the Subaru factory team. And he's competed in the WRX in over 35 rallies on the US circuit. Second in the 2006 and 7 PGT Rally American National Championship. There is absolutely nothing like a Scooby motor, is there? Tell it a mile off. Thank you very much, by the way, to our technical team for getting us a bit of noise that we were lacking earlier on. Hard work being done by everyone on the mountain in what, even on a lovely day, are difficult conditions. And I'm sure you'll agree, they've done a cracking job today. There's the 996 then, going through. 1:58.5. That's about the same sort of time as Scott Crouch is doing in the Scooby. Andy Kingsley in that Porsche Turbo. It's a 3.6 version, so before they went up to 3.8. Tell the 996 by the sort of fried egg-shaped headlights. First of the water-cooled Porsches. And of course, as we were talking about earlier on, as soon as they went from air-cooled to water-cooled, everybody said, well, that's it, that's the end of Porsche. And of course, it hasn't been. And there's a another 996 there. Oh, with the Andial logo on the front. Hugely historic Porsche tuning arm in North America. Good heavens. It's fabulous to see that car. That's Fred Veach. Another 3.6 turbo. his best in 11:01. He'll be looking to better that 2018 time. Meantime, Andy Kingsley goes through the brake check tower area into that tricky right-hander. Easy to slow down too much there, as well as if you take too much speed, there's a nasty little area on the outside of there that will catch out the unwary. I stood and spectated there back in 2018 for some of the test runs. Walked up from there, start of one of the sectors, and the amount of people who charged off the line there and then got that corner wrong and looped it. The problem is you either end up in the ditch on the left-hand side, or worse still, you spear across the road to the right-hand side. And that is worse still if you don't catch the car before it goes off the pavement. So Andy Kingsley then. First came here in 2014, didn't have a good run, turbocharger failure at Glen Cove. Started in Rallycross, SCCA Rallycross in 2011 as far as his competitive career was concerned. And in the last few years, he shifted his focus to hill climb and was named the Colorado Hill Climb Association Rookie of the Year. Here the turbo whining and whistling. That's turned up, isn't it? Meantime, at the top, that was Scott Crouch in the Subaru. And his time just coming through, 10:56.0 for Scott. Well, that's massive. 11:26, his best time beforehand. He sits 4th in time attack. His best ever position is 6th in time attack. 1 in the first division of time attack. So Scott will be very pleased with that. An under 11-minute run for the 429 Subaru WRX in the hands of Boulder, Colorado resident Scott Crouch. So the two Porsches on the hill now. Furthest up the hill, the black and green car of Andy Kingsley. I'm interested to see how that car handles the switchbacks that we see. Dan Oida in the FR500S Ford. 4.6 motor in that. It's the Porsche coming to the end of the third sector. We're following along on the track map. There's a smile on my face. Andy, it might have lost you half a second, maybe more, but that's entertainment. That's fantastic stuff as he spun up the rear tyres and headed up the hill. As we wait for the very Hertz 500-like GT on the line. That's a classic colour scheme if ever there was one. Revived by Ford, of course, a few years ago. That's 350s. It's easier to see on this one for sure. Just waiting for Dan Oida to get underway. Second of the Porsches that's on the hill at the moment is that of Fred Veach. Another 996, the silver-coloured car. Fred's the oldest competitor when we see him again. Just waiting to see the Ford. There it is, on the line. Ticking over gently at the moment. So Dan Oida, the 2008 vintage. No pony in the grill, a la Steve McQueen. The FR500S in the time attack first division. Here it goes. Now that's a getaway. That's a statement. That is a statement. Fred Veach goes through the brake check tower and into that tricky right-hander we've been talking about, where you can gain or lose so much time. Fred's the oldest competitor at 72 in the field this year. Record at the time in Time Attack 2 back in 2014 for Fred. He's racing in the open category this year with his Porsche. His best time was 2 years ago. He's been coming here since 2012. As we watch Dan Oeda off the line again. Look, if a tyre company's got a sticker on your car, that means you're supposed to burn them up. That's the way you've got to look at it. Fred's best time, 11:01 2 years ago. And let's have a look. He's got a chance of that. I think he's in with a chance in that silver and white 996 turbo. For a while, the 996 was much unloved in Porsche circles because of the style of the headlights, and also the IMS bearing was thought to be an issue. But all of those problems, mechanical problems, have been sorted out down through years, and it's a cracking way to get into Porsche 911 ownership. Buying a good used one that's been well sorted. And particularly the turbos or the GT. Oh, he just hit the inside on that hairpin, and that pitched him out perilously close to the right-hand side of the pavement. As through the picnic grounds, a couple of miles in, Dan Oeda in the 2008 Ford. It's the 4.6 engine cars. We're waiting for Fred to come round in what was a stock 996 turbo. It has had some modifications for Pikes Peak, but there are no electronic aids on the car, and it's only rear-wheel drive, that car. No four-wheel drive on this machine. Making about 520 horsepower at sea level, which he's not been at today in any way, shape or form, starting at over 9,000 feet and finishing at over 14. Cup suspension on this car as well, so let's see how it handles through the switchbacks here. Tidy line by Fred. Now it should sit down at the back. That's what Porsches do. Plenty of grip. Could have been done with being a gear down there, Fred, do we think? Not sure. Was his time 3:12? Is that going to put him? I think that's going to put him around about 11 minutes. The times he's putting in at the moment put him third in the open category. David Mayer's a 10:44 in that 2017 Palatov special that we saw earlier on with the turbocharged 6.2 motor. Remember the red, very flat shaped car. There goes Dan Oeda. Fifth attempt for him. And his best time is 11:28. That was his rookie year, actually. Now, this car has pedigree of endurance racing. The FR500S was built to race in what was then the Grand Am series, what is now IMSA, when the American Le Mans series and Grand Am merged. The IMSA name took over both. Run out of Daytona, that series, and over the years he's raced that car at Watkins Glen, Laguna Seca, Sebring Road, Atlanta. As off the line was our next competitor, Chris Statch. Now this is a 914 Porsche wide body. We'll see it in a moment. It looks a bit different, and I'll tell you why in a moment. Sounds a bit different as well. Meantime, back for Dan Oeda. This is the same car he took the 17th in Time Attack last year. That was the short course run, of course. There was a Ford Racing Mustang Challenge, which Dan raced in as well. That was up in Utah, and what was then Miller Motorsport Park. Fantastic facility. Something else now, isn't it? Is it called the Utah Motorsports Campus? Yes, it is. The 914 that's just gone off the line, the 914 wide body, looking not like any 914 you've ever seen, nor sounding like any 914 Porsche you've ever seen. Give you more details about that, what should have been the mid-engine Porsche, in a moment. Suffice to say, the power did not come out of Stuttgart in that car. The power plant that it has at the moment. I'm going to say LS and 7 for that. So that'll give you an idea. Get a bit more light here in the Global Broadcast Centre late in the day in this part of the world. Here comes Dan Ueda as at the top of the hill. There goes Fred. Fred Veach, 11:02 for the 73-year-old. And his best time in the past, well, I think his best time was last year at 11:01.6. Oh, he's missed out by 0.6 of a second. So just off a little bit for Fred. Dan is looking for a best time of an 11:28. Oh, I think he might be on for that. Let's have a look at his times compared. Yes. Oh, yeah, he's on for that, Dan, at the moment. I'll give you more details about that 914 Chris Stausch's car in a moment. Got another special coming up next for Rod O'Malley. Oh, bit of wheel spin for Dan Ueda in that 2008 RS FR500. Let's just see him through these twisties. Here he comes. And listen to the 4.6 motor. Not sure I have to say anything after that. There's the 914 with the LS7 engine for Chris Stausch. He's through Ski Hill. It's his 10th year at Pikes Peak and his 4th time up the mountain in this car. Best finish of a 5th, and he's done that 3 times. 9, 10 and 14, and he's looking to better his PB. 11:08. 914. No, really, that is his best time, 11:08.914, and that was in 2014. Started his own CS Racing Motorsports team in 1989. Let's see a little more of this car before we take what will be our last break. Don't want to interrupt the action for you. We'll wait till he gets into a spot that we can't follow him. Have you ever seen a 914 like that before? Yeah, I know it's wide body, but even so, isn't that just splendid? LS7 V8 power, a real Pikes Peak special, and running in the Pikes Peak open category. 203 and a 239. I would suggest that car might not be running fully on song. All right, we're going to just follow the Mustang for a little bit longer, or the Ford, should I say, for a little bit longer. As on the line, we've got the 2018 O'Malley Special Spec V. Now, how good does that look pared down? 65 car is off the line for Rod O'Malley. Another 3.5 litre engine in that car. Here's the 914. And thank you to the production team for sticking with this. Just waiting to see that Porsche one more time. Dan Ueda's in the last sector. Meantime, the 914, we get another shot of that brilliant thing. It's extraordinary. But look, if you look carefully, the engine is still amidships. It's just not sitting as far down as the original would be. You can see the engine is behind the cockpit, exactly as a 914 should be. One of my all-time favourite cars, a 914-6. But it didn't have the engine sitting up like that. It's brilliant, isn't it? The unmistakable thrum of an LS7 with literally smokestack exhausts porting out the top just in front of the rear wing. I wonder if that helps the, like a blown diffuser. There goes Dan Ueda, 11:23.6. Now, what was his best time? Oh, he's got a best time, 11:28.6. So he's taken 5 seconds out of his best time. That was his rookie year back in 14. So another personal best. Man, this is good stuff. Smaller field, I know, but even so, you can only race the clock and the mountain, and when you're getting personal bests as we are, that tells you an awful lot about what we're seeing today. There'll be a lot of happy, smiling people today that have brought their lifetime bests down. Hang on, I'll shut up while the 914 comes along. Oh, and the flame out of the exhaust stacks as well. Outstanding stuff. All right, before we get into any more action, we don't want to miss anything. We've got one more break to get away. Let's do that now. Don't go too far away, and we'll be back after we've seen this replay. We'll go away, and we'll be back for the conclusion of Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One. Brilliant stuff.
At the Porsche Experience Center, we know you've waited a long time for your visit, and we want you to feel good about not waiting any longer. So when you enter the PEC, you'll be greeted by a guard wearing personal protective equipment. Masks and a temperature check are required prior to entry. A new self-check-in kiosk is sanitized after every use. When it comes to the cars, each one is sanitized before and after every drive. To maintain social distance, each guest has a vehicle to themselves. An instructor in a lead-follow car provides direction over a two-way radio. Additionally, social distancing guidelines are observed throughout the facility, with plenty of reminders and hand sanitizer too. At the cafe, we are taking extra precautions with both the sanitization and service process. And the same goes for the retail store, and the simulators as well, all to make your experience as enjoyable as possible. Because we hope to see you again, and again, and again.
I am the trusty co-pilot. The moving part that moves all 2,000 parts. I am the translator who interprets the road. The permission to take the scenic route, and the guide that gets you there safely. I'm not just any tire. I am a Yokohama.
Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One, the official broadcast partner of the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International. Brought to you by Gran Turismo. Hello there, I'm John Hindhoff. We've had some cracking runs today. Still just about got time to go to pikespeakgiveaway.com and grab yourself some swag. If you're a Porsche owner, have a VIN number ready as well, and that'll open up a world of additional goodies. Some great t-shirts down there. Hashtag Pikes Peak Live. Hello to Will McFarland, who's been tuned in for quite some time. Alan Prosser, one of our regulars from Radio Show Limited. Alan, nice to have your company this Sunday afternoon, as it is where you are. Out to Spec Motoring, also tuned in, as well as a number of others. Thank you very much for the kind words. It's the production team, by the way, who are doing all the hard work, particularly those on the mountain themselves. Don't forget that Mobile One has a proud tradition, going back to 1934, of being tested here on the mountain, and has been involved all the way from that time. The unique and challenging circumstances and conditions that the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb provides means that Mobile One fully synthetic oil stands the test, whether it's at the bottom of Pikes Peak Highway or at the top. I suppose you could see it runs from bottom to top rather than from top to bottom. Coming up in about a month's time, we'll have our Le Mans coverage, of course, on the Radio Show Limited network of audio channels. RS1 becomes Radio Le Mans for that week. And be delighted if some of you would like to tune in for that as we watch the Rodney O'Malley special, just going through the hairpin. And next weekend in the US time zone, IMSA Radio on RS2, our second of 3 channels, and also available in sound and vision for some of the sessions via radio-show.co.uk. It's IMSA at Road Atlanta, the 6-hour main race on Saturday for the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and you'll be able to watch the Mobile One back Porsches, the Works Porsches, including Nick Tandy, Earl Bamber, Fred Makovecki and Lawrence Van Toor driving those cars in a week's time. A week yesterday, actually, because the main race is on the Saturday. It's the Pilot Challenge on the Sunday. And here's a Porsche on the hill. Perfect timing, almost like we planned it. And this is a GT3 Cup 991 Gen 1. And these cars will be racing in the Porsche Cup Challenge USA by Yokohama next weekend as well. They race as the Gold Cup category, the Gen 2 of the 991 Cup cars racing the Platinum category. A very capable racing car. And this is David Hackle who's driving this car. Excuse me, no it's not. It's Robert Prililka in the 991. That is David Hackle. I was getting ahead of myself in a, well, do I have to explain? Audi and Quattro. Wonderful. I've seen this car up close in 2018. It's a beautiful piece of preparation. His best finish was in 2013 when he was 6th in class. Full FIA WRC specifications. And it's a car originally of 1983 vintage. I had to stop there to hear that engine. Just great. The 5-cylinder bark that I remember from my youth when I was watching or officiating in rallies in the UK. Straight 5, and that will be the 20-valve engine, the 4-valve per cylinder engine. Magnificent. Meantime, further up, that is the number 4. And that then is the Porsche I was talking about. Robert Prililka. 5th appearance for Robert. flat 6 motor echoing through the canyon. That does my heart good on a Sunday afternoon, evening here in the UK, in the Mobile One global broadcast area. Man, that's a good noise. That is a very good noise indeed. Well done to for all the Porsche content and entries. Just the 44 entries for the cars this year. No motorcycles. Here's Robert. His time's like 58, 236. He's heading for around about an 11-minute run, and if he can do that, he's 11:11. Oh, I think he's got a chance of a personal best here, if he can do that. Meantime, we go back to the blue oval at the bottom, and Ford Mustang GT for Kash Singh with a turbocharged 302. I think Robert needs to just flip the throttle one more time for us on his downshift. That's fantastic stuff. 313. Oh, he's going to be tight. He's going to be tight. He's going to be somewhere near his best time as we wait for the Ford to go off the line for Kash Singh. Twin turbo, 5 litre. That's the 302. Did I say it? Yes, it is. How do you like 1,000 horsepower? 1,000 horsepower from the 302 5 litre motor. The help of forced injection ×2 and a fairly hefty intercooler rad in the front as well, I saw there. Not surprised. Lovely red, white and blue colour scheme as well. It's road registered. Excellent work. Excellent work, Kash Singh. I don't want to talk over it when it takes off. I'm just waiting before it gets underway. It's his 10th year here at Pikes Peak International. And a 13:22 back in 2017 is his best. At Kash Singh 78 if you want to follow him. 83 Quattro goes through Ski Hill, 1983 that is. It's David Hackle. Are we not, now that we've got sound, getting some wonderful, wonderful engine noise? Classic stuff, flat 6, straight 5, twin turbocharged V8. Lovely. Absolutely smart. Even that 1300 inline 4, the turbocharged inline 4 that we had earlier on, that was fairly well screaming as well. And so many personal bests here today. Here's the Quattro. Quattro on a road surrounded by trees. There's something intrinsically right about that, isn't there? Beautiful state of preparation. As I say, I saw this car a couple of years ago, and got a feeling that he's a member of the Q Club North America. Yes, he is. Through past the brake check tower. Don't have a mic on that camera, but we do further up the mountain, and you can hear that. All right, here's the Mustang. Oh, that was a replay. A little bit quiet. Sorry about that. That's my fault. We were watching the Quattro. We'll catch him later on when he's on full song. Kash Singh. We have had, let's see, 35 cars on the mountain. We had 44 slated to run, so we are not by any means finished as yet. And other than David Donahue, hashtag blame Hindhoff, by the way, if this goes horribly wrong. David Donahue, the only car to have issues so far. did have some damage on his number 911 in the third section. Right, now who just finished there? Was that Robert in the Porsche? Yes, I think it was. 11-12-2 for the Cup car. Oh, missed out by half a second on his 2016 best time. Here's the Quattro. Be still my beating heart. That takes me back to the mid-80s in various forests in the northeast and northwest of England. Listen to popping back on the overrun. Sounds like you might have missed a gear there. Pop, 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 pop. It's great. 54, sorry, number 54 is John McInnes. He's a rookie in the RX3 from Sierra. It's another 1300cc motorcycle engine, so it'll be revving to the high heavens, which is just as well, because that's where he's taking it. No stranger to hill climb racing. John will give him his just desserts when we see him later on. Now, here's the Quattro. I'll let you enjoy this. Of course, the 1300cc, that'll be a different noise, won't it? Oh, I've got the Quattro in my left ear there, and the little 1300 in my right ear. That was lovely, whoever's mixing the sound. Thank you. I'd like to say that was something to do with me. It absolutely wasn't. That worked really well. If you're not listening to this on a set of headphones, you really should be, to get the full effect. Really good fun. It will come as no surprise to you to know that David Hackle lists his heroes as Walter Röhrl and Michel Mouton. I've been fortunate enough to spend time with both of those. Michel in particular worked for Race of Champions and did the TV and online commentary. I think we did the first ever online commentary at London many years ago now. And Michel, along with Fred Johnson, the originators of the Race of Champions concept. There goes the Ford, just 1,000 brake horsepower, if you don't mind. It's Cash Singh. Michel Mouton, could talk to her for hours. Now the head of the FIA Women in Motorsport Committee, very sensible, never asked for or got any special treatment, and very nearly won the World Rally Championship. Her and Fabrizia Pons and Tina Turner was her other co-driver. Still can pedal a car as well. She's got a S2 Quattro that we often used to get out as a demo car at the Race of Champions. I remember seeing her right on the ragged egg at Düsseldorf in an indoor arena. I know that certain people sort of, you get thrown back, don't you, to certain eras of cars, and seeing it and hearing a Quattro in particular to me takes me back to some of my formative years in the mid-80s, even in British National rallying, but certainly in World Championship rallying when the Quattro was reigning supreme. For the move to Group B, although middle 80s, where Group B was already in there, and then you had the turbo T16s from Peugeot, the mid-engine car, the homologation specials, Lancia Delta S4s, supercharged and turbocharged for those cars. Amazing machines. Absolutely amazing. Lancia all 3 O's before that as well, in the more wedgy shape. You will have realised that I grew up on rallying in the northeast of England. We didn't have a motor racing circuit in those days. My closest track would have been in the Midlands of England or up in Scotland. So a lot of gravel forest rallying in Kielder Forest, one of the largest man-made forests in Europe. Through goes the Quattro. And what was the time there for the Quattro? Now having to scroll through my timing because we've had so many cars through. So where's David Hackle? Dropped in. There he is, 6th in time at track 1 with 11:10.1. Haven't got his personal best in my research, so I hope he's done well. Now who's that ticking over on the line? John McGuinness already running, as here comes Cash Singh. 1,000 horsepower. Yes, thank you very much. Have a listen. Wait. 1,000 horsepower and a truckload of grunt and torque. There, no doubt about that. Right, this is a Master Speed 3, but not like anything you've seen before, based on a 2010 model car for Chris Becker from Colorado. Turbocharged petrol engine, heavily turbocharged. You can hear, if you listen carefully, the whoosh of the wastegate. So he's just revving it up and you hear it blowing out the excess pressure. Fantastic. I don't know why I was leaning towards the car. I'm hearing it through my headphones, but I've got the screen in front of me, so I was kind of leaning into the car. Apologies for that. John McGuinness goes through. Here goes the Mazda. I suspect that is going to be quick, particularly at the top. The amount of turbocharging I think they've got turned up on that. Cash Singh's getting towards the top of the mountain now. He's looking for something better than a 13:22, which he set back in 2017. 6th in class was his best in 2014. And yeah, he's going to be, he's in for a mid-11 if he keeps this pace up, maybe even a little bit better. He was driving neat and tidy. You're getting tired. All these drivers, you start to get tired at the top of the hill, less oxygen. Talking to Pat Long earlier on, Porsche Works driver, about the concentration level. Here's John McGuinness and the RX-3, the Sierra RX-3. No stranger to hill climb. All this Sierra car's RX-3, John. He's been competing in multiple Colorado hill climb championships in this RX-3. Bit of experience in closed wheel cars as well, and has a good friendship with Cole Powelson, who we saw earlier on in the little 1300 car from Life Motorsports, who support John in his motorsport career and endeavours. Ice, dirt and tarmac he's raced on. Would have been good this morning then, at the top of the mountain, and we're scraping it all off. Absolutely can't fault his commitment. I would say he's getting a little bit of understeer in and oversteer out there, but sometimes you've just got to throw the car in, particularly these special buggies there. Haven't got a lot of weight to transfer on the front wheels, and what you don't want to have to do is brake hard. Normally you would brake hard, compress the suspension, get the weight on the front, and that would allow you to rotate the car. What he's doing is turning it in, he's getting push, understeer. I'll give you Cash's time in a minute. And then booting the back end and tending it into oversteer from the apex, from the centre out. And he's controlling that. Looks great. Now let's see it through the twisties. Look how flat it corners. Again, almost a Scandinavian flick to unstick the rear end and get the car going the wrong way. So initial for the right-hand turn is a left-hand flick and then turn the car. And that 1300cc motor there, what do you reckon? 12.5, 13,000 revs? Has to have been at least that. Now, where did Cash go through on the timing screen? 11:38.3, 5th in the open class. And that's way quicker. 13:22 in 2017. He'll be very happy with that. He's the Ford Performance Marketing Rep, and clearly some of his experience and potentially some of his inventory has been used on that car. So, what, 2 minutes? 11:38. 13:22. That's nearly 4 minutes quicker. That's a huge amount of time in 2 years. Says he got interested through the Fast and Furious era. Cash, and first saw Pikes Peak on the History Channel here in 2011 for his rookie year. Now the Mazda, Chris Becker. Chris is quickly becoming a hill climb regular and works with a number of well-known hill climb names, such as legend Paul Dallenbach. He raced this in last year's machine, the Mazda, as we swap back to the Sierra RX-3. John McInnes. Now back to the Mazda as we try to keep as much action as we can for you, with 7 cars still to come by my reckoning. Here the Mazda in the distance. Just the second time to the mountain for Chris. Last year he ran the shortened course, of course, and he went off in the terrible weather at Engineers Corner. Through he goes through the brake check, so he's past where he got last year, even on the short course. He's been preparing using watching videos this year. He tried a simulator last year and he says it didn't work out that well when he went off. It was raining, in fairness, Chris. Now, onto the line. Another rookie, this is Rob Parsons. This is one of our Formula Drift drivers. The Chair Slayer Foundation founder. All hand controls for Rob. He's been a judge for drifting in the past as well. And that's a 6.2 litre engine as through goes the RX-3 for John McInnes. And 11:38 for his first time up Pikes Peak, puts him 6th in the open wheel in the 1300. Nicely done, sir. Under 12 minutes. So that's an average of more than 60 miles an hour all the way up. Nearly 62, actually. 61.877 for you, John. Here's Chris Becker. As off goes the 120, Rob Parsons. Check out Rob, actually, on social media. You'll find him on the Hoonigan YouTube channel as well. I'll get back to that in a moment as we're watching the Mazda towards the End of the run now in the third sector, coming towards the end of the third sector. So Rob Parsons on the run. Decent getaway. Remember, hand controls only for the Chevy SS. What did you do on the Sunday? I went for a drive. Just went for a little drive. 12.42 miles. What did you do it in? 9 minutes and 35 seconds. That's what Clint at Valholtz will be seeing. 75 mile an hour average. Incredible, isn't it? Incredible. If you missed that earlier on. Great drive by Clint. Paul Dallenbach just half a second or so further back. Here comes Chris Becker. Let's hear the master. Two-litre turbocharged motor. Helicopter chasing him up the hill as well, which you can probably hear in the background. As we try and pick the next competitor up. Chris Becker, I reckon, heading for something around 11 and a half minutes. Again, anything under 12 minutes, you've averaged more than 60 miles an hour. Even my basic arithmetic skills can tell you that. Mathematics was double period on a Friday afternoon when I was in my school years, so I didn't get a lot of it. Now we've got an incident on the mountain. Now that must be Rob Parsons. Hasn't come through the first sector yet. Chris Becker is still running. There is Chris. So Rob Parsons on his first run then. It is a very quick run out of the traps as it were at the bottom. And could easily cause problems earlier on for the unwary. Let's follow the Meister then as it comes through the last portion of the race. We're going to get under 12 minutes here. You know I was straining my eyes to see what that red car was that was parked up there, don't you, in the middle of the hairpin. Cabriolet of some description. Thought it might have been a 911, not sure. Have a look next time. So here comes Chris Becker. Up towards the top of the mountain. And what's he looking for time-wise? He'll be looking for under 12 minutes, obviously. Hasn't done the full run after the shortened race last year. Getting to the top will be an achievement here for Chris, because he didn't last year. Too much reliance on the simulator, he says. As he heads up the hill. Dab of the brakes, nice late turn into the hairpin. That is a classic racetrack line there as he heads into the hairpin. We'll see Chris to the top if we can in the next couple of minutes. Like to give him his just desserts. We do get one more chance to see him. He heads up the mountain. If we can't, we can always come back to his time in a wee while. It's Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One at Pikes Peak, sorry, www.pikespeakgiveaway.com. As we're heading into the final portion of our broadcast here, your last chance to grab some swag. And if you're a Porsche owner, don't forget your VIN number for those Jeff Swart t-shirts, the 935, which went up the hill earlier on, and is second in time o'clock to David Donner in the 2019 GT2 RS, on which that car is based. 9:36 and 9:43 for those two Porsches, and third and fifth overall. Only open wheel cars around them, with a hold at the moment for an incident in the first sector for Rob Parsons and the Chevy SS. We'll get you some details on that as soon as we can. Rob was fine off the start line, got the green flag. Bit of wheel spin off the line. So, not hearing any information yet about Rob, who is a man who challenges all kinds of things. The Chair Slayer Foundation is him. Gets people with disabilities behind the wheel. From outreach visits to motivational speaking, working alongside individuals and other foundations to provide purpose and hope for as many as they can reach. Rob confined to a wheelchair after a dirt bike accident a few years ago, designed and built his own hand controls, which allowed him to get behind the wheel. Very capable race car builder, from 3D scanning. He's working CAD. There's a lot of research and development with the Sierra Car Company. Been gaining popularity, as we saw early on. We had the RX-3 going up a little while ago, and he recently drove the Life Motorsports R35 Nissan GTR in the World Time Attack Series in Australia, which was adapted to accommodate him. We'll wait for information about what has happened there. Hashtag Pikes Peak Live. If you want to get in touch with us, thank you for those who have already done that. Looks like we're on a little bit of a hold at the moment. Hello, Mickey Heth. Good to know you're tuned in. Stay with us. Tom Thornstein and Jean Chauvet as well. Glen Cove, a little bit of snow, a little bit of rain earlier on was the report. And we're just waiting for the report from Rob Parsons' car. But that has put us on hold a minute, which gives us an opportunity to bring in another guest. But this one will not be live in the Mobile One Global Broadcast Centre. You heard us talking to Pat Long earlier on, Works Porsche driver. Nick Tandy will be on duty for Porsche in IMSA next weekend at Road Atlanta. You'll be able to follow that on RS2 IMSA Radio, part of our audio service here on Radio Show Limited. And earlier on this week, I caught up with him in a place that we both know rather well, because we're fortunate to live just outside the carbon fibre triangle in the UK, which means we've got a racetrack pretty much on our doorstep. Hello everybody, and welcome to Silverstone, the home of the British Grand Prix. Nick Tandy, Porsche Works driver, with me today. Although, if you look very carefully, dear viewer, you will notice JTR on there, which is Joe Tandy Racing, which is the team of which Nick is affectionately known of as the boss.
The principal.
The principal.
The team principal, yes.
I know that your team watch what you do when you're on your day job for Porsche, driving the Works RSR over in IMSA, because I get tweets from them when they're watching and listening on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. Of your two jobs then, which one is more challenging, driving a race car or managing a Carrera Cup GB team?
Well, it's funny you say that, because actually they kind of relate to each other in the fact that we're going, no matter whether I'm driving or whether I'm bossing as such from the pit wall, we're in competition. But the thing about the driving is, it's my bread and butter. It's my go-to. It's my safe place. You know, it's where I feel natural. So yeah, I honestly find when I'm in a race car myself, it's a lot more natural and a lot more controlled than if I'm watching somebody else driving one of my cars, because then I'm worried.
I was going to say that, because you're the master of your own destiny to a greater extent there. All right, it's a team game, of course it is. And this year, Fred Matavecchi, your teammate, you two are paired up in the IMSA competition. But behind the wheel, you are in charge. I suppose you're in charge as well on the pit wall, but just not quite as directly.
But it's the same. It's also the same when you're in a race, but your teammate's driving. For instance, say you finish Le Mans and you've done your final stint, but there's still 4 hours of the race to go. But it's your teammates' turn to kind of their next stints, and the race situation is out of your control completely. But you're still watching your car in the race, and it is very similar to when we're running the team, and I've got the. There's our drivers out on the grid. You go and see them on the grid, and then for the next half an hour, there's no contact. It's up to them, and you just keep your fingers crossed and hope for the best.
You're in your pro career inextricably linked now with Porsche. How long have you been driving for Porsche now?
I've exclusively driven Porsche since the beginning of 2010, so that's 10 years now, and I've been part of Porsche Motorsport since 2013.
You didn't come to circuit racing in a traditional, in inverted commas, way, because you started out here in the UK, not too far away from where we're standing at. Well, we've broken into that interview because we're going back to action. We'll catch back up with Tandy in a little while. I hope you don't mind, but we thought it was more important to go back to what was happening on the track. The incident has been cleared, and now we've got Akio Kobayashi on the track, man from Yokohama, Japan, racing the 3.6 Porsche GT3. Remember, we were talking about this is another one of the Drift Series guys. Sorry, no, it isn't. My apologies. The 249, and this car was built by Kaz Suzuki of K Factory in Nagano, Japan. 3rd year on Pikes Peak for Akio Kobayashi. Series champion at the Hill Climb Challenge Series at Brig Hill in 2017, and the Race to the Sky in New Zealand. He's been there from 1999 to 2003, 2 second place finishes. It'll take us a while to pick him up. No word yet from Rob Parsons. We will get that to you as soon as you can. More than 1 million Porsches come out of the factory with first fill Mobil 1 fully synthetic oil since the partnership began. And every component of a Porsche is engineered to work with every other, delivering optimum performance. The engine oil, no exception. Same Mobil 1 Advanced synthetic motor oil being used today are available at your local Porsche dealer for your service. So make sure you schedule an appointment at your local Porsche dealer today. That 935 that Jeff Swart went up the hill in 943.9 uses off-the-shelf Mobil 1 ESP X3 0W40, and all the Cayman Trophy, Yokohama Trophy cars are using FS0W40 as well, another Mobil 1 fully synthetic oil. So make sure that you keep your Porsche in tip-top condition by using Porsche approved Mobil 1 from the factory. Should be good enough for you to realise that if it's filled at the factory with Mobil 1, and if Porsche compete with Mobil 1, then you should be having that in your street car as well. Through has gone Akio. All the times he's been here in the past, and this is his 3rd year, he's raced on the shortened course. He's gone back to the open category this year. And he's been in the time attack division before that. And 202, that's going to stick him if he keeps on. He's in the mid-11s again, 11:40-ish, if he holds on to the pace all the way up. Next up, by the way, we'll see another one of the Sierra RX3s, Aaron Kaufman, the man from Texas. Another one of those 1300 screamers, that'll be on the line next. There'll be no mistaking that when it comes off the line. For Akio, to appear. Watching the officials there, they were looking. So that is the mustard front of that 2000 996 GT3. That flat 6 3.6 motor. Tracing a decent line here. Easy to lose time low down if you're a little bit conservative. You've really got to attack immediately. The green flag drops. Remember, the time doesn't start till you go under that start gate, so it's not necessarily about getting off the line there. So we've been watching people spinning wheels, some people getting off the line just a little bit less aggressively. But your time actually starts as you go through the gate. You get a bit of a run up to it. It's Akio flicking the car in to the right-handed hairpin right at the bottom of the hill from where our camera position is. Can't hear it yet. There it is. In the distance. If you're not wearing headphones, I'm telling you, you're really missing out here. The 996 GT3, slightly less as he goes through the brake check area and into that right-hander. Let's have a look through the right-hander from the left-hand side of the road. Yeah, it's pretty neat and tidy. And then the road doubles back on itself. We'll see him again in a moment or two's time. I always thought the 996 GT3 was slightly less shouty than some of the GT3s that have come after it. And I don't actually mean the sound of the car. The aero and bodywork accoutrements were actually fairly toned down for the time in 2000. The rear wing in particular, quite low down on that car. You look at the current GT3s or the 991 Gen 2 GT3s, because we haven't yet seen the 992. Got some pictures of it the other day actually in secret testing. Very interesting rear design of the GT3. I always thought the 996 was a little bit understated. It was quite a nice machine. Another Sierra RX3 on the line. Lovely mid-blue colour. Taking off the line, and there was the suspension and the weight transfer going backwards under acceleration. Really interested about the triple headlight makeup on that car for Aaron Kaufman, Texas. Keep an eye on that. 47. Yeah. Akio holding on to around about an 11:38, 11:40. That would put them possibly 5th or 6th in the open category. Cash Singh he'll be aiming for in that monster 1,000 horsepower Ford 500 that we saw earlier on. FR. His time at 11:38.3. I mean about that rear wing. Stands out because it's the lighter colour. If that was body colour, be a little more discreet. There's a time, isn't there, for cars that are shouty on the street, and possibly as you get a little bit older and wiser, you still want a performance-orientated car, maybe one that's a little bit less obvious. There goes the RX3. This is another one of the overhead cam 1300cc engines. As Akio climbs the hill back to the end of the 3rd sector he's coming up to now. I have to admit I rather fell in love with a 991 GT3 touring spec 911. Only 6 gears, stick shift, 3 pedal car, no back seats, 4 litre normally aspirated motor. Everything you needed, nothing you didn't. And no spoilers, no silly big spoilers on the back. He's Akio. Let's have a listen to the flat 6. Neat. A bit of whipping and a hollering there. Suggests he was hanging the back end out through the right-hand hairpin exit that we just can't quite see. So Kaufman's the 2:10 in the first sector. It's going to again put him in that same sort of 11:40, 11:50. Only 2 cars at the moment that are over 12 minutes out of the cars that have finished the run. So this is pretty good running in terms of the speed average. Justin Lombard and Sean Bassett, in respectively the Acura TLX and the carbon body Datsun 240Z. Here's Aaron. No stranger here. 2014, 15, 16 and 19. I'm not sure it was doing in 17 and 18. Off the line, our next competitor as we're moving towards the end. Zach Lumsden, a rookie in a Rally Art Evo 10 Mitsubishi. Another local, Castle Rock, Colorado. 2-litre, 4-in-line, of course. Little extra aerodynamics on that car for the top of the mountain. He is the son of Craig Lumsden and lead rider in Team Five Stones Motocross, National Amateur Motocross Racing Team, but retired in 2015 after getting rather too many injuries on 2 wheels. Full-time student at Arapahoe Community College and the youngest competitor on the hill this year. So maybe he was too busy studying in the 2 years we were mentioning before. Here's Aaron Kaufman then, through the brake test area. If you're just joining us and you're wondering what I'm talking about, if you drive up this on a tourist day when it is open, pay your money at the bottom of the hill with your credit card or a few dollars, you can drive up to the top, but on your way down that brake test area, there's a park ranger there, and you stop, they make you stop, and they get out the laser temperature device, not to check you, but to check your brake temperatures on your car so that you can make the rest of the way down. Oh, listen to that little 1300. That's brilliant. Don't even have to see it to know that he's ragging it. Absolutely ragging it. Good job, Aaron. Sounded like you did one down change that he didn't need to do, but easy to forget where you are on the mountain. It was just a little left kink, which he probably could have gone through in the gear that he was in. Easy for me to say from here. Try it yourself. Here he comes. Still climbing, that's why he's shifting at the top of the hill. Through goes Akio. Now, did he go quicker than Cash Singh? No, he didn't. 11:52.0 for Akio. So still under the 12-minute barrier, and that puts Akio 6th in the open category. And now you can listen to this 1300 overhead cab engine being rev within an inch of its life. We like that a lot. No wonder those Sierra RX3s are getting popular. You can have a lot of fun in that. I suggest that's all about momentum, those cars. See how quite stiff it is. It's not rolling through the corners at all. There's a little bit of pitch front and rear as the throttle and the brake goes on. But as we were saying earlier, a lot of these buggy type open wheelers got to get the weight going forward because there's so little weight at the front of the car. The engine, the driver's in the middle, the engine's behind. So good grip, but what you don't get is instant turning. The tyres chatter across the surface, giving you what amounts to understeer, to push. See how he handles the hairpin at the end of these serpentine run. See if he gives it a little flick to his right first before he turns in left. Oh, it brakes hard. Saw the weight transfer there. Car going down, weight on the front tyres, turned it in a more conventional, traditional way. Very smooth. And not the understeer that we've seen from some of that type of vehicle earlier on. Meantime, at the ski hill hairpin, there's Zach Lumsden going through in the Mitzi. Youngest competitor. Now, Fred Veach was our oldest competitor, so let me find him on the scoreboard here. 11:02 for Fred Veach. Is he going to get near that? Oh, no, he's not. So the young guy is going to be beaten by the old guy, I think. A very quiet, turbocharged Evo. Still climbing, remember. Economy of movement, sometimes the best. Not always needing to use all of the pavement. You want to put as little steering lock in as possible. You don't want to scrub off speed when you're climbing. Sets the car up from the left-hand side of the road to the hairpin. Gets on the power as early as you can and drifts out to set himself up for the next left-hander. Now, this is an interesting machine. This is Davy Schmitz in a TA2 in the Pikes Peak category, Pikes Peak Open category. TA2 is a division of Trans Am, and proper old-fashioned silhouette Formula racing cars. So this is a 347 machine, powered machine, cubic inch. And Davey is another local lad from Colorado Springs, which is at the bottom of Pikes Peak. A great town to go to, by the way. It's where I stayed when I covered the event in 18. And if you think that this looks like a good place to be, number one, you're at altitude all the time, because even down in Colorado Springs, I think it's 6,000 feet, if I remember rightly, above sea level. And it's a great place to come to get fit. Even in the week that I was there, I struggled a bit to start with, but I watched what I ate and drank, and I felt way better, and every bit of exercise I did seemed to be turbocharged. No surprise that the American Olympic Association have a massive training headquarters just down the road from Colorado Springs. There's a couple of military installations there in this area as well. And it's a fabulous place if you love the outdoors. Unfortunately, this year we haven't been able to have the Colorado Springs Fan Fest because of COVID. Normally, Friday night, the main street in Colorado Springs is closed off, and every competitor has their vehicle there. There's all kinds of fan activities, and everybody sets up a trestle table and signs autographs. And the year I was there, Travis Pastrana was running in the Porsche Trophy by Yokohama, and he had a couple of his Nitro Circus guys there doing stunts and backflips on the motorcycles. Unfortunately, as I say, I haven't been able to do that this year. Right, so we've just had another car through. That must have been Aaron Kaufman. See him on my timing. There he is, 7th in open wheel, 11:45 for Aaron in that RX3. So now we're waiting for the rally art from Zach Lumsden, Davy Schmidt in the Mustang TA2, then Craig Lumsden. We mentioned him earlier on. So here comes Zach. So pair of fils, both on the mountain, probably not quite at the same time. Oh, no, that's never a good noise. Heard another siren there on the bottom of the hill. David Schmidt has got through the first sector in a 2:24. Here comes the rally art. Let's see the turbocharged Evo. Still sounds good. Again, if you're of a certain age, the battles between the WRX Subarus and the Rally Art Evos, whether it was 6, 7, 8, 9 or 10, or even before that, there were things of legend, weren't there, in rallying. Also a lot of production saloon car races as well around the world, particularly in Australia and New Zealand. Awful lot of the all-wheel drive cars. Another Mazda on the line now, and this is another Speed 3. Craig Lumsden racing against his son Zach as the TA2 Mustang of Davy Schmidt goes through the ski area. Ah yes, the unmistakable rumble. There's the Mazda, 2.3 this Mazda. And if you listen carefully from our other mic further up the mountain, you can hear the 5.7 litre Trans Am engine. I've just got an update from Rob Parsons, and it's a good update as well. Took a corner a little bit too quickly on his cold tyres, went off the track. No injuries to Rob, other than I'm sure, a slightly chastened Rob Parsons and maybe a little dent to the ego. The car is in a safe place, so that's why we got back to racing straight away. Thank you to the team for getting that to me. Through goes the Trans Am. Davy Schmidt turning in to that right-hander, just balancing the car on the throttle through there.
I had a Facebook page with it too, but apparently Facebook, they unpublished it once it reached.
Steve Grigg should be next on the line with a C4 Corvette. And then I think last we're going to get Dashiro Yoshihara, or Dai. He's our drift legend. Oh, that didn't sound good. Sounded like the V8 had bogged down a bit. Maybe Davey was in the wrong gear, or maybe just between gears, finding it difficult to find the right gear as he's going up that steep incline there. Adapting a race car to Pikes Peak, never an easy thing to do, particularly with things like gear ratios. There are some very steep sections indeed, and getting caught off the cam, as it were, between gears, just where the engine's not producing its best, you ultimately, the hill starts to win and you drop out of your rev range. So here's Craig Lumsden competing effectively against Zach in the Mitsubishi that we saw earlier on. There it is, there's Zach going through. Now let's see where he's gone through. 12:43 for Zach Lumsden on his first run at Pikes Peak, so that's the time that Craig has got to beat, and he's lost 7 seconds in the first sector. So son beating dad at the moment in that family affair, which there have been many down through the years here at Pikes Peak. Now what about Davy Schmidt in that TA2 Mustang? He's going to be tickling. What's he going to be? 224 there, 301 there. Yeah, he's going to be looking at something around 12 minutes. I don't think that car is on full song, if I'm honest. It didn't sound as though it was pulling the revs I would have expected it to when we last saw it. Should have it coming into the final part of the third section now, and we're still waiting for it. That's Craig Lumsden in the Mazda in the distance. Great pickup by our camera operators And a brilliant job being done by them, by the way, today. Thank you very much indeed. And for the production team who've married the cameras from the drones, the closed circuit TV cameras, etc., so that we've been able to see more of the mountain than we thought we would. Now, when we said it was a C4 Corvette, you didn't think it'd just be any old C4 Corvette, did you? 358 cubic inch. So just over 5.7 or just on 5.7 litres for those of you listening and watching in Europe. And that's been extensively modified, hasn't it? Gets the green flag. Look at the rear tyres. Oh, yes. Sorry, I keep leaning in, and I don't need to. I'm actually leaning in as if I was standing beside the track there. Warmed up the Hoosiers on the back. They almost look like drag tyres on the back of that car, don't they? Right, now Craig Lumsden. Time he's looking to beat is 12:43, average of about 56 miles an hour, just over. That was his son's time in the Rally Art Mitsubishi Evo 10 we saw go up earlier on. Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One. Last opportunity with the last few cars to come. I think just one more after this. It'll be Dai Yoshihara. Pikes Peak giveaway.com. Thank you to everybody's who's helped the broadcast, particularly the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb Committee. Access that we've had has been superb. All the production staff, everybody who's prepared for this for a very, well, actually for a shorter time than I think anybody would have expected. Been very well put together. Thank you all. Production team that I've dealt with, Jack and Corey and Zach and John and Kennedy. Thank you very much indeed, and all the hard work that's gone behind the scenes for the information that I've been handed. And of course, all of our guests as well. We will play you that Tandy interview before we go off the air in full. It's worth listening to. He's Craig and the Mazda Speed 3. 2.3 4-cylinder. Nice line. First time in the competition. Rally America, American Rally Association, and the Colorado Hill Climb. He's done a little bit of all sorts. Right, the number 90 down at the bottom of the hill. That can only mean one thing. 2.5 litre turbocharged Toyota Daijiro Yoshihara, drift legend and superstar, and the last man to go up the hill in 2020. This car started off life as a 2013 Scion FRS, built to be a time attack car, slowly evolved into the purpose-built hill climb car that you see on the line, using a leaf blower there to keep things cool because it's standing still. Suggests to me they don't even have fans on the front of that car. That's excellent, so they don't rob the car of any power going forward. The original FA20 engine's gone. Now a 2JZ engine from a Toyota Supra. 800 horsepower at the wheel. Garrett G42 turbo on that car. So that's a 3.4 litre engine now in that Toyota. It was first overall at Button Willow in the time attack last year. So expect Dai Yoshihara to be on it from the start. Right, Craig Lumsden, and the run to the end of the third sector. And thank you for staying with us. Meantime, behind him is Davy Schmidt in that, is Steve Greggs in the C4 Corvette. 1992, Steve's first appearance on the mountain. Goes through the ski hill area. That was smooth. Little bit of squeal from the tyres. Go on, Craig, get your foot out. Good lad. Rev it, man. Good. Very good. So Dai Yoshihara, now we're up against time here to be able to bring you all of this today. We've got to get everything in within the 8-hour limit, of course. So we're going to post the Nick Tandy interview separately for you. It is worth seeing. Talks about a lot of motorsport, and Nick, very generous with his time on Thursday, and came into circuit racing in a very unusual way, but one that will resonate particularly with our American audience. Circle track racing, short track ovals. Worth listening to Nick, always. Good lad. Also, there were some very nice cars around in the Silverstone pit lane. We were in the pit box, by the way, at Silverstone, because just as we started to film outside, it poured of rain. Of course it did. Steve Greggs then in that C4 Corvette, dedicating his appearance to his brother-in-law Steve Justice, who brought him to Pikes Peak in 1974 when he was competing in the stock car division. Said it was always my dream from that moment on, says Steve, that I was going to race at the peak. Sadly, Steve Justice, the brother-in-law, passed away on June the 5th. So this is a dedication to the man that fueled the fire and put fire to the flame, at least, of the intention to compete. Lovely thought from Steve Greggs there. And we pass our condolences on to the family of Steve Justice. May he rest in peace and may his blessing, memory be a blessing. Last of the competitors. You can't imagine that as a stock Scion, can you? No. This is going to be entertaining, to say the least. Let's keep your eyes on Dai Yoshihara. Just the 800 horsepower. Stand by. Well, that accelerated nicely, didn't it? Meantime, I can hear the C4 further up the hill. Some grip from that Toyota, wasn't there? Lovely getaway. The unmistakable rumble of the C4. Enjoy. So this car was taken from a bare chassis, and he reckons this is one of the most competitive cars he's ever brought to the peak. First came here in 1992. Checkered flag there for Craig Lumsden, and his time is a 13:35. So Zach beats his dad by 50 seconds, almost spot on as he goes through the line. Now we wait for Steve Griggs. Dave Schmidt should be with us as well. Yeah, that Mustang has disappeared, hasn't it? Looks like Davy Schmidt's Mustang hasn't made the full trip because he was in front of Craig Lumsden. Just love the sound of that car. And now we wait. Dai Yoshihara. Oh, look at that. With that big wing out the back. That takes you back, doesn't it? Monster Tajima on the hill a few years ago now. Oh, my goodness. If you've joined us at any stage through this or you want to see anything again, the replay will be posted on the Mobile One YouTube channel tomorrow, and we'll get that Tandy interview up as well for that. And we'll grab the audio from that as well and make sure that gets posted on one of the RSL archives. Maybe even throw it into Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday, 8 o'clock UK time on RS1. So where's Dai then? There he goes through Ski Hill. Well, went all the way to the left-hand side there. He's not hanging about. At the sort of time he's putting in the first sector, that's going to put him in the top 10. It's going to put him in the top 10 if he can continue this pace. And he's in the unlimited class. The best unlimited time at the moment is a 10:11, and he's right on that sort of pace. So this, right at the end, could yet be a very important run for the very last car. Second run at Pikes Peak. He had a mechanical last year and couldn't complete it. So what he's aiming for is Derek Boyd. He's the best unlimited at the moment in the Mitsubishi that went up much, much earlier on. That was the Evo 10 that went up earlier on, the white car, the number 72. He's in 9th position at the moment. 10:11, 4:46 is the time he's aiming for. 1:44.3 in the first section against 1:45, and now a 2:22 against 2:26. He's taking time. Dai's taking time out of it. We've got a course vehicle out there as well at the moment, but that shouldn't bother Yoshihara. Long-time competitor in the Formula Drift Series, one of the first of the Japanese to come over. And in fact, he's been in every event for Formula Drift since 2004. He also had a go in Lamborghini Super Trofeo as well on the IMSA schedule, which is a lot of race car. This could be it right at the end. This could happen. High drama indeed, as I've just heard somebody say behind the camera. What a way to finish. The first run of the day, a delayed start, remember, because of the ice at the top of the hill, and we had a diesel record for the first vehicle. Scott Birdsall, I think he said car, it was a truck, 1949 Ford F1. There goes the vet. And Steve Griggs then a 13:18. I think he'd be disappointed in that. Quite sound like that car was on song, and we've definitely lost, by the way, Davy Schmidt in the TA2 Mustang. I thought that car didn't sound well, if I'm very honest. So Dai Daijiro, to give him his full Sunday name, as it is in fact a Sunday. Here he comes. In the third sector, coming to the end of the third sector now. And remember, the time that he is looking for is Derek Boyd, looking for around about 3 minutes in this sector. Sorry, stepping too far away because as the light fades here, I'm struggling with the timing screen. Thank you for staying with us. Here he comes. Let's have a listen and watch. That's neat. That's really neat. Oh, 3 minutes, 0.3. He's on for a class win here and a top 10 finish and a time somewhere around low 10s. 10-11 he needs. I reckon he's a good 3 or 4 seconds inside that at least at the moment. We could be looking at somewhere right knocking on 10 minutes. And if he gets down to 10 minutes, that could put him into 8th position. 10 minutes or 1 would be the Acura, James Robinson's Acura, the 902, and that's 3rd place in time attack. So we're talking about a great overall finish, but more importantly, for Daijiro Yoshihara, we're looking at a time that could give him a class victory here. It's very tight, 10:11.4 for Derek Boyd, 10:25.9 for Kevin Wesley in the Challenger Hellcat, the wide body car that we saw earlier. So now just the run to the line, and he's going to need something around about, well, Derek was very fast in the last section, under 3 minutes, 2:58.0. So that's what Dai is going to have to do. Wow, this takes me back to my rallying days when we only used to see the splits, and we didn't have the luxury of having cameras as well. We were literally just talking about the splits on the long Welsh rally stages. Of course, closing cars out there as well, of course, at the moment. And then everyone will be heading back down for the prize giving at the Broadmoor. The 98th running of America's Race to the Clouds, the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb with Gran Turismo here on Pikes Peak Live, presented by Mobile One, and right from start to finish. Can't tell you how long we've been on air. I can't remember, but I've not sat down once because there's been something happening all the time. It's been fantastic. New hill records in various categories, including production electric, diesel, personal bests for, I would say, the majority of the drivers who have been here before. Good crop of rookies who've given it a good go. And at the end, a battle for a division title, the unlimited category. Derek Boyd will be sitting somewhere near to his Mitsubishi Evo, watching the splits as we are. Anytime now, we should see that Toyota with the small matter of 800 horsepower with the Supra motor transplanted into the GT86 body, which was a Scion before that, the BRZ, the Scion FR, of course, and the GT86, all with the same body. He's gone through, and he takes it! 10:05.006. Daijiro Yoshihara, Dai Yoshihara, 9th position overall, just outside 10 minutes, and by 6 seconds, he takes the unlimited title. Oh my goodness, brilliant stuff from the Japanese driver. And there will be a lot of Formula Drift followers around the world where this man is an absolute legend. He's a superstar, as big as any of the NASCAR drivers would be, or the Formula One drivers in their sport. And Dai Yoshihara has taken it at the last yawning moment. Absolutely outstanding. Outstanding. So quickly then, let me give you the top times. Open wheel won by Clint Vasholz with a wonderful 9:35.490 for the fastest time of the day. Paul Dallenbach second in that class, and Cole Powelson in the little 1300cc Sierra with the turbocharger in third. Time attack, David Donner takes that in third overall with the 000 Porsche with the 935.5, splitting the open wheel cars from Jeff Swart in the 935 in second, and James Robinson in the 902 Acura, the hybrid Acura, in third. In the unlimited category, Daijiro Yoshihara, right at the close of play, right at the death today, takes it in ninth overall with a 10.05.006 from Derek Boyd in second with a 10.11, and Kevin Wesley in that wide-body Challenger Hellcat in third. In the open category, the Reverend Lane Schranz, sixth position, 9:45.3 in that Chevy. From in second place, David Mayer in the Palatov Special in second with a 10:44. And then Fred Veach, the oldest competitor in the field, takes a podium. Fantastic for that. And as we go further down, the exhibition class was taken by Blake Fuller ahead of Randy Popst in the unplugged performance Tesla. So that was the two electric cars, and that's a new record, by the way, for the production-based car, Blake Fuller with the 11:02. A little bit further down, we had Scott Birdsall in third place in exhibition, but with a new diesel record, which has now been taken down to 11:24, and the Porsche Trophy by Yokohama, Blake Williams wins that in 16th overall with a 10:52 ahead of Chris Strauch ahead of George Hess in second, and in third, Catherine Mead, the only female competitor this year. Brilliant stuff, absolutely fantastic. Once again, thank you for staying with us. The weather has been kind. The mountain has decided. It's been another classic year. Roll on the 99th running, I'd say. See it all again on the Mobile One Facebook and YouTube channels when we post that tomorrow. We'll get that Nick Tandy interview up as well. Thank you to our production crew, particularly those on site, and particularly everybody at the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, presented by Gran Turismo. This has been Pikes Peak Live. I'm John Hindhaugh. I've enjoyed it from here at the Mobile One Global Broadcast Centre. Hope you have too. Join us for more motor racing throughout the year. We'll keep popping up all over, and it's IMSA next weekend on RS2 IMSA Radio. Whatever you're doing this weekend and wherever you are in the world, be safe, look after yourself, keep enjoying your driving, your riding, but don't try and do that. That's for experts. Keep it the right way up. Enjoy your motoring and your motorsport. Do it the right way. Thanks for being with us. Bye-bye. Have a great weekend.